わってもなくただ駆け出した超絶なよしより諦め悪い挑戦者が上等無駄なプライド投げ打って終える勇気伝播させようか叶わないはずはない誰より強くなりたいそれより自分の弱さに負けたくない最前線へかっ飛ばして勝利目指し放つこのエナジー最高潮で生きがって
What's going on, everybody? Welcome to day 2 of the Dubu Cup, where we have narrowed down from 123 entrants down to our top 48 and are about to eliminate 16 more in our first round of the day. My name is Gordo. I'm joined on the cast for game number 1 by Brickbat, where we have got Shion's Shop taking on Diamond Inclusive in our first best of 3 of the day.
Yeah, and these are two teams that I think have pretty interesting histories. Diamond Inclusive being a team that had previously made a showing in one of our qualification tournaments in Launchpad. Unfortunately, did not qualify for the North American Strikers Academy in Liftoff, but they're still out here, still grinding away, still looking for some top placements in this tournament. And on the other hand, we have kind of a new team, a new kind of X factor coming into this. This team qualified by kind of upsetting what is arguably one of the top 5 to 10 teams in North America with their upset against Era's Kitten Club and North American Strikers League team. In the latter phase, we're going to be joined by Guaimi, Asianator, and Shion as this sort of like pickup team of Diamond and even I think a Platinum player as well, which managed to, again, be a team that is kind of heralded as a huge force in this tournament. So I'm super interested to see how these teams will match up in the upcoming series here.
Yeah, it's a great point, Brickbat. It's really interesting when we can get these kind of open bracket tournaments where folks who maybe, don't participate in the ranked ladder quite as much and who aren't as ingrained within the competitive community, playing in the weeklies, playing in the qualifiers for NASA and NASL, but still come up and still show up to play up against some of the best teams we have in the region and in the world and make it to, pretty far along in the process here. Top 48, nothing to scoff at here, already having eliminated a huge number of competitors, and it doesn't have to stop here. It's going to be a best of 1, or at least not a best of 1. It's a best of 3, but it's a single elimination bracket. There's a lot of opportunities for upsets here, a lot of opportunities just to be able to sneak in a little extra win where you wouldn't expect one, and suddenly, you're playing up against some of the best teams that exist in Omega Strikers. It's a very exciting time and a really cool match to check out between two different teams that they aren't seeded high enough to make it up in the bye through this round, but have made it to this point and have an opportunity to go and compete against some of those top-tier teams.
Yeah, absolutely. And really, one series is all it takes to put yourself in that top 32 cut. I mean, the North American Strikers League plus the North American Strikers Academy is 20 teams. Once you kind of clear your way through this round, you are kind of up there in the clouds, facing against some incredibly tough teams, and you're going to be facing the top players there on the ladder in competitive, the long-standing veterans. So if either team wants to be there, wants to prove that they have it, they're going to show up here in this series and show us some interesting things. And speaking of just being shown interesting things, I actually want to draw attention to Diamond Inclusive's kind of lineup, which is going to be Cows, Ayla Lear, and Calamity Queen 3. While Calamity Queen 3 has that standard brawler pool, has the X, has the Juliet, has the Zentaro if it's needed, I actually want to draw attention to the midfielder Cows, which is a player that I've been following a little bit in their career ever since they joined up with Diamond Inclusive. They're one of the proponents of while they do have like a standard midfield pit, they have an era. They have things like the Estelle that they could play occasionally. One thing that they really like to do, especially in constrained maps, is going to be picking up that Zentaro midfield, which is something that can utilize things like the magnetized souls and the extra dash range if you find like an aerials, a super surge, to be wherever you need to be on the map like any good midfielder would do. So it's an interesting pick, and I don't know if we'll be able to see it, but it is something that this team has been known to pull out in these situations. Of course, Ayla Lyra as well, being a damage threat herself, often picking up a Rasmus goalie in these situations to kind of assist in that KO pressure that Zentaro midfield can bring. And it looks like we're going to go to Night Market for our first game in the series.
Yeah, looking forward to it here, and really excited to see some more off-the-wall picks, all in general, right? We're kind of in an off-season-y period of Omega Strikers competitive right now. Not quite as many of the highest-level competitive events going on right now as there would be when we're in NASL season or something like that. And that means I just think there's a lot of opportunity for unexplored picks in the meta. And when you got so many new faces, so many new folks, right? We talked about how coming on in this team is not going to have been the most ingrained with the competitive community in Shion's shop, yeah, they aren't going to abide by any established meta or don't feel that same obligation to when, you know, they're just showing on up here. This is one of their first events like this, and they could very well bring us some very interesting selections. And as I say that, they pick probably the most standard meta comp I've ever seen with an Era, a Juliet, and a Kai in the goalie. But it could happen. You know, there's still going to be more drafts to be found. And that's a Mako lock-in already in our first game of the day.
Yeah, and Mako is a character that was not legal for liftoff, so this is the first big tournament in North America where this character could have a showing, and no doubt as well, it's going to be with an X and an Era, and an X with specialized training on top of that as well. This is the team that is looking to empower this X as much as possible to basically rip through the stagger bars of Shion's shop.
Yeah, going to be a very, very empowered team there in this Era versus Era matchup. Going to be one to keep an eye on here to see who's going to be able to enable their brawlers more effectively. Guaymi already trying to take control over here on the other side, but Calamity Queen with a little bit of a breakaway, nearly finding their way on in as that goal's already been opened up. Ayla Lyra, meanwhile, coming in there with this Mako and the goalie. Going to be very curious to see how effective that can be with things like the perfect pitch and the drum beat to be able to keep on up that extra pressure and keep things from going on into that last barrier. So far, doing a very good job of keeping that top one safe as Calamity Queen looking to clear out the goal box, enabling a great shot from Cows and finding a KO while they're at it.
And it looks like Cows and Calamity Queen 3, I mean, like I said, Cows has that standard midfield matchup when he doesn't bring out that Zentaro, and Calamity Queen 3 is a very big X player. They're very used to playing this composition, and you saw that there. I mean, we saw Cows bringing out the Bewitching Beam, powering up Calamity Queen as he used that Bull Rush, which provided the extra damage that was needed to get the core flip KO onto Asianator. And when you have a KO'd goalie, there's only so much defense you can mount, and with that, they got their first goal of the game.
Absolutely here, and now going to be one barrier apiece coming on through here. Calamity Queen still looking very strong on this X, going to find that stagger already here very, very early, and now pushed back away by the Magical Maelstrom, nearly finding that KO as Calamity Queen going to keep moving on forward and looking to see what else they can find. Cows staggered, but still waiting to get a reception on the other side. There's that perfect pitch, not connecting, and Ayla Lyra can't get to the core in time, and is going to end up letting that one through.
Yeah, and Mako also suffers, I think, from a similar situation as the Atlas. Once you have an open net and you don't have many cooldowns to work with, you actually are fairly slow, and that could lead to a lot of situations where if Guaymi wins a strike war against Cows, you could see a lot of that being pocketed into the top side of the net, into the bottom side of the net, where Ayla literally just can't find it.
Calamity Queen finding a big KO up on that top side, though. Now it's all up to Xianzhu and Asianator to see what they're going to be able to do to keep up that defense, but going to lose one barrier for it already. Bewitching Beam to keep up the pressure. The respawn from Guaymi, she arrives and is going to look to try to turn it back around. Will at the very least manage to clear on out the core. Ayla Lyra going to keep up that defense on the bottom side and going to be able to clear it back on out one way or the other. Guaymi finding a big KO, and now a power play given on over to the blue side to see what they are going to be able to push for, trying to open on up this goal and take the lead in our first set. Shion's shop going to get that opened up goal. Xianzhu now looking for the follow-up shot, but not going to get it past Calamity Queen, as Guaymi still going to keep on up the clear, looking for a dash punch angle into the goal. Can't quite find it as Calamity Queen clears it back out.
Yeah, and just such immaculate color control from Guaymi and Xianzhu, and they almost have a scoring opportunity there, but we saw Guaymi stunning up Ayla when the opportunity arose to get a goalie barrier. Now Guaymi's putting herself in such a great position to get a single dash punch goal here.
Yeah, definitely really well set up. Has the core flip, doesn't even need it. Ayla Lyra cannot get to that bottom side quickly on the Mako, and Guaymi going to put it in for a second goal. Now just one away from being able to claim this first set and getting that early priority coming into the second draft, or the first draft, really, as Ayla Lyra going to be able to see her teammates find just one of those barriers already. And look at that pressure coming on through from Calamity Queen, knocking Asianator pretty low. There's the core flip from Guaymi, going to get stuffed back away by Cows, and now opening up a chance to push onto the other side. Ayla Lyra clearing it out at the last moment. Oh, hits the structure and does end up losing out on a barrier, but still plenty of space left to play. Great damage on a Guaymi, but nearly find themselves KO'd in the goal box. Cleared back out by Cows. There's going to be that ensnare drum. Ayla Lyra finds a KO from the goal arc. and with a power play opportunity, stepping out up towards midfield, clears it back towards the bottom, has access to that core flip. Calamity Queen not quite able to find the second barrier, but there's another KO, extending the power play further, opening the goal on up. Guaymi can't get the clear, and a big scoring opportunity, especially if they can use Ilalira's core flip. Knocked back away by Cows. There's the dash, there's the punch, and Calamity Queen puts it in and takes us to round number 5.
This is textbook Era X. Getting that empowerment onto Calamity Queen 3. I mean, that's a 70% power boost on the shrink rate. It provides so much extra damage, so much extra pressure throughout the entirety of the duration, where if you could get that stagger bars low on the side of Shion's shop, it's just not going to go well, and Shion's shop need to find an answer to this damage, have superior core control, put more pressure on Ilalira to not, so that Mako doesn't have that same secondary pressure that she's using right now.
Yeah, definitely being able to step on up with the perfect pitch constantly has been making a really big difference. Just getting that poke damage, getting those opportunities to take the core deeper into enemy territory, and Asianator getting knocked aside and staggered now, finding themselves one-on-one with Calamity Queen, but Xianzhu, with a little bit of a breakaway, does manage to get the first of the barriers, but Cows and Calamity Queen going to clear that right back out. Calamity Queen now finding the second one, going to be pushing back the goalie deeper into the arc, looking for the shock. Guaymi finds a KO on towards the bottom. Calamity Queen gonna do the same on the other side, and that's an empty goal arc found for that side. Will they be able to find the score off of it? Calamity Queen trying to take back control, cannot find the shot, but Cows can. Gets the bewitching beam towards it, but a nice block away from Asianator, going to keep this rally alive.
Yeah, and Guaymi and crew need to win this set. X Era is an incredibly hard scaling comp. Juliet does not have the same ability to just ramp up damage and pressure throughout the game. They need to find this goal.
They really do here. They want to be able to take this first set for themselves, get that priority in the draft. Guaymi, though, a nice punch into the barrier, going to be able to open on up the goal, and looking for the follow-up shot. Cows throws down that Flutterfly, and it will not be stopped. Pushed on through by Guaymi with the dash punch, and first set will go to Shion's shop.
That's an excellent play coming out from Shion's shots. Guaymi positioning herself perfectly to receive the pass for the core flip, getting a dash punch onto Ilalira to make sure that the goalie cannot respond to anything that she does with that dash punch, and it's basically a confirmed goal from there, and they're going to be rewarded here. Looks like a prime time is going to go to the way of Shion's shop, which in a Brawler v Brawler matchup on Night Market can make a huge difference. Fortunately, not much going to the way of Cows. Missile propulsion isn't super impactful. I think on an Era, you would have really liked something like the Knife's Edge or the Heavy Impact, but you actually want to save that Heavy Impact for Ilalira. Heavy Impact being something that's pretty great on Mako, can proc it pretty consistently with how her abilities work. So unfortunately, there's going to be a little bit of difference here for the Eras, and maybe that means that means more core control for the side of Shion's shop coming into the second set.
Yeah, it should, and Shion's shop looking to build on that momentum they developed from that first set and try to take control in game number 1 here, clearing back on out. And Guaymi now once again finds herself with a little bit of a breakaway here to try to get onto that barrier, but losing a lot of stagger for it. Push back Cows, hits the full channel magical maelstrom on top of Xianzhu. Going to keep them at low HP as well. Core flip from Cows, pass back up to Calamity Queen, not quite going to get the connection there. Ilalira still on the defense, going to be able to keep them getting that extra time. Calamity Queen finds a KO, but Xianzhu on the other side does find themselves a KO and does find themselves that opportunity to be able to get on towards the goal. Asianator clearing it back down. Guaymi now back and available. Asianator passes it towards the bottom. Xianzhu taking control and sneaks it in again. Ilalira can't get the core flip off in time, and first goal going to go over to Shion's shop.
Yeah, well played, and I think this primetime on Era is making such a big difference. We saw in the first set, I mean, literally in the second point of the game, we saw like 4 people fly off the map, basically, by Calamity Queen's damage pressure, and now with this primetime Era, remember, it's a damage reduction as well as a damage empowerment, and it's percentage-based, which means that if the era that beams first will win, essentially. The Era that beams first will have their debuff or buff matter more, and when you have 2 of them, that means that you're going to be setting yourself in good positions to win that beam war.
Yeah, big swing out of there, finding the rhythm strike for the KO as Ilalira to be able to get that numbers advantage, and Now with an opportunity, Calamity Queen pushing forward on the X once again, goes in for the bull rush, doesn't find the target that she's looking for, but will be able to keep on pushing forward. Calamity Queen now coming on back. Cows passed back up. There's the core flip from Shion, not finding the barrier quite yet. And Gwaimi now finds themselves stuck in the ensnare drum. Knocked back away by Cows. That's going to be effectively a KO for a little while longer. Magical Maelstrom to clear forward. Isla Lyra can't protect that barrier and will end up losing out on it as a result. Calamity Queen taking it back on up, trying to equalize on the other side. The open goal has been a real pain here for the side of Diamond this far this game. And will they be able to avoid having to deal with it by finding the goal right here? They will. Calamity Queen 3 puts it in.
Yeah, well played. And importantly as well, this is now 3 prize fighter stacks on the X, despite the chrono boost prime time from the side of Shion, which is going to be a lot to deal with. With 60 extra power, you're still going to have enough power to, you know, put an extra bit of pressure. But as I say that, Gwaimi's going to be the one finding the KO on Ayla Lyra.
And now an empty goal arc here. Cow's going to have to sub in at goal. And going to have to try to keep up that defense. Nice dodge away on the Giga Blast. Denies that value from Asianator, and the respawn is here now. Gwaimi finds themselves incredibly staggered and now going to lose out on that goal barrier. Still looking for the scoring opportunity with or without the health bar, but finding themselves KO'd as a result. Cows knocks it down towards Calamity Queen, who has access to the core flip. If they can set up a good angle here, this would be the score. Shion looking for the Bewitching Beam, trying to sneak one out there while at a numbers disadvantage and just keeping it in Isla Lyra's face. Gwaimi comes back with the respawn, but it does get cleared on out by Cows. Calamity Queen forced to use that core flip, no longer has it for the shooting opportunity, but the X Maximus will clear out the other team and open up some space. Core flip from Cows, blocked away by Asianator, and now knocked back on over. Asianator clears it out once again. Calamity Queen looking for the push forward, knock towards Gwaimi. Core flip from Isla Lyra, and it will continue to knock back and forth. Nobody able to push it forward for the goal quite yet. Shion, though, will keep on rallying. Finally gets KO'd off the bottom. Another power play given over to Diamond. Will they be able to find the score? Calamity Queen knocking it in off a dribble to themselves.
Yeah, and Shion, a valiant attempt on the defense. I mean, basically able to keep it in front of Ayla Lyra's face. 1 versus 3 with Calamity Queen having the flip if it got to him. Like, basically, while Gwaimi was still KO'd, it would have been curtains, but absolutely playing well. And I think I saw a really interesting shot. I believe there was a core flip coming out from one of the members of Diamond Inclusive, but I'm not going to talk about that right now. There's an open net.
Yeah, already opening things up there. Really great stuff in the start here from Shion's shop. Be able to try to fight their way back in this second round. There's going to be Asianator clearing it back out again, and Shion with those Bewitching Beams has been very on point, constantly landing on both the teammates and the core. Calamity Queen finds themselves shrunk down, staggered, knocked aside, but they find the barrier anyway, and pushing for more now. Knocked back away by Gwaimi. Asianator going to be getting knocked aside by this X Maximus, but barrages him off into the goal and will earn a numbers advantage for Shion's shop as a result. Pushing forward is Gwaimi, but not going to be able to get into Isla Lyra. There's going to be the core flip coming on through, going to get stuffed away, and Gwaimi finds it in the bottom corner. Isla Lyra, overconfident, up too far, will take us to set 5 once again.
Yeah, and another set that has gone the distance. These two teams are swinging back and forth here, and I mean, I actually am unsure what team's going to make their way out of this. I think Gwaimi has been finding so many great scoring potentials, but Calamity Queen's 3 omnipresent damage pressure is something that can explode at any given moment.
And that's what's been absolutely huge for them so far, and it's kept it very close for 2 sets in a row, but it might end up with just a 2-0 set scoreline anyway if they're able to find another one here for the side of Shion's shop. Clutching up when it matters, coming out ahead in the total scoring. Gwaimi with a chance to take it in right here, and Snare Drum will not stop it for long as Gwaimi puts it in and goes up 2-0 for the side of Shion's shop.
And Gwaimi absolutely playing this Juliet to perfection in this game. I mean, being in the right spot at the right time to find her scoring opportunities, winning those engagements, critical strike wars being won in front of the net, critical engagements to make sure that Ayla Lyra feels the pressure, cannot use the Mako to the full extent, and making sure that Calamity Queen 3 does not have as many scoring opportunities. And again, it looks like the side of Shion's shop is going to be rewarded. This is a cast to last Chrono Boost primetime era. Calamity Queen 3 already had issues dealing damage onto Asianator despite the specialized training, and now it's going to be even harder coming into this next set.
Yeah, you know, people forget Omega Strikers is still a MOBA. You can still snowball completely out of control in a game like this. It feels not quite as much because of all the little dribbling, little micro plays you can make, but hey, if you get first crack at the Awakenings enough time, you are going to be so much stronger than your opposition, especially in these kinds of mirror matches. Shion with a dream setup coming into set number 3, and with the best shot that Shion's shot have had all game to be able to take another set.
Yeah, and let's also bring some attention here to the kind of the pennies and the pennies build that Cows has had to work with. I mean, we saw Asianator literally deny a Monumentalist away from Cows. Right now, Cows cannot grab anything he wants, even though the Chrono Boost start was nice. A missile propulsion among Titan start is not what you want to see, especially against Shionzu's cast to last prime time. So again, not only has Shionzu been empowered, Cows has been disempowered so much here in this draft.
Yeah, big difference maker here is Guaymi going to re-arrive to the scene. Already going to overtime here with only one barrier having gone down, keeping it close, keeping the defense tight, but finally Calamity Queen going to be able to find one barrier on the other side to try to even things back out. The Rhythm back going to be able to push things forward for Ayla Lyra. They're going to get knocked on back away here by Calamity Queen, who's still trying to find their way on towards that second barrier. Cows keeping on the assist for the defense as that evasive is forced out of Shion. They're able to keep their health bar as high as they possibly can. Calamity Queen with access to the core flip, and Asianator with the same, going to use it to knock it back over onto the other side, and Ayla Lyra going to try to clear back on out, going for the ricochet shot off the bottom. Will find it into the hands of Calamity Queen, who has access to the core flip, still doesn't want to expend it. Finally, will put it in there, point-blank range to find that barrier, and now with an open goal and a little bit of a breakaway shot as Cows pushes it forward with the Bewitching Beam, still knocked back away by Guaymi as Shion takes back control. Bewitching Beam forward, Flutterfly to get the movement speed, but knocked into the top corner. Cows finds the perfect spot, and Asianator can't defend.
Yeah, what an excellent shot from the side of Cows. I mean, despite being the one that's so disadvantaged in this matchup. And another thing as well, right? When you pick up among Titans, you lose your size, which is so critical for winning any sort of strike war, that if you don't have a size training already, you're going to find yourself in a major disadvantage in some of these midfield engagements, as your strike is literally just not going to be the same. And as I say that, we already see the effects of that. Shion absolutely destroying Cows here in this midfield.
Yeah, really great stuff there in that one-on-one. Going to be able to find both barriers. Ayla Lyra can't do anything about it either. The bull rush forward from Calamity Queen not going to quite be able to find its way on towards the barrier, as it has been the pattern throughout this game. Not able to easily find them, and now going to give one back on up to Guaymi once again. Ayla Lyra again has the core flip available, cannot use it in time.
Yeah, and I mean, just again, I think this midfield draft difference. I mean, let's also look at Guaymi's build really quickly. Size plus reverberation and a big fish is also pretty good too. Juliet really does like to have a lot of cooldown, given the fact that her Flying Phoenix is actually a 18-second cooldown. It's really hard, and yeah, if you miss it, you're gonna not have too much scoring pressure, and we're gonna see the effects of that. I mean, an easy KO into one barrier is already gonna be taken.
Absolutely, and now another KO. Going to get equalized on the other side. Guaymi going to be able to get back out here onto the map with that extra stagger bar revitalized. Cows trying to push it past. A big core flip here from Calamity Queen, and there's just no defending it. Diamond inclusive up 2-1. Not willing to go quietly in this game at number 1. They are looking to take us to further sets.
Yeah, and even though the sets have been going the way, the drafts have been going the way of Shion's shop, let's not forget this is an X-era comp on set 3 where this composition can really get enough scaling to come alive. I mean, even though it's not exactly the best in slot damage trainings, it's a 1-2 punch prize fighter specialized training X here. That's a lot of damage that you have to deal with, and if you're not layering your shrink rays or your bewitching beams properly, Asianator is going to take a lot of damage and is going to be sent into net like we're seeing in that last point.
Yeah, and that's going to be another scoring opportunity here, but finally cleared away. They got to take the X all the way off the map before they can feel comfortable clearing it back out. They will pull that one off. And Guaymi now with the core flip available. Magical Maelstrom, though, going to deny it entirely. Going to reset that energy bar. Cows gets the core flip. Cows does it all and takes us to set number 4.
I absolutely loved that Maelstrom from Cows. I'm such a huge proponent of doing some insane directions because Era Maelstrom's biggest weakness is the fact that it is so predictable. It's so slow to build up. It's so slow to move along the court that if you're aware of it, if you know where it's going to go, it's not that great of an ability unless you play around it, unless your teammates, pass the core into the Maelstrom. But with that one, Cows basically saw into the future, knew where Guaymi was going to position herself, put the Maelstrom in there, and it got so much value off of it. Not only a KO, but a Gone Flip, and immediately into the power play to winning the game. And I think that's going to, unfortunately, they're not going to be rewarded. All the really best in slot, like really best in slot trainings for Era is probably going to be gone at this point. But Calamity Queen 3 now has size, now has that Amok Titans. And oh my gosh, another great Maelstrom from Cows means that we're going to have a double power play here.
Yeah, and now going to have access towards that Demolitionist as well. Calamity Queen going to be able to push it so much further off that cooldown reduction. Doesn't actually get too much payoff for it, though, as the respawns come across. A double shrink down from Shanzu. Calamity Queen, they might be large, but are they enough to be able to stop this onslaught from coming back on over from Shion's shop? Guaymi pushing again now, looking for that barrier. The one-on-one on the other side. Meanwhile, Calamity Queen is so dominant in it at this point. Cows appears out of nowhere to find the second barrier. Cooldowns reset for Calamity Queen once again, but Shanzu responding on the other side, finds a barrier, finds a corner, and takes the first goal of set number 4.
Well played by Guaymi, absolutely using the fundamentals, knows that if she hits the punch, it's going to hit stun Cows and allow for an easy goal, which she does. Good decision making from that Juliet there. And actually, I want to talk about another thing on draft. The aerials pickup by Ayla Lear is also going to be a little bit impactful, having a better secondary, and we're going to see that already. I mean, look at this damage that Calamity Queen is putting out. Oh my god!
It's a problem. And Guaymi now with their work cut out for him. No chance in that defense. The Julie goalie with forward awakenings, definitely not exactly what you need to be able to keep up the defense. 1-1 now in set number 4, as again, finding comeback opportunities is Diamond inclusive.
Yeah, and this is an unleashed X here. Has the damage awakenings. Oh no, Ayla Lear is going to be sniped, but it doesn't even matter. Whoa! What is happening? So many people are flying off the map right now.
It's a 3-person game now, Brickbat. There's only going to be a 2 versus 1 here, and Cows is getting outplayed on the defense. Shanzu winning out in that mirror one-on-one, finds both barriers before the respawns come through, and Shanzu's not done yet. Going to get punished for the over-aggression as Calamity Queen takes them down, finds the second barrier, and has a scoring opportunity here on the power play. Cows going to lose control, though. Guaymi comes back for the shot, but that Flutterfly gives the movement speed, lets the team regroup, and gets it back into Calamity Queen's hands where it needs to be. Cows with the core flip, knocks it back aside. Shanzu gonna be able to keep up the defense. Guaymi gets stuck in the ensnare drums, but will be able to escape and look for a follow-up shot. Shanzu knocks it up once again, and the perfect pitch does not connect. It gets through again, and Shion's shop find themselves on game point once again.
And that's just such an unfortunate blunder. I mean, you are slowed when you are charging up the perfect pitch, which makes you even more vulnerable to a kind of mix-up shot or a shot into the top side of the corner, and immediately Shianzu is there to punish. And with that, I mean, we're 1 point away from potentially map 1 going the way of Cheyenne's shop, again, taking out another more established team. But as I say that, Cows' Maelstroms have come alive, finding so many KOs, finding a lot of barriers as well. So if that keeps up, things are going to be harder than it seems for the side of Cheyenne's shop.
This is ridiculous. I thought recent era nerfs were supposed to make it less easy to get KO'd by these magical Maelstroms, but they're happening all over the place in our first game of the day. The second barrier going to get opened up, an opportunity for Cheyenne's shop to close game 1, but they lose their midfielder, and Guaymi now going to have to sneak it past 2. Drum and Bass clears it back out from Ayla Lyra, and Asianator doesn't have the core flip, goes evasive to avoid the damage, but going to end up losing their barrier on towards the other side. Xianzu back up and alive, throws down the Flutterfly for the movement speed, shrinks down Cows, and is looking to set up a scoring opportunity for Gumi. There is the Fiery Flurry, not going to be able to push it forward. Calamity Queen takes back control, pushes it back up. Shanzu clears it over towards Gwaimi, receiving onto the bottom, pushing it up, and pushing it through with Gwaimi. 3-1 in set number 4, and game number 1 goes to Shion's shop.
What miraculous play from the forward duo of Shion's shop. They played their game, recognized that they're not going to win the damage war against a scaled X, and there was perfect core control coming out from Shionzu and Gwaimi there in that point. Gwaimi, of course, using that hit stun on Juliet, making it hard for Ayla Lyra to play her game, and every time it got in front of her face, they were able to convert into a goalie barrier, into a goal, or even into a KO with some mispositions from Cows, and I think that, yeah, that definitely made the difference. I mean, the midfield matchup seemed fairly even. I mean, Cows finding 6 KOs on the Maelstrom, of course, far more than Shianzu, but having the same amount of redirects, 297 to 292 for Shianzu and Cows respectively, which I think, I mean, these errors were going back and forth, sending it back and forth, and even though Calamity Queen 3 had a much harder time because of the Chrono Castellas prime time on Shianzu, let's make no mistake, Gwaimi played that game so well, finding so many opportunities to put pressure on Layla Lyra, making Calamity Queen rotate back to find a KO or even just to provide another strike on the defensive, which means that that's damage that's not going on to Asianator. That's basically an Asianator that is able to play proper goalie. Of course, that did not always happen, and when that didn't happen, we saw 4 KOs coming out basically in a single round. I mean, Calamity Queen 3, 68,000 damage, doubling, more than double anyone else in the game, 15 KOs. That was an X that scaled. That was an X that had so much pressure. For the side of Shion's shop, we're able to keep calm, able to play what their comp is good at, and that's setting up that Juliet for the inevitable dash punch, for the inevitable undefendable plays, essentially, for Ayla Lyra, and because of that, they won the game. They took the map.
Yeah, really finding a whole bunch there for Shion's shop and able to come on out with the win at the end of game number 1. This is still a best of 3 in the single elim, so we are coming up with another matchup between these two teams in just a few short moments, but I really do think, you know, that draft advantage that ended up being received in the first couple of rounds there, Brickbat, that's the kind of thing that really puts you in a winning position even as the comeback starts to mount. That's what makes comebacks so difficult in Omega Strikers. You know, the scaling's so non-linear, right? You get the opportunity to get yourself some of those really powerful awakenings early on, and it just spikes you up way up in power, and even when you win one back, it doesn't necessarily make you even. It's all up to what awakenings you're able to find and that you're able to draft for yourself, and just did not end up coming up big time for Diamond Inclusive there this time around.
Yeah, and you know, Omega Strikers, the carousel gives and the carousel takes, and it gave so much to Shion's shop. I mean, that game, even though we didn't see a crazy Juliet page come out from Gwaimi, one big thing was that she did get a lot of those stagger trainings, the peak performance, the reverberation, and the big fish. And while that build is simply just not as strong as it was in the heyday when Tempo Swing was around and kicking, it's still going to be very, very useful. Having that extra movement speed, having that extra cooldown on the Juliet, and of course the sides as well being a staple in that character. But even with all of that as well, even barring the kind of the scaling that they all give each other with the extra stagger, that extra stagger in and of itself means that Gwaimi just could not get KO'd as often. They could not focus down one member that was causing a lot of problems for Ayla Lyra in the net. And so because of that, it seems like the side of Shion's shop was able to pull out.
And let's see what they're going to be able to do coming into this game at number 2 now. We are going to Atlas's lab here. Going to be an opportunity for some different drafts, and Shianzu themselves looking for the now pick now. Going to be switching that one up. Gwaimi still going to be piloting the Julie. And a Kazan Vice lock-in coming on through from Diamond Inclusive, looking to be maybe taking a couple of pages out of another NASL team's books here.
Yeah, and I think that this Kazan pick from Calamity Queen 3, I mean, it's just the same style. It's a heavy impact start. I mean, Siphoning Wand Kazan, this character has so many cooldowns to reapply the Siphoning Wand over and over, and on top of that, the extra cooldowns that can come out if you are able to find those multiple targets will be so much. But as I say that, a little bit of a caster's curse, it's going to be Calamity Queen 3 that's going to find themselves low on stagger and dodge.
Yeah, this is a 6 heavy impact start, by the way, so everybody looking for those really powerful impacts here. Asianator now going to have to work on the defense, going to be able to keep one cleared on out, but this Finny, it's tough to pilot in the goal arc, and you're seeing it right there. Calamity Queen pushes it through early on in round number 1 in Diamond Inclusive with an early lead.
Yeah, and I want to talk about that comment you made earlier, that this is really similar to a particular NASL team that we've come to know and love. Ayla Lyra has literally learned Rasmus from Frightfully Fresh's coaching, who is the Rasmus goalie, literally invented the pick, right? The grandfather of Rasmus goalie. So we are going to see some of that playstyle come out here. I mean, Ayla Lyra knows her win conditions, knows how to pilot it in the same style as Frightfully Fresh. So if she's able to channel some of the mentor's knowledge here, I could definitely see her being an absolute iron wall in this game, especially against the brawler that is Juliet, which can be really susceptible to that play.
Yeah, and I mean, it's a viable comp, too. You and I were there, Brickbat. We cast Last Call playing this comp quite a few times in their run towards NASL qualification that they did eventually make. So going to be taking notes from some very successful runs of recent time with this composition. Let's see how much they're going to be able to replicate that success. So far, off to a pretty solid start, and I do think up against this Finny goalie, right, this is a tough character to pull on off. You have to be so clutch with your abilities to be able to keep up the defense. You got to be able to snag it out of the air with the big finish and things like that to really be able to get that full value. It's very tough to pull off now at a numbers disadvantage, getting the pressure put onto them. Once again, going to lose that second goal arc, and Cow's looking to push forward with the Supernova. Not going to be knocking it in the correct direction there. Cleared back out by the Pendulum Swing, but there's going to be the flip coming out through from Ayla Lyra. Nicely immunes the dash punch as well, and a perfect shooting opportunity blocked by Asianator. Great defense there to prevent what could have been an easy score, and Gwaimi going to even it up on the other side. Actually, goal credit goes to Xianzhu.
Yeah, and I mean, we saw there the pressure that went down on Asianator when it was a man advantage. Of course, this now going to be critical in making sure that that doesn't happen as often. And I think one Awakening pick that I want to talk about here, or sorry, gear pick, is this crossover on Cows. I'm not entirely sure I'm sold on it. Of course, one of Vice midfield's biggest weakness is that lack of mobility, which is made up by the slit kicks, by that little extra movement speed. But you're playing with a Kazan, you're playing with a Rasmus, look to kill people, and I mean, look at that. Gwaimi is going to be healed up by the now, but was already low on stagger with no dodge, and I think that's your win condition here, and oh my gosh, the power cord with a heavy impact buff is going to send Gwaimi flying.
Yeah, there's those KOs that you can so readily look for, but one off the black hole on Atlas's lab going to even things up, and it's a 2-on-2 just like that. Gwaimi now turning it into a power play for the side of Shion's shop as they push forward. Gwaimi pushing Ayla Lyra deeper into the goal, looking for the shot. Can't quite find it as Calamity going to get taken off the top. Another shooting opportunity here for Shion's shop. They do manage to land that triple take, keep Cows on the back foot, and the shot will go through. Xianzhu puts it in between the goals.
Yeah, and over the course of these two games, I'm kind of seeing how that EKC upset happened in ladder. I mean, Gwaimi is playing really disciplined, to be completely honest, really in control of the character. And whoa, a double barrier already actually coming out from a nice little kickoff for Diamond Inclusive. And Gwaimi's going to look to even it up here, though.
Absolutely here, and going to be now one goal away from taking that first set, keeping their lead going. Shion's shop doing very well up against this composition, and are able to clear it on out once again. Gwaimi going for the combo, doesn't find it, knocked aside by Calamity, and going to go down as a result. There goes that maddening descent from Calamity Queen, looking to keep the damage output onto Xianzhu, blocked away by Cows. Knocked back over to Ayla Lyra, who keeps on up the defense, will manage to clear it back out and find a KO as well of the Death Touch.
Yeah, and there we go. That's that Rasmus goalie that makes kind of this comp work, being able to secure KOs with the hook, with all the stagger damage that the Vice... Oh no! An unfortunate black hole! It's going to send it right in!
Very good stuff there, and that's going to end up with a 3-1 set for Shion's shop. They come on into set number 2, now very much in the lead. 2 more sets before they're able to claim victory in this round.
Yeah, but that being said, looking at this draft, I'm actually wondering, I mean, that twin drive makes sense. You want as much healing as possible against the composition that Diamond Inclusive have put out, but that leaves Prize Fighter for Kazan and Demolitionist for Rasmus. Size on that Rasmus goalie is crazy. It makes your primary bigger. It makes your secondary bigger. It makes you harder to strike war in the goalie line, which means that Ayla Lear's defensive capabilities are going to skyrocket with every single size awakening. And that means we also see the double size, of course, the pauldrons providing the original boost of size to that Rasmus, which means I think if 1 or 2 more size trainings finds its way to Ayla Lyra, we're going to see a lot of problems trying to get through her in these coming sets.
Absolutely here, and another KO found, a double KO found there. Cows taking another member off the map and looking for a big score here. They let Gwaimi respawn though, getting a little desynced on their pass play there, but it will go through one way or the other. Shion has their work cut out for them, and the first goal of set number 2 will go to Diamond Inclusive.
Yeah, and I mean, I'm going to go back to this Slick Kicks pickup on Cows. When you pick up Prime Time, like, even though it does reduce damage, one of the big advantages is that if you're running Siphoning Wand, you can reapply Siphoning Wand again. That's even more damage. That will make up for the 15% reduction that you're going to get. But unfortunately with the Slick Kicks means we're actually going to have an overall damage reduction coming out from the side of Cows, which I don't think is very good. And that's allowing Gwaimi to play her game. I mean, playing this Juliet so standard but so well, finding KOs where it needs to be, finding those goals where it needs to be, and things are going to be looking bad for Diamond Inclusive in this point.
That was a great passing play there, coming together from Shion's shop, going from one to the next, but Gwaimi not quite able to put it in the goal there. Going to find another KO, though, this time onto the Kazan, and Gwaimi with the dash punch will put it in the goal. Assists going to both teammates, 1-2-1 for Shion's shop in this second series.
Yeah, and some interesting, important things happen there. Unfortunately, Gwaimi getting the core flip at the very end there means that she's not going to have this Egoist proc coming in the set, which is a little bit unfortunate, but it looks like it won't matter, as Gwaimi's just going to play Juliet the way that Odyssey Interactive meant, getting in front of the enemy team's face, using hit stun wherever possible to secure those goals, and with that, we're going to have an open net again for Diamond Inclusive.
Yeah, Cows and Gwaimi brawling up there on the top side. Gwaimi keeping Cows very, very low, was looking for the KO there earlier, forced out the evade. So now the defense comes back over towards Asianator, knocked back over towards the right as Gwaimi and Shion try to put together a little bit of a play. Not quite going to find it this time, as that's going to be the evade forced out by Cows with the Supernova. Gwaimi going in for the dash punch. Can't quite put it in. And now going to have to come back on over towards the other side. Cows find themselves staggered, going to go in for the bailout there, trying to keep them alive there. Shion does manage to try to push them further and further back. And Asianator still holding down the defense. Nobody going down quite yet, but the stagger bars are low. Another KO, another power play to Shion's shop, as they push forward for one more shot. Gwaimi looking for the dash punch angle. It goes to Shion, and it goes into the bottom side. 2-1, Shion's shop.
And the reason I kind of set out like a sigh of sadness for Calamity Queen there, this is now a 0 prize fighter Kazan. It is literally a dead trading. This is literally a awakening that does nothing unless you could find the KOs. And almost found a double KO there, but unfortunately not going to find it, which means that this Kazan is going to be struggling to do anything coming into potentially the last point of the set.
Really, really good stuff there, as Shion going in to try to find that second shot and that opportunity here in set number 2. And it just goes right through. Ayla Lyra out of cooldowns, can't get to it in time. 3-1 is the set, 2-0 is the set score, and Shion's shop looking even stronger in game number 2 than in game number 1.
Yeah, and this is single elimination. This is one set away from Diamond Inclusive being sent home here in the top 48 bracket. So this is where you have to come together. This is where you focus up, laser focus, find what you need. Ayla has a little bit of a pick of the litter here between the Chrono Boost, the team player, the fighter flight. Can pick whatever she ends up choosing. And a good Deadeye pick, obviously it's not going to be Vice's Biss, but with the recent buffs to it, that range reduction needed, it actually can proc off the Supernova now, and of course not to mention the power chords, which could have procced it previously before. Going to need that extra bit of damage to make up for the prime time, and of course the heavy impacts will be assisting that as well. So importantly as well, one stack of prize fighter is now back on this Kazan, so you have one more opportunity here to find the KOs, to scale up for Calamity Queen here, and potentially start a reverse sweep.
Very, very possible as it gets knocked back down towards the bottom. Shion going to be able to find that second barrier. And Cows taking control out of the other side. There's going to be a KO found on towards the Finny. of all people, and a little bit of a power play for Diamond Inclusive to try to push forward for more. There's going to be the above and below, nearly finding it for a Calamity Queen there on that maddening descent. Not quite going to be able to push it forward, but Cow's trying to clear it back out nonetheless. Back into the hands of Calamity Queen, into the bottom corner. Beautiful shot where Asianator can't reach it.
Yeah, that was such a good dribble, making it so that Asianator just had to guess, had to take the 50-50, and when that happens, you're checkmated. You're going to be losing that goal, and that's exactly what Calamity Queen 3 did as well. And going into that as well, a good defense from Ayla Lyra as well, finding really nice primaries that hit both the core and Gwaimi, and that hit stun means that you're going to be basically taking Juliet's rulebook and applying it to her. Of course, when you're hit stunned, you can't strike, you can't use abilities, which allows you to get an easy clear. And it looks like they're going to be rewarded for that a little bit now with a 2 prize fighter, a 3 prize fighter now, Kazan going into the set.
Very, very powerful here. Calamity Queen needs to keep those stacks up, but should be so strong if they do. Goes in for the core flip, doesn't get the empowered shot, cleared back out by Ayla Lyra. Gwaimi now back onto the table, but a KO found onto her midfielder at that same moment. Asianator trying to keep up the defense, but Calamity Queen going to be able to sneak it around and get that second barrier. Now a shoot here coming on through. The Supernova not going to connect. Calamity Queen finds themselves very, very low and pushed back aside. Death touch back from Ayla Lyra to keep up the defense. Has to use that core flip as well, and it gets all the way around the map for a second point to Diamond Inclusive.
And well played by Calamity Queen there, actually using Kazan's hit stun to make sure that Asianator cannot respond to that. I mean, that seems to be kind of the moral of the story here of how good hit stun is, and making sure that you're checkmated, and making sure you're able to get through the defenses. Wow. Now you're in top 48, right? Goalies are making just less and less blunders. You're going to have to find ways to make sure that the goalie literally cannot win in order to get a lot of these points.
Yeah, and they've managed to do that here at the last possible moment, set number 3, where everything comes down to brass tacks and where you need to find a lot of wins in a row to be able to keep yourself in this game and in this series. Xianzhu clearing it back on out with a little bit of a numbers advantage, and into the bottom corner, they find themselves the score. Xianzhu with the goal credit.
Yeah, and I think that was a maddening descent, I think, from the Kazan. It looked so unfortunate. It was an absolute demon angle, and well, if you are Diamond Inclusive, you need to lock in and focus up. That is such an unfortunate goal, and for, you know, some lesser teams, that would be a backbreaker for the mental, but this team has a lot of experience. Oh no, unfortunately, Ayla Lyra is going to be picked off by Gwaimi there with a dash punch, and now things are looking bad. That's an egoist core flip on the Juliet.
And they're going to find the second barrier as well. They're going to get the KO there for the Finny, the punch in from Gwaimi, and just like that, it's 2-2. Shion's shop in 30 seconds of game time, turn it all around and are now finding themselves with a chance to win it all here.
Yeah, and Shion's shop, I mean, absolutely stellar performance from this forward duo especially. I mean, basically just doing nothing but playing the fundamentals perfectly, always finding these perfect shots, always finding these textbook plays, and that might be rewarded here. There it goes, it's in!
They just push it on through, no chance for the Diamond Inclusive squad to respond, and they just explode like they've been sleeping for the last 2 points. Shion's shop in set number 3 totally turned it around, reverse sweep the set, and will take the series.
Yeah, and I'm going to bring it, I brought it up once, I'm going to bring it up again. This is a team that beat Era's Kitten Club. This is a team that has beat one of the best teams in North America, and I think I know why now after watching this series. Gwaimi positions exactly where she needs to be to find the dash punch. Always make sure she abuses Juliet's kit to the fullest to get hit stuns on the goalie, uses the core flip punch to secure goals, uses the hit stun to disrupt any sort of answer that the side of Diamond Inclusive can do, and on top of that, Shionzu being a menace in the midfield, understanding how they're going to win this game by making sure that their team does not get KO'd all the time. And even though the execution wasn't 100% perfect, of course, there were times where Calamity Queen 3 found themselves with 3 prizefighter stacks. They kept to the game plan. They played it out. They did perfectly. And because of that, they're going to be taking this series and moving on to top 32.
On towards top 32, they will be playing up against Help in the next round as they look to push for top 16, getting into that quarterfinal. But a great win by them here and a great statement series with the quick 2-0, especially in that second game where they looked like the better team by a solid margin. That's what you want to find coming on into a tournament like this, right? You want to be able to be dominant in these earlier stages to feel confident coming into the later ones where you're going to start to face off against some of those bigger names in Omega Strikers. Speaking of those bigger names in Omega Strikers, it does look like we got a little EU versus NA show match coming up next. It is going to be the S.A.D.B.O.I.S taking on Zenith.
Ooh, and yeah, Zenith is an interesting one, right? They're playing from 130 ping, right? There have been times that they had to play on 160 ping because the way that the rules work here, it is a North American tournament, means that sometimes teams will want to be playing on Denver if they're facing a West team or a Central team, which means that just being here, I mean, playing at such a disadvantage, literally twice the ping of what many players find to be the acceptable limit before this game starts feeling a little things become a little hard. Things, it becomes hard to find strike wars. It becomes hard to find certain combos, certain dribble plays. And despite that, they know the game. I mean, this is a team that is, that makes up one of the best players here in Europe. So there's a reason that they're here. Of course, they're going to be fighting the North American Striker League champions. A bit of an opponent here in this single elimination bracket. In S.A.D.B.O.I.S, of course, Vaughn, Bells, and You Already Lose. Staple household names, essentially, for anyone who keeps up with the North American competitive Omega Strikers scene. So they're going to have to play extremely well if they want any chance to move on farther here in the day.
Yeah, no, and to put on my serious face here for a moment, yeah, a whole bunch of factors stacked up against these guys. Playing on the super high ping, playing up against the NASL champs, these guys are going to be, trying their hardest, I think, in this kind of cross-regional matchup. Definitely looking to take whatever props they can, and it is going to be a serious uphill battle for Zenith. But now to take that serious face back off, this is an even hands NA versus EU matchup. This decides what region is better. I'm all here for it, and I'm rooting for NA all the way.
Yeah, absolutely. No external factors here at play. This is just nothing but skill between these two things. Absolutely nothing else at all. And I think that, as someone who lives on the North American continent, I have a little bit of a team to root for here. It's going to be the easy route. It's going to be easy to be a fan of S.A.D.B.O.I.S. Of course, this team.
Oh yeah.
Like I said, being so dominant, being such a staple team, has been here since beta, has seen so many people, has seen so many wonderful, amazing, just absolutely crazy players on this team. And of course, Vaughn, the midfielder, the kind of the lead, the face of this team as well, being kind of a perennial rank 1 on the leaderboard. This guy, he's really good at the game. This guy is always pushing the meta, always finding new picks. And I mean, recently we see this even took a trip to the South American server to try out Juno Goalie, which is a thing that has been longly kind of shoved into the corner of off meta here in North America. I'm not sure if we'll see it come out in this game. I don't know. Anything could happen. But as we are loading in the game, Bells as well, kind of the number 1 forward in season 2 of the North American Strikers League, is pretty much the face of Juliet nowadays. Even still, knowing so many things about the character, finding so many creative dribbles. I think that's kind of his signature, finding so many ways to mix up in front of the net. And I think it's going to be a treat to watch, especially when we just saw Guaymi in the Juliet, which was the standard, I'm going to play to my win condition. I'm going to make sure that I always win these engagements. I'm going to make sure that I direct my team to find me in those perfect situations where I can't lose. Bells is a little bit on the other side, where he could still do all of that. He could still play to Juliet's win conditions just fine and rely on those, especially against a tougher team. But this guy has such a crazy 1v1 potential with the way he uses his abilities in front of the net to dribble, that he could find goals out of nothing, just absolutely scoring magic, essentially. So I'm always excited. And of course, we can't talk about S.A.D.B.O.I.S without talking about You Already Lose in the net. Basically, one of the players that way back at launch, when a lot of people thought Dubu was a bad goalie, kind of brought Dubu back into the meta using the momentum boots, making people realize how strong of a gear that was. And it's still something that he plays to this day. Of course, has a lot of other famous picks as well, especially the Aimi. Whenever S.A.D.B.O.I.S needs that aggressive goalie, the Aimi is going to be there with that eject button to play that third forward. So we'll see what S.A.D.B.O.I.S bring out, but they can bring out so much. I mean, again, this is the best team in North America for a reason. They just have so many tools in their toolkit.
Yeah, they really do. And I'm really curious to see what the European team is going to be able to bring on out here for Zenith. You know, this is a squad that you and I don't get to see too much of. Brickbat playing in the time zone that we play in, and watching the tournaments and casting the tournaments that we watch and cast means we don't get too much exposure to these players. I'm told that they're one of the better European squads here, and that they're going to be doing their best despite the ping disadvantages. And I'm very curious to see what they're going to be able to pull out here, right? We're isolated enough. We don't get enough cross-regional competition that it does allow for these kinds of variances in what we prioritize of what people play in between the regions. You just talked about how, Vaughn took his trip to South America to where they think differently about Juno Goalie. I would think that there's maybe nothing quite so explicit with European Omega Strikers, but there's definitely some room for us to prioritize picks differently and see the game differently. So it'll be very cool to see those two styles clash up against each other right here, right now.
Yeah, absolutely. And I do know a little bit about the squad. Of course, I'm not intimately familiar. Rekost is one of the Kai forwards that kind of weathered the storm of Kai forward back when, around the time of maybe a few months after launch, where Kai had a very low stagger. I mean, basically tied up to be the lowest stagger in the game. Should that buff be reverted, essentially. Where Kai forward was really easy to kill, but this is one of the Kai forwards. Our kind of NA equivalent would be would be Vaughn a little bit, who kind of piloted Kai throughout that time. Of course, being that famous Oni Village pick in CECC that kind of defined the picks of that map for a little bit. But Flopdwop as well, another kind of Kai forward that played Kai forward throughout the dark ages of Kai forward. So maybe that's something we'll see. Venom Yami as well, as far as I know, is an amazing Luna player. I believe his signature pick, and something kind of one of the players to kind of start really saying, Bomba, whenever they drop the Crater Maker. So we'll see if we see these picks coming into this game, of course. And kind of for farther context, I think all 6 players here are pretty familiar with each other. They're friends. They talk to each other about Omega Strikers, about picks and strategies, and all of that. So there's a little bit, despite the NAE rivalry that we're about to see, there is a little bit of cross-contamination there from their philosophies of Omega Strikers, from the way that they think about the game. So I'm interested to see what they'll pick. I'm interested to see what both teams will bring to this table coming in this series.
Yeah, absolutely. Definitely some friendship in there. I saw Vaughn in chat earlier saying that, he's got a lot of respect for the European counterparts here, wishes that they could get to play against each other more often, and, preferably on LAN. Maybe somewhere where that ping excuse wouldn't exist. But swapping back again, there is no ping excuse. This is going to determine who the best team is right here, right now. No other excuses to be coming on through.
Absolutely. Zero excuses. Taking a look at that top left to see the server selection, but, we don't see that here as the North American casters.
No.
And it looks like we're going to Amy's app, actually. This is not a map that we've seen a lot on stream, and for good reason as well. If your midfielder or forward does not play Rasmus, you lose a ban. You essentially have to give up the ban, because you have to ban away this character. And if you're not, even if you have a Rasmus, if you're not comfortable against the enemy team's Rasmus, if you feel like you're not going to diff them, essentially, in the mirror, then you're going to have some problems going to the game. I mean, this character on this map, I think, is the highest KO count in a single game. I think Fudgy Waffles did it in his game against Chatting, which was something like 28 KOs on the hooks. I mean, absolutely absurd, insane. And on the right side, actually, we see the standard composition on Amy's app. Rasmus in the midfield, Juliet forward, both of these characters with the ability to jump scare KO you, and also KO you from different orientations. Of course, Rasmus when you're in opposite lanes, Juliet when you're in the same lanes, which means if you position properly, it's just going to be so hard to find any purchase against this forward duo.
Yeah, very interesting that we got to see the Juno ban come on across there as well, maybe trying to deny some of the lessons learned from our friends down to the south up against this North American squad. As Vaughn looking to take control up onto the top side early on, bringing out the Luna forward. It's a little bit of a special from him here to see how they're going to be able to perform on this Ivy's app. Looking in for those early boost plays. Not quite going to find their way out of the court, but there's going to be Ricoste taken off very early. Coast now going to be off the map for quite a bit of time, and a power play opportunity for Bells and Vaughn. Got to expect them to take full advantage here, but Vaughn going to go off the bottom, going to trade his life for that barrier. You already lose, coming out past midfield, though, to try to make the score happen. There's the double KO found by Fang, and now just 1 versus 3 here. You already lose, has to buy all the time that they can in the world, and they've kept up the barrier even. They clear it back out again. You already lose is a sniper with these aiming abilities. Will finally end up losing out on the barrier, but the dodge away from Bells to avoid going on down to the pit in the center going to be huge as Vaughn passes it back up, but nobody going to quite be able to find the mark again. Vaughn misses the boost and is losing out on some KO potential, but Bells will put it in the goal either way.
Yeah, and I think a story can be told if we hit tab for just a second and see the gear choices for both teams. A check button on both goalies and double pummelers for both forwards. If a story can be told with gear awakenings or gear selection, it's going to be that both teams are going to look to play incredibly aggressive. You want 3 forwards from both teams. You want to KO as many people as you can with the double pummelers, and I think we're going to be in for a treat if you like to see heavy KO maps essentially.
Yeah, definitely agree with you there. There's a lot of KO opportunities here. Vaughn going in for the big shot. Cross map, doesn't find it, but doesn't need to. KO onto the bottom, shot to the top corner, and a 2-0 lead for the S.A.D.B.O.I.S in set number 1.
Yeah, and I mean, I'm going to talk about the beginning awakenings a little bit as well. Twin drive selection, obviously really good on eject button Kai, really good on eject button Aimi, because the eject button basically makes you play around your secondary, which is where twin drive becomes very useful. But we see a Deadeye here on the Luna for Vaughn. Literally, this character's make or break, like not or break, because there's a lot of ways that Luna can also find damage, but make awakening. In this single awakening, this character really comes alive. So we're also going to see a twin drive as well from Venayami compared to the Deadeye. Deadeye not super great on Rasmus typically, but on Amy's app where you're looking for long range hooks, it's going to be really killer.
Absolutely there. Vaughn going for something a little bit cute on towards the enemy goal box. Doesn't end up finding it, gets KO, but now finding a counter KO onto the other side. There's going to be that crater to open on up the goal. The double KO for Bells. Passed down all 3 members of the S.A.D.B.O.I.S looking for a shot, and they will find it. 3-0 set number 1 to the S.A.D.B.O.I.S.
Yeah, and that's a bloody set, essentially. I mean, this is set 1 right before any scaling has happened, and we've seen like 8 KOs already.
There's going to be a lot of KOs.
It's going to look even worse. Knife's Edge, an absolutely insane pickup specifically on this map because that speed procs on the center. And when you are playing this map, you are almost always in range to that quote-unquote, the arena edges where you get that extra move speed and power. So this is essentially just another free pummeler's buff, essentially. Of course, another big pickup is that Spark of Strength and Monumentalist for the Rasmus, which means you're going to be yoinking from farther away. Of course, the key plan for Rasmus on this map. And to round out the draft as well, I think this Super Surge from Feng is going to be very helpful. It was a deny away from the Aimi, which is considered kind of her best in slot awakening. But, as I say, I mean, that's a 9-minute goal with a KO as well. We were being served a little bit of a treat here from the side of S.A.D.B.O.I.S.
There we go. Going to be another goal for the S.A.D.B.O.I.S. They have been unrelenting so far in this game, number 1, and looking pretty good with it so far. Vaughn just continues taking control in the midfield, going to push it up forward. The evasive from Fang not quite going to be able to find their way on towards the defense, and the pendulum swing from Bells will push it forward 2-0 to the S.A.D.B.O.I.S.
Yeah, and you know what? If you're a North American fan, feast your eyes upon it. There are no advantages here. Smile.
Not at all.
Yeah, it looks like S.A.D.B.O.I.S is currently playing really well, and already another KO from the Crater Maker. Looks like it's going to be Venayami being victim to his own little bomba there.
Yeah, it's NRGG2 round 2, baby. This is looking fantastic here for the S.A.D.B.O.I.S so far. Although losing a member towards the center, Vaughn missing the boost shot, an opportunity here for Zenith, but it's gonna get shut down instantly. You already lose. Rockets it across the map, and Fang can't respond in time.
were this match in a different location, Fake might have hit that barrage to be able
Oh,
to save it.
perhaps,
Perhaps.
but
That's just speculation, really, just
it is.
hearsay.
You know, we can't put any weight into that kind of analysis, Rick, because we don't know.
Yeah, honestly, I think it's a play better win, more angle from our European friends here, as Vaughn is not going to find a specialized training, but is going to find that hot shot instead. But importantly, this prize fighter, which again, anything that makes your pulls go farther is something that is best in slot for the Rasmus here. And of course, that means that there's going to be a snowball potential here from the side of Bell, is already going to add even more KO pressure to what we've seen so far. Not to mention, of course, the Knife's Edge Deadeye Luna also being a little bit of damage support here for the side of S.A.D.B.O.I.S.
Yeah, definitely helping them out as they find the KO. Bells with a death touch spells death for Zenith. Another KO comes through. 4 KO streak for Vaughn, and 7 goals in a row for the S.A.D.B.O.I.S here. Zenith getting shut out in game number 1.
Yeah, and I mean, Castellas Supersurge Twin Drive, this is something where if Fang was allowed to play his game, would be really, really powerful, being able to be a third forward. But I mean, he's just had to spend his entire time on defense. I mean, look what's happening to his midfield and forward right now. He's never able to play to the advantages of that Kai goalie with a eject button.
Yeah, and you know, they found the KOs, they just haven't been able to convert them into the goals. You already lose has been locked out. Oh, nearly the own goal, Vaughn! Making it a little questionable there, nearly closing out the shutout opportunity right then and there, but you already lose, able to get back to it in time, able to buy the time, able to find the KO, the double KO. Everybody taken off the map for Zenith as the recovery from S.A.D.B.O.I.S is looking to close out an 8th goal in a row.
It's brutal. I mean, I'm getting deja vu. I mean, a deja vu with one person left on the court for the side of Zenith versus all 3 members of S.A.D.B.O.I.S standing in the enemy goal net. I think I've seen this like 4 or 5 times so far this game.
Oh, and you're going to see it some more here, Brickbat. Well, yeah. Maybe not too much more. You got at most one more opportunity, as there's going to be the counter KO found there by Ricoste. Now a 2-on-2 on the map. You already lose. Throwing out some of those glitch pops, just trying to dissuade any aggressive attempts from Ricoste. Pushes it back out over towards Bells. There's the barrier found. Vaughn now back out on the map. Throws down the crater, doesn't manage anybody, but there's the boost into the goal. Vaughn finally lands the header, pushes it forward. A 9-0 knockout here for the S.A.D.B.O.I.S in round number 1.
Yeah, it was a bit of a lockout. It was a bit of a strong game from the side of S.A.D.B.O.I.S. Of course, again, the best team in North America right now for a reason. I mean, 12 KOs, 8 KOs going to Vaughn's name. Bell's, of course, finding a lot of critical pulls as well. That being said, I mean, 6 KOs to the side of our EU friends. I think that's nothing to laugh at as well, considering just how dominant the S.A.D.B.O.I.S looked at the end of every single point. Of course, I mean, a damage check, 18k. Damage from Vaughn on the Luna in an 8-minute game. That is if I'm doing the math, that more than 2,000 damage per minute, right? Per point. And that's including the minutes spent in draft, right? That's including the total game time. So there was just so much damage coming out from this Deadeye Luna start. I think from the get-go, it was going to be incredibly hard for the side of Zenith, for Fang, Ricoste, and Venom Yami. And I mean, we just saw the effects of that. It was the Luna show with a little bit of Aimee and Rasmus support there. I mean, that's textbook damage, basically.
Oh yeah, it was quite the show here from the S.A.D.B.O.I.S. Let's see what can be done to slow things down for the side of Zenith, or maybe even speed them up, whatever they feel like they need to do to be able to come back up against the NA squad in game at number 2. We are going to Night Market. We are already in queue to find out what they're going to be able to do to try to even up the odds a little bit, but looking like the S.A.D.B.O.I.S are off to quite a hot start here and are trying to complete the full series sweep if they could. Surely going to try to see an attempt to stop that here from Zenith.
Oh, and we are in Night Market, which means that we are going to see, interesting enough, a European team actually was the one to come up with the Era Goalie Double Brawler composition. That composition has been yoinked over to North America, where it has run dominant. This is basically a mandatory requirement to have if you're a team that does not ban out Night Market. Not having this composition on lock and able to be played is such a big disadvantage. As I mean, yeah, this is exactly the comp you want to see. Era goalie, X midfield, Juliet forward, where you just use the X Era combo, which was really strong before as a forward duo. You just want to do that now in the midfield. And it looks like, yeah, we are going to see the same composition come out from our friends across the pond. So we'll see what happens here, as it looks like we have a heavy impacts fight or flight start here in this game.
Yep, so going to be the mirror comps coming out across again, proving that this is going to be a true test of skill, no luck involved, no other factors influencing. And so both teams come on out swinging here. Vaughn getting a nice double bull rush for some of that early damage output and going to find that early KO for Bells.
Yeah, and actually, interesting choice of awakenings here. I think that could be talked about really quickly. We see double slit kicks come out. This is what I normally actually see when I see the composition. When you have a double brawler, you're going to have a little bit of lack of mobility, but you have more than enough damage, more than enough KO pressure. So typically I see a lot of teams run that double slit kicks here, but Bells instead opting in to the pummelers, trying to find that extra KO potential, and ooh, a really nice dribble into a striker win against Fang means that Bells is going to sink in the first goal of this game.
Yep, that's classic Bells right there, just chasing the core on down, baiting Fang into thinking that the shot is coming in towards the bottom, shoots it back up towards the top instead, going to be able to find that early goal here. You already lose. Nice defense there, manages to avoid losing out on towards that goal barrier. And now that's 10 goals in a row for those keeping track for the S.A.D.B.O.I.S here in this matchup. Looking incredibly strong here up against the European counterparts. Now going to be seeing if they can keep that streak alive. Losing a barrier here as Ricost and Venom Yami looking to try to push it on towards the other side. But there's another one from You Already Lose, bouncing it down the entire length of the field for another score.
Yeah, and I think You Already Lose is taking advantage of what is a bad goalie habit that a lot of goalies have. Especially in a map that has lanes. We saw a previous map with Imizap where it happened again for 1 point as well. We're seeing it again in Night Market, which is the de facto lanes map. Goalies like to hover in the lane where the core is currently, and if you've got core flip as goalie and you know the angle and can reliably reproduce that, you could sneak a lot of goals. You could steal a lot of goals essentially by just hitting it on the other lane, because the core will go so fast the goalie can't run over to catch it in time, and that'll allow you to steal the goal, which is what we just saw there essentially for that second point in the game.
Yeah, absolutely. Here is Bells now pushing it on in, going to be able to find one of those barriers. Knocked back away by You Already Lose. Ricost with a little bit of a breakaway. Not able to land the Fire Flurry on towards the core to be able to push it in towards that second barrier. Vaughn gets shrunk down by Fang, and Fang using that Flutterfly movement speed boost to clear back on out towards the top side. But in these brawls, it's been favoring the S.A.D.B.O.I.S every time. Staggered is Ricost. Taken down is Ricost by Bells. And with the power play now available, what can they take control of? Both Vaughn and Yami going to find themselves staggered, and now going to be able to find that goal barrier. Vaughn finishes on off with the win in that brawl and puts it into the goal. Another 3-0 set. Call that 12-0 so far for the S.A.D.B.O.I.S.
Yeah, I mean, it's a dominant performance. It's S.A.D.B.O.I.S lockout, playing these compositions so well, playing exactly to what they need to do, doing no more. And just essentially showing us what the top, ironically, the zenith of Omega Strikers looks like, as we do see some interesting pickups. Actually, so much size in this Awakening draft here. It looks like Venom Yami did get that quick strikes, but Vaughn is going to get Super Surge as well, which is extra damage. And with the nerfs to quick strikes that happened a while back, I think these are kind of an even pickup here. But I think the big one, the interesting one to look at here, is the Among Titans pick. And I know that S.A.D.B.O.I.S values Among Titans more than other teams currently. A lot of teams think that you should never pick this unless you have size yourself, but S.A.D.B.O.I.S have a different philosophy. They think that this is an Awakening you always need to pick if you are not a brawler character. If you are a character that does not rely on size, they think that you should just basically pick it over every other Awakening in the game, even a character's specific misses. And we're seeing why. I mean, this extra size this extra kind of pressure coming out from the double brawler composition of S.A.D.B.O.I.S is already showing the effects here. I mean, how do you win a strike war when you've got a size advantage?
Yeah, whether it's universally applicable or not is its own question, but surely with double brawler, that's where it's best, right? If you can pick it up on this kind of supportive character and get that size both into Vaughn and Bells, very happy to take that here are the S.A.D.B.O.I.S, and they are going to be rocking it coming into this next set. Looking for the goal here. Bells times it perfectly. KO score, stuff, everything comes up for Bells.
Yeah, I mean, and that's honestly a little bit of size at play. Keep in mind, Era has no melee abilities, which means that none of her abilities actually scale with size, whereas the Bell Ringer, Flying Phoenix, Flame Flurry are all things that scale with the size of Juliet. So you're simply just getting more value, which I think is the reason that they believe that it's just so good on this composition, but in general as well, right? You gain more value than you lose. Of course, having your goalie at a disadvantage for strike wars can mean a big difference, but if that never happens, which, you know, it hasn't so far really this game, it doesn't even matter.
Yeah, and there was a really great scoring opportunity there for Ricoste. Had that Flame Flurry up and channeling right in the goalie's face, but you already lose, able to core flip it back away, deny the score from coming on through. Now the KOs are coming on across for Bells and Vaughn, and they're looking to close out this round. Still, though, being able to be cleared back away, the power play not actually mattering too much. Vaughn taking a big burst of damage there from Ricoste despite the level disadvantage. And now Venom Yami coming on out looking for another scoring opportunity. Pushed back away by that Magical Maelstrom. Bells now with a little bit of a breakaway, goes in for the dash punch. Rockets back over towards You Already Lose, knocked aside by the Bewitching Beam as Vaughn gets it back into Bells' hands. Immunes through the Magical Maelstrom, knocks it into the goal. 2-0 for the S.A.D.B.O.I.S yet again.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, I think instead of having the bet of who would win, I think a more appropriate bet.
Can they score?
Yeah, can they score? And you know what? I'm rooting for our friends across the pond here. I want to see one goal come out from the side of Zenith here. I think it's possible. It's been certainly close in a lot of situations, but I mean, that's one goalie barrier down. You know, good for them. Maybe they can make it 2 here. And oh no, a double shrink has come out into the core. Oh, okay,
great stuff there from Ricoste, and this might just be their chance. They still have some resources available. Fang with the core flip available. Venom Yami has one coming on up as well here before too long. Knocked forward, core flip, stuffed by Vaughn. He does not let those go through. And it will continue on here with a chance for the S.A.D.B.O.I.S just to close out the set. A KO found by You Already Lose. Venom Yami taken incredibly low. A KO for Bells. An open opportunity for the goal. Venom Yami has to flip it back away, but Vaughn is just waiting for the pass to push it on through, and Bells will take the set for the S.A.D.B.O.I.S.
I think that's 15 goals in a row for the side of S.A.D.B.O.I.S. Actually, Venom Yami, I know what he was going for. He was trying to get one of those demon goalie angles that You Already Lose had pulled off earlier, getting it through the speed lane. Unfortunately, it was like a pixel off, and that will cost his team the set there with no goals found. That being said, Prize Fighter is out for Bells, and the Castellas, which it cannot be denied from Bells, falls to Fang. Of course, a specialized training on pick on X is always going to be destructive no matter the state of the game, but if the side of Zenith want to claw their way back, get a goal and not be completely shut out, I think this Castellas will be helpful for making sure that they win some of those midfield engagements in this double brawler matchup.
Yeah, definitely, and I mean, the first step of coming back would be to score a goal. So we'll have to see if they're going to be able to pull that one off. They'd certainly like to avoid the full series shutout, but Bells is not slowing down. Bells now on that KO streak. You Already Lose playing up at midfield, does not fear any pressure coming in with the numbers disadvantage. Vaughn nearly rockets in for the score, can't quite find it that time, as Yami now pushing back onto the bottom, but losing their entire stagger bar in the process. They only get themselves one barrier for the troubles. Immune through from Bells with the elusive pass up to Vaughn, down to Bells, into the goal. In another one for those S.A.D.B.O.I.S.
Yeah, and good intuition from Fang, recognizing that the punch was going to happen, so evading so that he won't get hit stunned and is able to hit the strike properly, but it just doesn't matter. The passing plays between the two members of S.A.D.B.O.I.S, the two forwards of S.A.D.B.O.I.S, are just too clean. It's so hard to surmount for the side of Zenith.
All right, pushing it on in, finding both barriers once again. You already lose. Goes in for the flip, stuffed back away by Yami. They push it up towards Rakost, trying to put together their forward duo and get a scoring opportunity, but knocked past them by Bells again. 2-0. The S.A.D.B.O.I.S 1 goal away from the complete 18-0 sweep in the series.
You know what, Zenith, try your best coming into this final. Sorry, potentially final.
Oh boy!
Wow.
Oh boy! Oh no! All right.
That's much.
Well, 2 members can try their best. One is in the respawn chamber for now. Cleared back out by Yami. No barrier found yet. Vaughn receiving up on the top side. Respawn for Fang, who goes in with the Bewitching Beam, loses their second barrier. Bells is there. Bells has the flip. Bells doesn't even need it. 3-0. Let's hear it in the chat, NA fans. Star Stripes and Maple Leaves out. And S.A.D.B.O.I.S will take it 18-0.
Yeah, obviously a clean shutout by the S.A.D.B.O.I.S. I mean, they're the best team in North America. They know how to play their compositions. They did it to its basically highest extent that we've seen so far in Omega Strikers. And I know that the side of S.A.D.B.O.I.S has deep respect. They were not going to hold any punches for the side of Zenith, and no punches were absolutely held. I mean, you know, concussive blow after concussive blow, to be completely honest, was sent out by the S.A.D.B.O.I.S there, and with that, they are going to complete a complete series shutout, an 18-0 matchup in this series here. And, you know, props to them. They're going to be moving on to bracket. It's I think this team is really obviously projected to at least make, you know, to make it out of the day, would probably be in the top 3 pretty easily. It's really only in the top 3 where this team is ever truly, like, really on, like, oh, is it actually, are they going to win, you know, in the 50-50s, the 60-40s of odds of who's going to win. So it's no surprise to see them sweep their way through this stage of the tournament as they move on to, I believe, the top 16 left in the tournament, which means that we've cut down, you know, 123 teams entered. We are now down to 100 below that, right? 16 teams left now in this competition, trying to fight their way, trying to make it into that top 6, which brings them on to day 3 next week. So we'll see what teams will be making their way through the bracket as we get on in the day.
Yeah, absolutely. Huge props to Zenith for coming on out to play today on that ping disadvantage. Going to be bowing on out with a top 32 finish, which, given that disadvantage, that's nothing to scoff at. Should be pretty happy with that result here. And also, you know, who knows? Could have been top 16, could have been top 8, maybe something even, if it wasn't the S.A.D.B.O.I.S, right? I mean, that's the toughest opponent you could probably draw by most folks' opinions. Yeah, we'll be moving on to top 16. We will continue on the coverage here, but I think that's going to do it for our section here, Brickbat. So we will determine, do we know who the next matchup is going to be? It looks like it's going to be Bun Bun Bonanza, Oshino Core Flip.
Yeah, and that's an exciting series to always watch. It's going to be a bit of a forecast for what we're going to see in the North American Strikers League, both of these teams being within that prestigious league, being a top 10 team here. So, of course, now that we're down to 16, of course, we're going to be seeing appearances of the top 10, as any win at this point solidifies you as one of the Gorn teams, the greatest of right this moment, or right now, as of this tournament. So we're going to be looking to see which North American Strikers League team advances and which goes home coming up. But I believe for now, we're going to be taking it over to a little special guest appearance from Ratman Rob, I believe, as we're going to be going into our caster break here. But any parting words from you, Gordo, before we bow out for the day?
Fun to be here on the Odyssey stream. Thanks for having me on. I will be back next Saturday for our final rounds of this same tournament. But that's going to do it for me and Brickbat today. You guys take it easy, and we'll see you next time.
Season's greetings, everyone! I'm Ratman Rob, video editor for the competitive Omega Strikers Discord and dear friend of the big hamster himself, Dubu. Don't believe me? Here's a video of us rolling past the new Juno plush. Dubu asked me to keep you all entertained while our staff take a much-deserved hot cocoa break. I made some videos you guys can watch. Our first video is a fun game of Omeparty featuring the Sundubu Strikers. They're a pro team who play in the North American Strikers League, or NASL for short. The league is the highest level of competition in all of Omega Strikers.
Four flip, beautifully played.
Let's see if their game skills translate well to trivia.
How do you do an intro for this? I have nothing prepared.
What's up, Fortnite gamers?
What's up, Fortnite gamers?
What's up, strikers?
Welcome to Jeopardy. If you don't get enough points, you're banned from
Okay,
NASL. All right. Welcome to Jeopardy. I don't even gotta explain the rules. Everyone knows the rules. Jeopardy. Answer in the
You
form
tell me
of
how
a
to play.
question. Jeopardy. I'm with Dubu Strikers.
Yeah.
What's a wake
Yoshi, new
emoji?
coach.
I'm
All right,
Coach-
so we'll
I'm
get there.
Dubu
We'll
Coach.
we'll get there.
We'll get
Hold,
there. Yeah,
hold
slow
your
down, big man.
horses.
What are the categories?
All right.
And it's
All right,
over.
Ratman Rob, censor that. Sure. All right, we're playing Jeopardy. Remember that, guys? We're playing Jeopardy.
Hooray!
All right. There's 5 categories,
Unison.
5 questions on each one. It gets progressively more difficult as it goes. I'll give
I have a
quick.
question.
You're muted. Let me finish. How about you let me
No.
finish talking, and then you can ask your question.
I
Have
also have a question.
All right, hey Josh, what's your question?
No.
All right. 5 categories. Awake emoji is going to be a line of emojis, and when you pick, and there's gonna be a line of emojis, and there's gonna mean. What are you laughing about? There was no joke.
It's a funny
It's just gonna be a nerd emoji. We're gonna say
It's gonna be a bunch of emojis. It's gonna be an awakening, or
Yeah, I
gear,
get it, I
or
get
something
it.
like that, and that's gonna be what it is.
Oh, so it could mean gear, guys.
Yeah, if it was like 1-2 and then a
Write that
fist,
down.
it'd be like 1-2 punch.
Yeah, exactly.
right.
I think that was actually one of them, but then I changed it because it was too easy. But that's
Yeah.
a perfect example. The go is just going to be a very zoomed in logo, and you have to tell me what the logo is.
Like a logo of like what?
Of
Soon to be
like,
striker.
of
Like
like,
an NASL team?
yeah,
Yeah.
like sure, like.
Okay.
Yo, this is
Guys,
not fair. This Ian
Yeah,
guy
I've-
has zoomed
I've
in on
looked-
everything.
Yeah, it's
so
kinda
long
I've looked
cheating.
at-
Yeah,
I
well,
had most of these logos pretty closely, I
You
think.
made them all.
Yoshi's
hey.
got to be able to win something, okay?
You
Like-
made like
Hey, you
14
gotta go.
bucks off of it.
I made some pennies.
Or
Okay,
history.
what's history?
It's NASL history. All of it's gonna be post launch, so no ancient history in there.
Well,
Quotes.
there's no
Quotes is
pre-launch
pretty
NASL.
self-explanatory. You gotta say who
It
said
was
the
just
quote.
simple
You gotta say who
geometry.
said the quote.
Ooh, I like that.
Who's X?
Who
Big
is
mode.
X?
That's when you
And,
go
and
big
that's
mode.
and that's when you go big mode. I see, like everyone knew it except 3Z because I was gonna say like it's when you go big mode.
Okay.
But
Bad.
yeah, we got it. So
No, we
that
don't
covers
know big mode.
Are
everything.
these quotes? Are these character quotes or like Brandon
I thought
chatting
they're
quotes?
quotes. They're quotes.
Okay,
they-
you suck.
Thanks,
Hate
Fudgy.
you.
Ian,
Yeah, thanks.
hey, start early on. If you want to start easy, I recommend starting 100 and then getting down to more difficult ones so you can understand the category a little bit more. That's what they tell the Jeopardy contestants before they go onto the show. Fun fact.
Right, they also tell the Jeopardy contestants what the categories are.
I just did.
It's
I
alright.
I like you the most, so you get to pick first. Where are we going?
Thank you. Let's go Lagogo for 300.
All right.
Shocker.
So what's gonna happen is I'm gonna click it.
Whoa.
You're gonna see an image, and then I'm not gonna say anything. This is gonna be unlocked, and then you'll be able to buzz in.
Alright.
Alright. Ready your buzzers.
My buzzer is. Wait, nobody buzzed in.
Alright.
Ian
Demon's
buzz.
Raw.
Oh, it's correct. It's the Demon's Raw logo. It's zoomed in.
Yeah, seriously.
No, what do you
Give
say?
me Lagogo for 200.
Oh, huge.
Surprising.
I'm hungry.
They're easy.
Shid.
What is Bon Bon Bonanza?
No.
What is wrong with you?
Gramella, you
What's E's for?
Oh my god.
Oh, that's a goat.
correct.
I thought it was
Wait,
an angry
ain't-
bunny.
Ain't no way.
I'll take 200.
I thought that bunny was
I'm-
really angry.
Honestly, you lose more points because that's the Go-To Sports logo. Like, that's crazy.
No way. Yo, bring me back
Nah.
up to 200 now.
Alright, let's get this.
Whoa, whoa,
Go,
whoa.
go.
Hey, keep talking, man. Keep talking.
Yo.
Help.
help. I'll leave you at
There we
200, but I could, but don't be, hey.
All right.
You get one warning. Everyone gets one. Where are we going, Ian? Why not Ian? Where we going,
Yeah,
Josh?
don't walk away.
Go for 400.
Right. Josh
Yes.
Carmella Styles.
What is Bud Bonanza?
No.
Wow.
It's
the,
a
No.
sweep. Oh, the Go-Go
What?
for 500.
the go-go for
Oh, yeah.
500.
I hate you, Fudgy Waffles.
We have 10 seconds, guys. Nothing's on the clock. If no one buzzes in, I'm just gonna have to give it to no one.
That
So
sounds
3
great to me.
seconds. 3 seconds,
suck.
guys. You have one chance. Oh, Gramella.
Oh, buzzer beater.
What is the Dubu Strikers?
So unfortunate, but that's
Oh, close.
the answer. However, it was T1.
See, this is why I'm real. This is why I'm real, because I buzzed in for that.
It's
Yeah, I didn't.
clearly T1.
Yeah.
It's the red part.
Wait, that.
I
that is-
remember last time I played
Well, Mepperdy.
with Fudgy is when I started disliking it. Alright, Go 100.
I thought you said it was the like, okay. We'll go 100.
Guys, this one's really hard.
All right, 3Z. I think you can do this one. I believe in you.
What is these Dubu Strikers?
Wow.
Yeah, who's that guy?
Oh,
Who are
yeah.
they?
It's Dubu.
That did Dubu.
Alright, 3Z. Take us to big mode.
Take me to big mode for 100.
Oh
Oh,
yeah.
yeah.
You might be catching some of these on a Friday.
I don't think you're allowed to say that.
What?
That
what-
one. Don't talk to me.
That's what they're called.
You're
It's
future.
unlocked because I finished talking. By the way, Josh.
Yeah, big fish.
Yeah, in the form of a question, please.
What is a big fish?
Nice.
What?
Oh, I still don't get the category.
I
Big
get
Go
it.
big
mode.
mode.
It's when you
What
go
is
big
big
mode.
mode? Okay.
Yeah,
I mean,
big
I'm-
mode. Get this
my
silly,
bad.
I think.
I'm feeling a little silly today. I'm feeling like there's.
Alright, big mode.
No, actually, I
200.
got it.
Something you might shout after cracking an egg with your biceps. Oh. Oh, Ian.
What is built different?
Correct. Correct.
What?
Hey, nowhere's
I'm
now.
going big mode.
Nowhere's now.
Yeah,
That's
there's
all
no.
I can say. Nowhere's now.
My
We're
bad.
going, Ian.
Hey, big mode 300. What's this guy doing here? Oh!
Ian.
What is demolitionist? Oh, he's so good at what he does. Big mode 400.
The only strikers that are able to increase the size of themselves and or allies.
You're
Ian.
outdated. What is era?
Is that it? Oh.
Oh, what is era?
You are-
Mako?
That's not what the answer we were looking for. Gramella Styles. You have
Oh, I
buzzed
didn't
in
realize you
next.
could buzz during someone else's answer. Whoops.
Who are Era X, and if this is updated, it would be Mako.
Correct.
My bad. I forgot big man.
I like how you said I was wrong too, which is crazy. Yeah, you think I
I
wouldn't
said you were
update this?
outdated because I.
Because
I
you
thought
assumed
I
that
was-
I was not prepared. You
No,
thought you
I-
were better than me.
I didn't read the question, and I thought it was
And-
only one striker.
And you're not.
This is insane.
You should have read
I
it.
just fried Ian alive.
Yeah, he really did.
All right,
Okay,
we're going,
yeah.
Josh.
I mean, you know where we're going. Quotes 100.
Oh yeah. Fudgy angle. Oh, they're easy.
Who's the stupidest idiot of all the stupid idiots?
Oh,
yeah.
that's not what we were looking for.
Fudgy
That's
Waffles.
not-
Give me
no,
that point
you-
now. Give me that
no,
point.
no, I don't think so. I
Give me
don't.
the
I don't think you're
points.
getting that point. Anyone else want to
No.
buzz? Anyone else
Give me
want
the
to buzz?
points. No.
Are you looking for
Tell me-
any
give me
other?
the
Oh,
points.
Josh.
Wait.
Let's see.
Give me the points.
Josh.
Give me the points.
Josh. Hey, hey, you're getting muted. All right. Josh, your turn to answer.
Who is the stupidest idiot of all idiots?
No. No. Anyone else? Ian.
Guys, I think I figured this one out.
I
Who's the stupidest? idiot
already,
of all
I already
idiots?
subtract your points. No, the answer is literally everyone because everyone calls it the fudge angle, and you can't really like bring it back to one certain
Oh,
point.
so we were right. Hey, up top, gang.
Well, I guess we're going to Big Mode
That's
500.
stupid. You love
Alright.
this guy.
Big Mode 500. Video game publisher founded by YouTuber Video Game Donkey. Ian.
What is big mode?
Correct.
Whoa.
Oh, it's when you go big mode.
It's when you go big mode.
Can we get
Bad.
our sponsor saying what their
I'm
logo
surprised
is?
You didn't have pauldrons on any of them.
Nope.
That's big mode. That's the biggest mode.
Bet you were expecting that. See, that would have been too obvious.
My bad. It's not like you had built different Big Fish and Demolition on Demolibabim on there.
How about you make your own 3Z board? I mean, your own Omeparty board. Your own Omeparty board.
Well,
We're
yeah,
filming this
what
at
do
2
you
a.m.
want?
It's 2
I
a.m.
wanna know
It's
what
2
the
a.m. You guys said
board
you can
is.
only do
Well,
2 a.m. So we're doing it at 2 a.m.
While they work out what a 3Z board is, let's get back to watching the Dubu Cup.
500 for that.
Welcome back, everybody, to today's broadcast of the Dubu Cup. I'm back. You can't get rid of me that easily. We are going to have me here for one more round as we're waiting for Magic 8-Ball to be able to come and join us. But I'm joined by Nubsta now, coming in to our third match of the day. Welcome to the stream, Nubsta, as we are coming in with a little bit of an NASL v NASL show match.
Yeah, thanks for having me, Gordo. Some of you might know me as Lyrica in-game, but I have officially got the name change in to my actual gamer tag, Nubsta, so a little bit of lore there on me. But yeah, this match is quite interesting, right? Because these two teams, Bun Bun Bonanza and Oshino Core Flip, are both NASL teams. Bun Bun Bonanza being the what's kind of the replacement roster in a way, but not really, of Finesse, which was, I believe, an NASA team, now qualified as Bun Bun Bonanza to NASL, and technically seated below the team of Oshino Core Flip, who are on, I believe, 7th or 8th seed of NASL back in Season 2. And so basically we're kind of getting a showing of NASL right now in the Dubu Cup, thanks to Odyssey Interactive here. And it'll be interesting to see if Bun Bun Bonanza, technically lower seeded, can take it over the team of Oshino Core Flip today.
Yeah, I completely agree. I mean, Finesse was in NASL for the first 2 seasons there, decided to no longer continue, handed over the reins to Lilybun in this squad. So Lilybun, Liari, and Scyther going to be taking on over the spot coming on into Season 3. And it's going to be really cool to see how they're able to perform here up against another squad, Oshino Core Flip, that is returning to the NASL again. Similar to that Finesse situation, but holding on to the spot, deciding to continue on playing with that same core that they kept from Season 2, Merchant, Mirameg, and Kashikoma, where they were able to make the playoffs. Going to see if they're going to be able to hold up kind of the pedigree that comes with that kind of performance, and if they're going to be able to take down Bun Bun Bonanza, who most folks have rated higher, or most folks have Oshino Core Flip rated higher. Going to be a tough match for Bun Bun Bonanza as they try to kind of prove the haters wrong.
Yeah, and Bun Bun Bonanza has been having some great showings in recent tournaments, right? Especially showing up in Westy Wednesday, which is considered a West-only tournament. Anyone can enter, but the server that is selected during games tends to be West-only, either the Oregon server or the San Jose server. And been showing up in those tournaments every now and then, putting on some nice things. And they also, according to the analyst tests, they went 9-1 in ladder. And so they
Huge.
definitely showed up here as one of the premier teams of this cup. But as we get into game here, I actually missed the bans. Could you inform me what those bans were, Gordo?
Oh no, don't think that I didn't miss the bans. So we'll have to catch up on that later. We'll figure out who exactly the picks were as we come on through here. I'm sure Analyst Desk can let us know. But there's entire locking going to come through early. Lilybun bringing out the Mako again. That's her second appearance on the day. It's going to be the first kind of big comp event that has Mako enabled. So far, has not put up really great numbers. We'll see if Lilybun can be the one to turn that around.
Yeah, the Mako has been kind of showing her face in this recent tournament and some of the other recent tournaments, as people have been trying her in the forward line as well as the midfield line, not quite finding the success that the goalie of Mako has found. And I think based on the kit alone, it seems that Odyssey Interactive may have even intended for that to happen. But a great double barrier here, Gordo.
Wow, really great start here early on for Bun Bun Bonanza. Still maintaining that hot form that got them to the 9-1 status in the first place. Mirameg looking for a counter on the bottom side, going to be able to find one of those barriers, pushing for the second, but Lilybun will be able to clear it up towards the top side. Scyther now with the breakaway onto the bottom, dashes it in on through, and Merchant can't get to it on time. The Vice, out of tools, out of resources, gives up the first goal.
Yeah, and with the cage kind of trapping Kashikoma there with no jump to jump out and help Merchant, just unable to find the defensive tools that the midfielder generally has to aid in the goalie. And a goalie like Vice, not exactly the greatest defensive options, even though Merchant is well known for the Vice play. Being able to come back as the Juno and aid the Vice in these defensive plays will be of utmost importance for the team of Oshino Coreflip.
Definitely another double barrier, though. Liari does not miss those, continues to push forward with the Blabos, but going to lose one over on the other side. Lilybun now with the passive available, going to smack away that core. Still coming on up, has access to the core flip, will use it if necessary, goes in for that big strike. Not quite going to be able to find it. There's that, ooh, a nice Oni's blade off the top into the goal from Scyther 12. Very nice stuff there.
Yeah, just a nice little fake out, kind of pushing it back up to the top, using the strike after the slice and dice, or not the slice and dice, but the Oni's blade, and just kind of catching Merchant off guard, being able to slot it in the top right, and now getting double barriers going into this next point.
The double barriers have continued to come on through. Really good stuff here from Scyther and Liari, playing up and aggressive and being able to take those in very short order. Liari now with the core flip available, looking for a big shot, goes for the strike, going to have it pushed back away by Merchant Supernova, but Scyther setting up to keep it forward in the bottom side, gets that second barrier, or does it, as Lilybun is actually ready there with the perfect pitch to knock it back away. Pushing it down towards the bottom. Scyther there with the slash, looking to take a KO onto Kashikoma off the drum instead. Kashikoma does manage to recover, coming back on up to try to turn it aggressive on their own side, goes in for the core flip, doesn't find the shot, gets the barrier, but going to lose their life in trade, and Liari pushes it through for a 3-0 set.
Yeah, just clean play from the side of Bun Bun Bonanza, able to just keep it away from the forward of Oshino Coreflip and keep it out of the hands of Merchant's Vice. Again, Vice, one of those goalies that you pick to kind of play as a third forward, right? She can blink in with Thunderstruck after it lands. She can play that offensive game. But with a hotshot Juno and a now perfect form Zentaro, this Vice is going to struggle to find these defensive capabilities. Some dash training is coming out for both Junos, right? Super Surge gives that extra dash range for Kashikoma's Juno, as well as the Twin Drive coming for Liari's Juno. So these Junos are going to be all over the place in the midfield, trying to make things happen, trying to keep the core on the enemy side of the field and make the plays work.
Yeah, absolutely. Here, Scyther pushing through on towards the bottom now. The Blabos fighting back and forth as that Oni's blade will get it past Mirameg, and Mirameg take it off the bottom. Scyther showing up here in these early performances, newer to the scene and putting up so many numbers here, at least in this game, and showing why they are a big part of what Bun Bun Bonanza have been able to put together thus far in their run. There's going to be the double barrier into the score. Mirameg just takes it into the goal out of nowhere. Lilybun left stuck.
Lilybun has 1-2 punch, but Mirameg said, you know what, one strike for two barriers and then another strike for the goal. It's my 1-2 punch nowadays, Lilybun. And Mirameg, unfortunately, getting a little bit of the short end of the stick on the carousel, the draft, just opting for the reverb. But with the reverb and the heavy impact, this Juliet's going to have a lot of cooldowns to make these plays work and make similar plays happen as the last goal.
Yeah, the mobility of the Juno being such a big factor here, as Liari able to keep on throwing that core across the map and being ready to receive it. Lots of big self passes coming out through here. Scyther continues to push out the damage and keep Merchant on the back foot, but getting past Lilybun there into the flip. There's going to be the ensnare drums, actually kind of stopping the shot from coming on through. Good job by Lilybun, as Liari going to show on up, but going to get it past them again, and Lilybun can't respond. Mirameg puts it in the goal for the second time in a row.
Yeah, the drum and bass just not able to find the proper angle away from the punch from Mirameg, and then Mirameg being in the right spot at the right time, punches it past Lilybun. When using the drum and bass from Mako, she is kind of slowed for a time being, can't really move around too much. And so unfortunately Lilybun just unable to be in the right spot after the drum and bass had ended. and now being pressured here by Kashikoma and Mirmeg.
Definitely here, Liari trying to push on in. Lilybun going in for the flip again, but not going to be able to find it. Going to come on down towards that barrier, going to be able to find the first, back over to Scyther. Liari can't get the strike off in time, and Mirmeg, again, one-on-one with Lilybun. This has been how 2 scores in a row have come on across for Oshino core flip. Not quite finding it here yet, but Mirmeg not going to slow on down. Merchant receives on the other side, comes back on over. Lilybun goes in for the flip, passes it back up. Kachikoma knocks it back in for the pressure. There's a KO found onto Scyther. Going to get one of those a game if you are the Zentaro, and rocking it across the map is Mirmeg, nearly getting taken out as well. But Lilybun may have come up too far, not going to end up losing the barrier for that little moment out of position. And another KO now found, this time onto Mirmeg, and a power play opportunity for Bun Bun Bonanza to try to come back in this set. They will take the goal and go to 1-2.
Yeah, despite being down 0-2, Bun Bun Bonanza showing just very high dominance over the core right now. Kashikoma using the jump from Juno to control the field, a large portion of the field, but Liari having the twin drive gets it in. Oh, Mirmeg almost gets the goal after a double barrier with the Flame Flurry, but just barely saved by Lilybun and crew.
Really, really good stuff there coming on through from Lilybun, who clears it on out once again. There's going to be the flip from Scyther, and now Liari pushing it forward once again. Mirmeg knocking it back up towards the top. Scyther going into that Oni's blade, not quite going to be able to find it, and looking for a little bit more into the goal now. Passed back to Mirmeg. Lilybun going to be able to keep up the defense with the drum and bass, and Scyther now with an opportunity to push forward. There's going to be the KO found onto the other side off the center and pushed in towards that barrier. Scyther going to be able to get that one for the squad, and now knock back up. Liari goes in for the shot, blocked away by the power cord from Merchant, but Scyther can push forward with the rush once again. Goes in for the splashing strike, can't get it there either. Lilybun with the core flip, can't find it into the bottom corner. Liari can't keep up the defense. Lily with a last second save will keep this volley alive, and will give an opportunity for Scyther to put it into the bottom corner.
Oh man, what a passing play from Lilybun there too. After that just very close goal, almost happening on her own goal. Now passing to Liari and then down to Scyther to just get it around the forwards and set up that play. And unfortunately, Merchant just a tiny bit too slow to catch that bottom angled coverage. The plays right now are just kind of Mirmeg getting sent off the pitch a whole bunch from the just sheer damage that Perfect Form Centauro can do, and the damage that Lilybun's Mako can do. But now with an open goal, they threaten to lose the set here anyway.
They absolutely do. Going to be stun coming on across from Merchant. Liari pushed back, taken low. Scoring opportunity for Mirmeg, denied by Lily, who expends the core flip, and now Mirmeg setting up for a second go at it. Kashikoma actually gonna push it forward with the Blabo.
Yeah, just pure checkmate right there. I think Gordo just nowhere to clear the core. The blob coming your way with the Juno primary, the friend fling, and the Juliet kind of just standing right on your face. Almost no angle to make that play work, and unfortunately just struck core by the blob and ended up losing it. And Kashikoma actually opting for the Demolitionist here, likely as just I would say maybe a size deny from the Mako. Mako, all of her abilities except in Snare Drum, her ultimate ability or special ability scales off her size, and goalies in generally want that size anyway to do strike wars. And then we have some dash trainees coming in for the side of Juno, Kashikoma's Juno, and Merchant's Vice. The Chrono Boost will actually make the stun last longer and allow her to combo, allow Merchant to combo even more effectively.
Yeah, rocking it across there from Lilybun, showing just how much speed they can put on the core now with the opportunity that they've gotten at these awakenings, and Scyther gonna put it in the goal very early. That's a 12-second score over to Bun Bun Bonanza, looking to come back after a rough set number 2.
Liari just calling out Kashikoma's jump there, saying, you know what, I know you're going to jump, I know you're going to use the strike while jumping that Juno is able to do, and just calls out the jump, calls out the strike, wins the strike war, passes it to Scyther, and scores just an incredible goal there. Very well played from the side of Bun Bun Bonanza.
Absolutely gorgeous stuff coming on through from them here as the punches come on through. Mirameg trying to keep them onto the back foot, but there's going to be knocked back on over. Kashikoma can't get the strike off in time. Liari continues to push out that pressure in the one-on-one. Juno taken off the bottom by the Supernova as Merchant keeps up the defense, but there's not going to be a stop coming through from Liari, continuing to keep it on the right side. Finally, they get it pushed over with the power play, and they take one of Lilybun's or goal barriers, but not going to be able to find too much else. Scyther now coming back out onto the map, looking for that second barrier. Will be able to find it. Miramag with the breakaway, dodging out on those ensnare drums and finding the second barrier. A scoring chance for Miramag. Merchant goes in for the flip, pushes it to Miramag, and gets the score for Oshino core flip.
Yeah, just a crazy, well-timed collapse from the side, excuse me, of Oshino core flip. Mirameg gets the barrier off of a nice punch and strike war against Lilybun, and then everyone just collapses with double core flip in the net. Lilybun has almost nowhere to go, and now Lilybun needs to run away from Mirameg, almost threatening the KO there.
Yep, still in single elim territory here. The nerves coming through maybe a little bit as both of these teams pushing hard to see what they can get in an advantage here for game number one. There's going to be the second goal barrier found. Another KO for Scyther on the Zentaro, and off of the center drum, going to look for the goal. Not quite able to find it there, but Scyther in that one-on-one with Merchant. No Supernova, no core flip, no nothing. Scyther puts it in the top.
You were talking about nerves there. There was a couple opportunities there for just what seemed like a relatively simple goal that kind of almost got thrown away, and Merchant almost pulling out the 1v3 to save that goal, but unfortunately unable to. And now stuck on set point is Bun Bun Bonanza, threatening to go up 2 sets in this game in what you said is a single elimination point?
Sorry, should be. Well, it's a single elimination. It's not going to be for. There's still a full best of 3, but
I see.
No losers bracket for here quite yet. So going to be a big scoring opportunity here for Bun Bun Bonanza if they are able to take it once again. There's going to be Liari clearing it on out up onto the top side, passing over towards Scyther. Scyther looking for the goal, and Miramag pushing it up, going to be able to find that second barrier. The core flip comes on through from Merchant, but can't get that enhanced shot to put it in the goal. Miramag comes up with a punch, not going to be able to find that one either. Scyther clears it back out towards the bottom, has access to the flip. There's the open goal, and a shooting opportunity. Liari puts it in before Make It Rain from Kashikoma land.
Oh man, the Blobos just proving their effectiveness here, as the Blob army sitting in front of Merchant's goal just kind of throws Merchant off on which direction the Blob is going to shoot, and the Blob opts basically to take the 50-50 against them, and unfortunately just doesn't guess correctly, and the Blobs take it. But now we have a Stagger Swagger pickup coming up from Scyther. I think this is actually a deny because of the sheer amount of damage they're able to do right now. And with Vice coming out with the primary or the prime time, now going to have 2 power chords available to them. Merchant has a much better toolkit now to deal with the pressure from the Centauro and Juno that's been putting on so much pressure in these goal boxes and these scoring opportunities.
Definitely, and now a second goal barrier going to be what Lilybun is relying on, but Lilybun taken off the map by the Supernova. Mirameg looking to push it through and will get it past Liari. A very early goal found by Oshino core flip. Down by a set, but going to look to take this 4th one and keep this game number 1 going the full distance.
Yeah, and Lilybun actually opting to take the prize fighter here, loses the prize fighter stack, so it's now just a Awakening that does nothing. It has no stats gained, no anything, but a KO from Scyther.
Yeah, very early find there. Now going to be able to push it past Mirameg. Finally, Liari gets control back, looking for the shots with the Blobos. Make It Rain, not going to be able to find an opportunity to go for any of these shots, but Scyther going to be able to take it up towards the top and find that first barrier. Now pushing for more, going to be able to get the second one, goes in for the flip. Supernova going to look to stop it, but nothing will stop Scyther from pushing it into the top corner.
Yeah, Scyther just showing the power of what Zentaro can do when all of his abilities are up. Right, just has so much core control in the Slice and Dice primary, in the EI/secondary, and the Oni's Blade, being able to just hold the core in place, keep it where Zentaro wants it, keep it out of the hands of the enemy forwards and enemy goalie, and being able to just kind of slot it where he decides at any point, showing the power of this Zentaro. and with the perfect form is able to do that basically on repeat.
Yeah, it really is, and has been showing it over and over again over the course of this series and over the course of this game. There's going to be those ensnare drums, keeping Miremeg out of the play for a little while. Going to reach out a little bit of stagger for their trouble, but Lilybud now has access to that core flip, going to be looking for another shot here, knocked aside. Two members pushing on towards the goal, throwing in the drum and bass, trying to get it back into Liari's hands, and Liari with a little bit of a breakaway, but now Miremeg looking for the shot, going to be that core flip coming on through from the goal, getting in the hands of Scyther. Scyther's got a core flip of their own, but it's passed back away. Liari knocks it back on over. Scyther has to use the flip to go for the shot here, or risk giving up the goal, and he gets it all in one shot, finding a KO off the top of the goal in the same moment.
Just an explosive KO into the core flip and the top shot. Merchant not having the momentum boots that a lot of goalies may tend to run, not necessarily on this map, but just in general. Basically no form of move speed on this Vice goalie, and unfortunately just not able to work against these core flips to try and match the speed that they're going. And just a great play from Scyther12 to recognize that too and send it into that top corner that Merchant's just unable to cover in a quick enough amount of time.
Yeah, Lilybud going to keep up on that defense. Going to be that Supernova getting channeled by Merchant. Miremeg can't get the shot off. Scyther with a breakaway. Scyther with a scoring chance. Kashikoma will be able to keep up the defense, but Liari's not done yet. And there's going to be the KO found onto the other side. Lilybud passes it down. Liari with a little bit of an open forward opportunity to push forward to try to find this goal. Make it rain. Comes on across two. There is the Oni's blade from Scyther. Knocks it in the wrong direction, though. And Lilybud can't get to it in time. It's 2-2 in set number 4.
Kashikoma actually able to clear it away from the Oni's blade there, and just finds that lower angle. I'm not entirely sure if that was intended, but even so, it gets them the goal and keeps them in this set. And an explosive 2 barriers means that they can potentially come back with a return.
What a great shot from Scyther there. Gets both barriers, gets the goal, gets the game for Bun Bun Bonanza, pulling off the upset in game number 1 and taking a lead over Oshino core flip in our series.
Oh man, the slice and dice just barely catching Merchant right at the tip of the blade and just barely causing that stun to happen, causing that play to be unclearable on the Vice goalie who had not used the elusive prior. And just honestly, incredible play coming from Bun Bun Bonanza. The Junos were really battling it out, but I think the major X factor here was the Zentaro getting the perfect form. Easily probably his best awakening, and just being able to spam cooldowns effectively without cooldown on a character that has such good core control, such good stage presence, being able to go all over the place. And it shows here in the stats board. 8 goals and 3 assists from the Centauro, while on top of all that having 36,000 damage. I mean, Miremeg opting for the reverberation and the Spark of Resilience and still getting staggered from the damage that Lilybud can output on the Mako and the Zentaro on perfect form. So really, I think just winning that first set and getting that perfect form on the Centauro was really the kind of deciding factor for Bun Bun Bonanza, and Scyther12 piloting it to the utmost to make it work and make it happen and get them this first victory.
Yeah, really, really good stuff there coming on out from Bun Bun Bonanza. Really like what we got to see out of Scyther here for this game. Has been able to make a lot happen here, as it has been a really solid first game again out of them, looking to try to take down a higher seeded and potential NASL opponent. I mean, not even potential, it's a guaranteed NASL opponent. They're going to be coming against each other in the regular season before too long. Now, we do have our intended caster coming on up, is what I'm told. So we're going to throw it to a quick break for just a couple more minutes, and then we'll be back for game number 2. Thank you again for joining me, Nubsta. I think I'm going for real this time, but I'll see you guys next week.
07 Soldier.
Welcome back, everybody. They kept me locked away, but they couldn't hold me back for long. I'm back on the mic, and this is Dubu Cup. We are so glad to be casting these insane matches, one of the biggest Omega Strikers tournament in history, and we are ready for another raring match. And Nubsta, joining me, you just witnessed quite the game, and a little bit of a potential, I don't want to say upset, but definitely an interesting result.
Well, I mean, in terms of seedings and in terms of where people may have placed these two teams, definitely an upset. But you wouldn't have guessed it based on the gameplay. Bunban and Bonanza kind of just taking over the game, especially getting some of the key awakenings on the right strikers, but also just in their play. Liari just in the Juno mirror against Kashikoma just kind of came out on top and was able to keep it forward. And Mirameg making some great plays from the side of Oshino core flip, but just getting staggered, getting KO'd, and unfortunately not able to be allowed to play that Juliet game that Mirameg loves to play. And so Bun Bonanza just being able to take over the game, and thus take the win here. And now threatening to potentially eliminate Oshino core flip, one of the higher seeded teams of this tournament of multi-hundreds of players.
Of course, Oshino core flip showing exactly what they could do during the last season of the North American Strikers League. But we are already booting up into this game. The drafts and bans have gone through. That was an IME ban, preventing Lilybun from going anywhere near that, and an Atlas ban on the side of Bun. We've got quite a fun matchup already. We're going back to that Juliet. Liari mirroring the Rasmus here on IME's app, and that Death Hole is going to be leading a lot of KOs as we already see it starting.
Both Juliet's immediately just getting KOs here on the double dash punch, and with the twin drive start and the quad pummelers from all forwards, these Juliets are going to be dash pushing their lives away, the lives of their enemies away, and the lives of the cores into the goals away as well, as Kashikoma opens up the barrier again.
Couple of open barriers already. Both Makos ready to defend. Nice ultimate from Lilybun, and a couple of nice bat swings could not keep that one away from a good old-fashioned punch. Scyther showing the prowess on these strong forwards, and already matching up against the likes of Mirameg in a matchup that, by all intents and purposes, should be favored for the player that is known for the character.
Yeah, and Lilybun unfortunately just unable to catch that core, loses her barrier, but the hook from Kashikoma steals the life away from Scyther. But Lilybun moves up and gets struck core by Mirameg.
No way!
I'm
placing that punch perfectly to make sure that there is no chance that core could get flipped into the net. Oh, such an unfortunate play, but that was incredible heads up from Mirameg.
Yeah, here I am trying to explain the nuances of what might be different in this game, since we have Rasmus Julia on both sides, and they're just scoring and killing and beating core flips before I can even get a word out.
Of course, getting words out is important, but so is getting the core out of your side of the field. Bunban having a little bit of trouble keeping it where they want it. Kashikoma doing a wonderful job in this Rasmus, keeping the midfield presence alive. As we see now, Merchant. It's a good opportunity here. Both of these goalies playing the Mako, but that doesn't mean much if there's nobody else left to defend. Hold on. The 3v2 situation, that's another KO on the side of Bun Bun. They've got the open goal for the taking, and that's a nice little swing from the forwards of Bun Bun. Liari getting the credit for that one.
Wow, I couldn't even tell that the core moved out of that flame flurry from Mirameg. It just, I saw Juliet dash punch and suddenly the goal was happening. I couldn't see the core. And one thing to note here, as we see yet another KO come out on probably one of the most bloody maps there is these Makos, despite us having, you know, mirrored compositions and mirrored forward gear, the one thing that is not mirrored is the goalie gear. Lilybun actually opting for the pauldrons, and Merchant opting for the strike shot instead, getting that extra range and potential primary range. Liari takes yet another player off the pitch.
Mako can do pretty well when she has forwards that can damage, right? So the extra power and the extra size will really help out alongside the buffs that she can give herself and her entire team to make sure that those KOs can at least start helping with them, as we see another couple of goal barriers going down. That is Scyther getting taken out first, and a good walk from Lilybun, knowing exactly where to place her character to prevent it, and Liari knowing exactly where to place that core flip to prevent it from really doing too much damage. Mirabeg dash punching into the corner, is able to take out Lilybun, but that's not going to be enough since Scyther and Liari still have good defense on this core. Mirabeg gets the core flip, but the core gets away from him first. Too late on the flip, and that's going to be Lilybun finally coming back, but not before. Liari gets taken away into the hole as well. Finally, Mirabeg punches that one right past the duo, but that is a very scary situation, and Bun Bun playing very well even with that man advantage.
What an incredible hold from Bun Bun, despite them actually losing that goal. I think Scyther won no less than 3 or 4 50-50s. And now Liari taking Mirameg off the pitch. Now they have the opportunity to take the first set here, and in a mirror matchup like this, especially on such a KO-centric map, it is incredibly important that you give one of these two KO monsters the first pick, but then Kashikoma returns with the hook.
Another hook and another play by the book. That's going to be another KO, but not for long. Like I said, the damage numbers on this composition can go absolutely nuclear if they aren't careful, and Mirabeg was not careful enough in that situation. Scyther getting buffered to make sure that punch does not go through. Unfortunate, trying to get that goal. Now Mirabeg is back online. And even though there's an open net, there's a lot of good that can happen, but a nice cross-up. Good passing plays from this duo, who look like they've been playing together for a long, long time.
An incredible passing play to just kind of sneak it by Merchant there. Merchant running the strike shot, so able to cover even more distance away from his strike, but just unable to read the play fast enough, and the strike shot comes just a little too late. And now Liari gets probably the best Rasmus Awakening on this map specifically in the extra special, formerly known as Happy Star, and it just being able to use the death touch to pull even more people into the center is going to spell disaster, I think, for the side of Oceanio Core Flip. That said, the other Rasmus, Kashikoma, gets arguably the best Awakening on the map, period. Nice edge. Covers about, I want to say 65 or 70% of this map because of the center hole counting as one of the edges. And so it is arguably one of the best things, but Liari showing the power of the extra special on this Rasmus, on Imi's app specifically, just grabbing another KO and another power play.
Another power play. Of course, it's going to turn the other way. So we see Mirabeg trying to dance in front of Lilybun, but not going to be able to do much. Scyther getting buffed from Lily is going to be able to keep this one at bay for the time being. Finally, we see some nice evasions as Liari comes back online, and this is the Rasmus duo at its finest. Hooks flying all over the place, looking like a fishing net. And this is going to be one more dicey play in front of this open net. Lilybun's been doing such a masterful work trying to keep this core out of the goal box, and has been doing so successfully, but a missed special forcing Scyther to use that core flip, and it's going to go right back around from Merchant's own flip. going to be pushed in by Kashikoma, and that is one more for Oshino core flip.
Yeah, the core speed just a little too fast with Lilybun stuck in the animation of, I believe, the primary, and Mirameg with another dash punch. We're upwards of like 20 KOs at this point, and we're not even in the second set, it feels like.
Barely into the second set as another one flies by. Oshino core flip looking like they finally have the stars in their eyes, understanding exactly where they need to position, where they need to look. And they're up 2-0 in this set, trying to get a reversal from the first one. They've been doing well so far, but speaking of KOs.
The Oshino core flip started off a little on the weaker side, but now showing signs of life, showing signs that they can take this set, and showing that they can try and make this seeding not feel as much of a gap. And pushing forward now, they're unable to make things happen, and Mirameg gets taken off by the death touch, and Scyther just dash punches it in, having everything up.
So sneaky with those hooks, right? And this felt like at least the 5th time that Mirameg has been yoinked in. It seems like she's finding these spots that are non-traditional, right? Like just the edge of these hooks, right? Like look at that one. And I know it's because the extra special is giving her more opportunities, but and maybe the Mirameg is not used to the timing, but it is just impressive how she's finding these. As you got another open net situation, a Lilybun forced to core flip that time around, but Scyther forcing a power play once again. But are they able to get it past this very, very hefty goalie? Not gonna be able to this time around. Finally, it seems like they've exhausted the cooldowns from Merchant. They're going to be able to get this one another chance. Unfortunately, Kashiko was back online. But a core flip and a whiffed strike shot means that is going to be Merchant not finding that core.
And good on Scyther for recognizing that the strike shot was now on cooldown, and Merchant had no ability to clear the far angle that was available to him, and just slotting it right past Merchant. And now 2-2 in the set. Oshino core flip threaten to get even more Great Awakenings on their team. Sorry, not Oshino core flip, but Bumba Nunanza. And Oshino core flip actually kind of got away with murder there, no pun intended. Having the nice edge available, having Stagger Swagger available, things like that to kind of keep them in the play. But this draft could prove fatal if they lose yet another set and they don't get that same opportunity.
Oh, incredible special from Lilybun, but it is not going to be enough. Taken off the map is Scyther, and taken off the set, Oshino core flip. They're going to be able to get a nice draft here with Kashikoma getting the pick of Dead Eye. That's so important.
Yeah, Rasmus, one of those interesting characters on Aimee's app specifically, where sometimes you can actually opt to not take the Awakenings that give Rasmus size, and instead make the death touch, the hook, a more powerful option, as we see Liari actually picking up the Deadeye in response to that. Now with the Deadeye and Happy Star, Liari can hook from virtually anywhere, it feels like, and probably get a KO in the center. But Kashikoma getting the size and now has nice edge could prove to be fatal in the quote-unquote midfield that Rasmus is able doing, having both the speed and size over Liari.
Right, that could be their angle, is that they're trying to play this very pass-centric, very, very speed-centric game, but if they can't manage to stop passing plays like that, then it's probably not going to be able to be enough.
And it's difficult, right? Because when it comes to the Rasmus Juliet matchup on Aimee's app, really you pick these characters because they can abuse the KO zones like that, right? One Juliet whiffs, the other Juliet gets a free KO. Run Rasmus is in the right spot, gets a free KO with Death Touch, almost getting Liari there. And so when you're unable to find those KOs in this thing, it's almost a goal there. When you're unable to find these KOs, your ability to score these goals isn't really as effective if you're the team that's getting KO'd constantly.
Yeah, you can't really score goals if you're constantly a man down, but it seems like it doesn't matter too much for the players of Oshino Core Flip, as they are holding strong once again. Another KO, and Mirmeg's stagger bar is not much better off. Scyther's going to try and fish for it, but Liari is not able to get past this Merchant, who is holding strong and has been doing so this entire round. Already another KO, but it doesn't quite matter. If Kashikoma can keep this pressure going, the core flip up, but this Merchant manages to somehow save that goal, and we are back to even Stevens. Once again, this point has been going on for a good 2 minutes, and there have been constant KOs from Bun Bun Bonanza and this bouncy house of fun that is the KO zone. And they're going to have to try and hold this one once again, but finally Scyther's able to knock that one down.
Man, just one of the things of Juliet is she has long cooldowns, and so she can't just dash punch you willy-nilly and get KOs left and right. But with the twin drive start and Scyther having the heavy impact, these Juliets are just dash punching left and right. People are being taken off the pitch. The double Rasmus using Death Touch across the Imizap pit just means everyone is getting KO'd. Everyone is being taken off the pitch. And whichever team can take advantage of their 2v3 better, or in this case a 3v1, they can score these goals necessary, and they threaten to take the set here.
I mean, what's better than a 2v3, a 1v3 on the other side at least? That's going to be Bun Bun Bonanza, 3-0 in the set count. They're going to take this one, and Liari gets the pick again up front. Bun Bun Bonanza might just close this one out right now, as they have plenty of options in the specialized trade.
Oh, Liari is eating good today, Magic 8-Ball, as this is the Rasmus page of all time on Imi's app. Having Deadeye, having Specialized, and the extra special to capitalize on all of it. Liari can just throw hooks almost at random, it feels, and probably score a KO from nearly any distance. But we do have Mirmeg scaling off the sparks now. So if the side of Oshino Core Flip can take the next set, they can give Mirmeg that third spark, which would be agility, potentially get that third spark, which would be agility. And Mirmeg with speed means that he doesn't have to use the evades as much and can dodge a lot of these abilities. And with Kashikoma already having nice edge, it could become a win condition for the side of Oshino Core Flip and give them some life in what's looking like a pretty convincing win from Bun Bun so far.
But they're going to have to convince the rest of Bun Bun Bonanza that they can do it. And it seems like Liari's playing very confidently. Kashikoma, though, confidence with that size buff, with all of the power of that Super Surge, be able to knock that one in with the Whiplash. That's 1 point at least after this scaling start, but Nubsta, I have to imagine that Bun Bun ended up playing these drafts just a little bit better, taking away the missile propulsion from Merchant, taking away the Deadeye, right? Not after it not being taken in the right situation. But oh my goodness, these KOs from Bun Bun Bonanza are out of this world. The fact that they can just find these at every opportunity that they need them.
I mean, when you have heavy impact and prize fighter on a Juliet and glass cannon when it sacks up a little bit, you're going to be KOing people. But not only that, you have twin drive. So you can just use a punch and then use a dash punch, and then 8 seconds later use another dash punch because you have the second punch available for the the second dash available for the punch cooldown. And as we've been seeing this whole game, these Juliets are just taking names. And the Rasmuses as well. Yet another KO coming from Liari, and the side of Bun Bonanza is just piloting this Juliet Rasmus composition just better at the end of the day. And maybe you can say Awakening diff Magic 8-Ball, but Scyther 12 and Liari just kind of putting on an absolute clinic with Oshino Core Flip right now.
I mean, it really feels like that Kashikoma just cannot put out enough damage to keep up with Liari. It feels like Mirmeg is not finding these right spots. Look, level 7 compared to everybody else on the map being 9 or higher, right? They have just completely shut down one player from entering the game and even having enough of an impact, and that has been Mirmeg. And like you mentioned in the first game, that was the win condition. Just make sure that Juliet does not get any play time, and that's exactly what they did here, as they're going to go to the top 8 of Dubu Cup. That is Bun Bun Bonanza taking the game over Oshino Core Flip, taking the set in our single elimination round.
All right, it's time to guess the KOs. How many KOs do we think this game had? I'm gonna guess 46.
It's probably more like 50.
Oh, I was not actually that. I was not even close. But we have a total of 34 KOs in this game that lasted how long? 17 real
17
minutes.
Yeah.
So 2 KOs per
2 KOs a
minute.
minute.
And keep in mind, like was mentioned earlier by Brickbat, that timer for this game time also includes the drafts and the pre volley countdown. So it was even more than that. I'm pretty sure. I mean, somebody can correct me on that, and I hope they do. Thank you, Saya. So yes, confirmed from the Lord Saya himself as yes, that timer is real time, not game time. And so arguably even more KOs per minute than 2, but just having 2 KOs per minute in general is crazy. But that is the IME's application, and that is Bun Bun Bonanza taking it over Oshino Core Flip. Arguably an upset here, but man, they did not make it look like one.
No, and people have doubted the strength of Bun Bun, just in the conversations that I've heard. They are most certainly still in it to win it. Lilybun and Liari are such a tried and true combo. They know how to play off each other so well. And then add in Scyther, who really seemed like the MVP in that game. I mean, 8 goals, 3 assists, 12 KOs, the most damage in the lobby, 34 shots on goal, and 128 redirects. And then you compare that to Mirameg's stat line, and it is just a world of difference. Scyther truly is a hyper like top class on that Juliet, at least in that game.
And wasn't Scyther 12 originally a goalie player?
Yeah, that's what I thought, right? I was trying to talk to people. They were like, oh, no, he kind of plays what... I was like, really? Because I remember Scyther coming in on the Vice for S.A.D.B.O.I.S during a Nassel season match.
That was Nassel 1, wasn't it?
Yeah, right, exactly. And I was like, yeah, I mean, this dude's cracked. Love, but like...
just random Juliet player in a goalie player. So you've heard it here, folks. If you can play goalie, you can play Juliet.
I mean, it's the same concept, just backwards.
Just reverse, right?
No, but for real, I'm very, very pleased with seeing fresh talent. You know, like players that are making their mark, that are starting to come up and prove themselves once again, right? Every season, we see new players rise up to the top, and it is always exciting to see who ends up taking up those mantles.
Yeah, if I'm not mistaken, Lilybun, I don't remember the player that found her, but basically was kind of dug up from... I don't want to say the dirt because that sounds bad, but that's the only thing I can think of, you know, like the diamond in the rough kind of thing. Mm-hmm. And was kind of like guided to professional Omega Strikers and has become an absolute wall in the goalie position, and as well as just playing with Liari endlessly. They have such good synergy, like you were saying, that they've become a force to be reckoned with, and give them a forward that can take advantage of that synergy between those two. And this team is going to rocket to the top, I think. I think they have a very good chance of doing quite well in ASL, and potentially even taking it to the 2 teams that tend to dominate the field, such as in the names of Demon's Raw and S.A.D.B.O.I.S.
I think so. Oshino Core Flip, though, I mean, they definitely played well, right? They had a lot of good moments during those games, right? I think it was just a couple of moments falling short, a couple of missed positions, and that really dug them in, right? But that's IME's app. That's a twin drive start with Juliet, right? They're still here to stay, 100%. They fought hard. They really forced a lot of crazy situations in the Bun Bun goal box, right? And Lilybun, obviously, an insane goalie, but the fact that they were getting these situations, that they were finding these opportunities, even when the KO count was so high that they were taking sets, that they were constantly pushing them to the edge, that was a fun set to watch.
Yes, it was. And it may not have been Oshino Core Flip's greatest showing, but it's not their last. You know, a lot of these teams that enter today, this might be one of their last tournaments that they play in, or maybe they've got that fire burning and they want to go into future tournaments, such as the weeklies that happen. and various other things that may come up in the future. But Oshino Coreflip, they're an NASL team. They have plenty to look forward to in NASL, and I think they get to take what they've learned from these games from against Bun Bun Bonanza and try and apply it in their future matches in the NASL League. Or I guess that's redundant, but anyway, NASL League, and be able to use what they've garnered here. Yeah, unfortunate that they're out now. I believe they're out, and but they get to continue forward. They get to use that idea. They get to learn from any mistakes that happened here, and they had really good plays. Right, Miramek had some crazy strikes. That one on Taiko Temple, where Miramek hit it once, got both barriers, received the core again, hit it one more time, and got the goal. I mean, imagine getting both barriers and the goal in 2 strikes. Like, that just never happens. And admittedly, maybe it was a little bit of a fumble on Bun Bun Bonanza's part, but Merchant was Miramek was in the right place at the right time, making the plays happen. And it was up to Bun Bun Bonanza to disrupt Miramek's play on Taiko Temple with staggering using a perfect form of Zentaro and the Mako damage. And then on Imi's app, trying to use the dash punch, trying to use the death touch to make sure Miramek can't set up the plays he wants to make. Because Miramek is one of those brawlers, one of those forwards that when he's able to set up, able to get that position that he wants, he will make the goals happen. He will get the barriers. And with the backing of a strong midfielder in Kashikoma and the strong goalie play of Merchant, Oshino Coreflip is no team to slouch on, despite not taking it over Bun Bun Bonanza in this game.
All in all, this tournament has been a banger so far. I know we got word before we went on in between games that there was a crazy upset, PPL taking it over Era's Kitten Club, right? That was a crazy upset. PPL not even at full strength, not having their usual entire roster. This is a very, very important win for them. Era's Kitten Club has not been performing at their strength today. A number of different situations and not playing the best in the earlier rounds, giving them a tough seed, a tough situation to run through in the bracket. But even then, PPL, my goodness.
Yeah, I mean, Era's Kitten Club, kind of known players, but a team that kind of showed up, I would say relatively out of nowhere. I don't know the exact history of how well that team was known before they showed up in Liftoff and Launchpad. But they showed up and they came up to made it to Liftoff, and then just made it all the way through to NASL on some very clutch games. And to see them kind of go out so early in the Dubu Cup is, again, it was a huge surprise. I know us at the caster's desk, when we got the news, we all kind of like mildly gasped. So yeah. I hope that Era's Kitten Club is able to kind of take that and move forward. But man, it's very surprising to see them come out. And PP Legends, a NASA team, being able to take out such a strong team in the Era's Kitten Club,
right?
They could prove to be kind of like a shadow team, or not a shadow team, but like, what's the term? Like an underdog that comes out of the blue and potentially takes it to these top teams here in the Dubu Cup. So I'm interested to see how their bracket run could end up as we move forward.
I believe we are almost ready to get you a winner's interview. I believe we have one surplus going to be interviewing Lilybun after that awesome win. But I believe we're still having a couple issues getting people into the voice call. But until then, the last thing I do want to say is that we have a great show for you in the top 8. That is going to be happening the 16th. All right, I think they're here.
Yeah, it looks like the interview is here, and let's take it over to Dylan Surplus.
What's up, everybody? Are we doing, by the way, Nubsta, Magic 8 Ball, great casting work as always, but I'm here with the goalie herself, the menace in the box. We've got Lilybun. Lilybun, how are you feeling? You just 2-0'd Oshino Coreflip. You're in top 8. What are you feeling like?
I'm pretty happy. I was a little just a teensy bit worried going in today because, I mean, Oshi's a really good team. And yeah, I'm just glad that our team played well. I feel like we played to our outs. I feel like we got good stage selection. And yeah, I just think everything went well, so.
Yeah, I mean, that's great, of course. And I do actually want to talk a little bit about this team as well. Recent addition to the NASL, North American Strikers League roster for Season 3. It's you, Lilybun, Scyther. All of you guys played on separate teams before. The last time you actually played Oshino Core Flip was 92 days ago. NASL Season 2 Week 4, you got a 2-0W alongside Finesse, which was Joker and Puffy. You got a 2-0 today. Do you feel like that roster's changed a bit, and do you feel like you're meshing better with your Bun Bun Bonanza teammates versus Finesse?
I think that I would say that we definitely have a different dynamic, but I wouldn't like rate one team over the other. I did like really enjoy my time with Joker and Puffy, and I do think we excelled at different things. I think one of my favorite things about Bun Bun Bonanza is kind of our character pool. I think that we have a lot of like unique potential, and our team's kind of down to experiment a lot with new picks. Especially considering the fact that our forward player didn't even originally like start as a forward player.
Oh wow, I did not know that.
I believe Scyther's been a goalie. I might be wrong, but he's been a goalie for the majority of time I've known him at least. So yeah, I think that like I really like Bun Bun Bonanza simply because I think we just have a lot of creativity, and yeah.
That creativity is definitely working. You guys all played in the last event you guys played, I believe, was John Fortnite Super Surge Sunday. You guys placed 5th in that. Now you guys are top 8. You guys are going against teams that are pretty hard hitting. You just beat a NASL team in this matchup 2-0. Now you're going to be facing off against Plink Plonk, Core Requiem, and the 2 other confirmed teams are Demons Raw and S.A.D.B.O.I.S. Are you pretty confident that you can get at least one win to get into top 6 next Saturday?
I think so. I mean, I came in this tournament with no expectations. I don't know if you watched the NASL pre-stream, but our team got rated 10th out of 10 NASL teams. So I'm pretty happy. I think no matter what, we always have a chance to win. I'm really confident. I think Scyther's been growing incredibly as a forward, and he's been playing incredibly well the last few weeks. I think Zoe's really found her, or Liare has found her ground on midfield a lot, and I've been able to play a lot of different goalies, so I think we always have a chance. I'm pretty confident. Yeah.
Absolutely, and you played Mako both games here, both on Taiko Temple and Imi's app. You were talking about how you weren't expecting to go to Imi's app because you played that yesterday. Can you tell me a little bit about that?
Yeah, we played Imi's app yesterday in the ladder phase against Oshi. And it was close. It was 3-2, like, final point. But I didn't expect them to pick that for, like, a Game 2 pick. I thought it might have been, like, a Game 3. Because we did win over them yesterday. So I was kind of surprised we were going back there. But, I mean, I'm happy with it.
There you go. And back to the Mako as well. I mean, she's the newest striker on Demon Drive. For any of the rookies, maybe slight noobs, some chatters in the chat, do you have any tips on how to best utilize Mako?
I think that more people need to take Powerhouse Pauldrons on that character. I've been seeing a lot of Strike Shot and Momentum Boots, and I think if you're playing... I think Momentum Boots is okay on certain maps, but I think Powerhouse Pauldrons, like, the passive auto is just really, really strong. And I think if you're playing Strike Shot, then, like, I would just play any other better Strike Shot goalie. I don't think Mako is good with Strike Shot. So yeah, I would say the biggest thing is I think people should take Powerhouse Pauldrons on that character more.
There you go. I'm taking notes right now because I'm a fellow goalie. I need to know, of course. Do you have any last things to say, people to shout out before we head to a break?
Shoutouts to Liari and Scyther 12, my teammates. Shoutouts to MJ, Solomon Chat, all my RZS friends, and all my friends from any like NASV2 and Flash Freddy players watching. Thank you. And yeah, shoutouts to you guys and everyone for hosting the event.
Absolutely, absolutely. Well, that has been Lilybun with Bun Bun Bonanza getting a 2-0 victory, eliminating Oshino Core Flip from the competition. They're skating into the Super Rink division, the top 8. And we'll see more of that coming up next. Don't go anywhere. More Dubu Cup competition is coming up next.
And welcome back to Dubu Cup. We actually are not going away. Me and Magic 8-Ball are back. And however, we are covering what is a game 2 of a series that was already underway during the games that were played between Bum Bum Bonanza and Oceanor Core Flip. These teams now in PP Legends versus Last Call. Last Call actually taking it in game 1 over PP Legends and thus now having the advantage in the set. With Last Call actually going to set 5 with PP Legends. And again, it's me, Nubsta, with Magic 8-Ball here on the cast.
And we've got a great one for you. Last Call, right? I mean, a team that is filled with very seasoned players that have been playing at the top level for a long time versus PPL, who has been surging forward today. And like you said, already in progress. This is the same situation that we had last time, where this is the cutoff. This is the elimination. This is for top 8 double elimination. This is Night Market, and we are going to see a Dubu ban, I believe that was.
Indeed, it was a Dubu ban, surprisingly. I know that Forgot really loves having the Dubu. I believe that's Forgot on the other side. I didn't look at the player names like the noob I am, but we will see the player names here shortly. It is actually Bertram. I know Bertram tends to like that Dubu on Night Market, and tends to opt into the Rasmus goalie, unless it's like a really good Luna start, then I know it's been playing Luna, but we have a Demolitionist start here. So size for all, and the team of Last Call is actually going for a Buff the Brawler composition in Mako era Zentaro. Both size awakenings, both speed awakenings for the Zentaro, and the Zentaro is just going to have a heyday, but kind of getting beat up in the current seat of things.
Right, I mean, that Zentaro is going to take a little bit to really get cooking. As we already see, speaking of cooking, Fiery has been doing well here. Average Alex, though, I mean, we talk about hook resets era, right? This player, this character, I mean, name a better combo. But Average Alex has been doing wonderful already on these plays. Almost a crazy situation with that Maelstrom setting up after the core flip. We're finally coming back online, so is Fiery. This is going to be an interesting little scenario here. Another goalie pick that we often don't see is this Rasmus on the Night Market. It's not something that is unheard of, but it's definitely a bit niche.
Yeah, I know it was oh wow, great passing play from Average Alex, just grabbing that clear from Frightfully Fresh, getting it to Fiery, and hook reset's not quite there to make that save with Frightfully Fresh out of position. But I do know that before the kind of era double brawler or buff the brawler composition started showing up, I know a lot of people were starting to play Rasmus. You know, Obscure Breads, Nassau goalie, picking up the Rasmus for the thing. Frightfully Fresh again being the pioneer of it. Coincidentally, not playing it this time around.
Right.
And so the Rasmus actually been showing a lot of favorability and popularity in recent times until the era double brawler kind of took over the Night Market scene.
Hold on, that was a crazy strike reset from Fiery to get that goal barrier, and this is going to be an open net for PP Legends. Stagger bars are looking a little bit in the red zone as they need to start getting in the green zone. They need to start getting this puck back up to where they want it, but Borg making sure to slice and dice that X, putting the cross in that X. Gonna try and get this goal barrier now. But Average Alex, as we've seen, is doing wonders on this era, keeping the midfield presence, and Bertram has been holding this thing down so far, not losing that barrier, not even letting it slip and slide. And Average Alex is just completely keeping point on Borg. There's just no chance to get that clear option. And even when it does, Bertram is right there. Another crazy strike reset from Fiery leads to 2-0 in this first set.
Yeah, hook resets is the one of the era players in the game, right? Like you were saying, you think of a character and you think of their player, and era hook resets is era's player. As we see the KO come out from the Magical Maelstrom onto Fiery here, and Average Alex not looking too great for this world either. Both barriers going down, both teammates going down and the goal scored from the side of Last Call here, just kind of giving the PPL their last call on that set, on that volley. But a necessary volley win, a necessary point as the team of PPL threatens to take this first set. And with X and Era, you do not want to give up any sets to allow them to scale into oblivion.
Right, exactly. And I think that's what Borg and Hook finally realizes, that they need to start taking care of this Alex that is not so average. And they're going to be able to do so. They took out Bertram, though. That's so unfortunate. Average Alex has a low stagger bar. The KO for KO situation, Average Alex is going to need to start doing his best goalie impression, and does successfully, but it is still an open net and still a great opportunity for Last Call to make sure they get one more chance on that stage. They're going to be able to get this into the corner. Bertram's trying to play the swing around, but Borg, being patient, stays there, tries to catch it with the Oni blade, but doesn't end up getting it where he wants it. And Hook resets, is not going to be able to keep this one away from Fiery for too long. Finally, they're going for KOs once again, forcing Average Alex to use that core flip when definitely didn't need to. And oh, this is such a tense moment, right? This is a huge determination. That first draft could mean so much, but a great hook from Bertram means that they're going to hang on for now. Borg trying to find one little dip, not able to find the KO on Average Alex. This man is living for so long, and it's going to be able to catch this core. That's a goal barrier. This could be PP Legends coming back from this deficit that they have.
The PP Legends, Bertram just absolutely holding it down, and unfortunately a lost strike war gives the point over to Last Call, but that was starting to look like basically a reverse sweep in a single volley. they had one barrier. Last Call had one barrier for so long, and PPL eventually takes it, and just one simple strike war ends up winning the goal for them there. But Bertram just absolutely holding it down. Not the most known player before, I would say, Season 3. Kind of a solo queue demon, solo queue goalie demon, but recently has been putting on an absolute clinic, just an absolute wall of a player now in Bertram, and it has quite the goalie pool to match it and make these plays happen for PPL against Last Call, who arguably are considered the better team. But with a goalie like Bertram, PPL has a great chance to keep this core in play on the enemy side of the field and make these plays happen.
Oh, Average Alex probably wanted that cooldown from the Bewitching Beam to combo with that core flip, but didn't have it up in time. Gonna not be able to get anything off of that, but finally Fiery's back online. They're gonna try and shove Borg into this corner, maybe try and give him the what for, but not gonna be able to find anything. These abilities, these long beams that keep flying across the map, just trying to find this last goal barrier. Both of these goalies are performing so well, but Fiery once again with that X Maximus gonna land the reset, be able to find it. Bertram not falling prey to Borg's dribbling with those abilities, and finally the I dash is able to get that one through. This is double open goal for the first set, and so important to make sure that both of these players, both of these teams do not start scaling. A crazy with the primary from downtown, and that's gonna be the win for Last Call on this set. My goodness. And that's Centauro getting first pick, getting Super Surge, such an important part of the draft for the Centauro.
But on the other side of things, right, there's perfect form here, so Zentaro has to opt into one of his two best in slots and doesn't have access to the other. And now both eras get pick of the litter with Chrono Boost and Prime Time. This draft is just insane. Bertram actually opting for the Twin Drive on Rasmus. I believe that ability still has a minor bug to it where sometimes it doesn't allow the second secondary use as quickly. And Fiery, you know, it's not a damage training that X may want, but Fight or Flight is ridiculous on X because he's constantly hitting people with his abilities. And one of the best counters to an X Maximus, an X chasing you down with X Maximus, is just to simply run away. Like, just don't be there. But if he has Fight or Flight and Slick Kicks, this X is running at 45% faster than you are, and you do not get to get away from it.
And it's going to be so interesting, right? It seems like they're trying to gear up for this passing, these overwhelmed with abilities onto the goalie kind of situations on the side of PP Legends to try and combat this Centauro that's going to start KOing people like there's no tomorrow. And this hook resets, shoving that one, taking away a life that was borrowed. That was a great play from that team, and this is going to be the back and forth, right? Fire is doing such a good job at scoring these goals, at taking these very, very tough situations in front of the goal box and turning them into his advantage right there, exactly, just crossing them up. I think that's what is going to really be the difference in play styles.
Yeah, and the power of Primetime kind of reared its head there in the last point. Hook resets, having the Primetime was able to shrink Bertram and sneak that core past the secondary that Bertram had prepared to try and make that save. And on top of the Demolitionist, every time a barrier is taken, the play just explodes even more, but the Ensnare Drum just beats Fiery over the head and sends him off the pitch, and now a power play for the side of Last Call.
A power play, and they're going to have to make big use of it. They have the tools to do so with these flips, but Average Alex will be trying to stuff one of them. Finally gets through that pendulum swing, and Bertram is already looking like he's got not a lot of life left to live. Gonna be trying to make sure that Borg cannot land a couple of abilities. He's gonna have to burn an evasive just to try and stay alive long enough for Average Alex to come back online, but Hook Resets is here and is gonna make things very difficult. A great Maelstrom though from Average Alex, and they're gonna try and turn this one around. They've got the opportunity, they've got the core right where they want it, but Borg is gonna be the one standing in the middle of these forwards, continually clearing. Finally, it's Fiery that ends up finishing that one off. Gonna be Hook Resets coming back online, and Borg as well as Hook able to clear Average Alex. Fiery has one chance and is not gonna land that opportunity. Frightfully Fresh is gonna hold this one down, but Bertram needs to go right now. It is not gonna waste the core flip, has it? For the time being, Average Alex is back online. This could go the other way still. These goals have gone on for so long, and I know that it's a night market, I know that it's par for the course, but my goodness, both of these teams are battling.
Even more par for the course with the Demolitionist. Everyone's big. How do you hit around these people that look like they entered a cheat code from a 90s video game, and they're just huge? They take up like a quarter of the lane with just their strike hitbox. And so these volleys are just going to last forever if nobody can find these advantageous positions with these core flips or sneaky angles, because everyone's just simply too big to hit around.
Everyone's too big and everyone's too good, that's for sure. Both of these teams showing exactly why they're this late into the Dubu Cup and still kicking that core around. They're going to try and find one more land on the side of PP Legends to prove that they are the legends of the lore. They've got one chance. Fiery's still not getting knocked down. Gonna be able to not get it through Frightfully Fresh, but they're keeping the core on this side. They just have to keep landing their opportunities. Finally, Borg knocks out that X and is gonna be able to prevent those punches and those boxing gloves from doing too much more damage, but the Maelstroms are back online and it could spell danger as finally Fiery comes back online. This is still going on. It's been like 3 minutes. The X Maximus not gonna land through. Finally is able to get back past that massive hitbox from Frightfully Fresh as Fiery wins the strike war, and PP Legends, after what felt like a year, getting that goal, and they are trying to earn every single point. They want to keep this set going. They want to try and go the distance.
Fiery said, you know what, everyone's big, I gotta think bigger, and just uses the X Maximus to just completely engulf Frightfully Fresh's strike hitbox. But Average Alex getting taken out there by an ability I didn't even actually see. And with this power play, the side of Last Call, having used 4 core flips in the last set last volley, by the way, now has the opportunity to try and get this point back in their favor and continue to keep these energy advantages going.
They do have some advantages, but Fiery also has a very big bell-ringing advantage that is going to spell defeat when that bell tolls. It is going to be one more KO on the side of Last Call. They've got the power play, they've got Borg in a beautiful position, but Average Alex is going to keep on showing why he belongs in these positions. Finally gets KO'd, and that's another as well. Fiery is not looking too better. That's gonna be Last Call standing on top of their opponents. Borg already at level 10, level Omega. the rest of Last Call behind him, and very much the members of PP Legends behind. This is going to be the Borg show for a good long while.
I mean, Borg just looking like Joshua at the Battle of Jericho, just tearing down these walls with the Demolitionist, using the cooldowns from the Demolitionist to get these KOs, apply the damage and the pressure with the Zentaro. And now, here we are, another Demolitionist proc, all the cooldowns back up, and just 1, 2, 3, right past Bertram and Average Alex. What can you even do?
And you know what's really, really crazy is the fact that this is all happening because this Zentaro got that first pick on the first draft. That was a game, that was a 0.5 set that could have gone PP Legends' way, and now they're in the whole 2 sets. That is a crazy swing, but that's what happens when you've got the Zentaro and you've got the team behind him. And Last Call, to be fair, is a very potent and powerful team. They're a team that should not be messed with.
And this is a dangerous, dangerous draft for the side of PPL, because Bertram has to deny the Castellas from hook resets, because you do not want a Castellas Primetime Era, but hook resets gets Monumentalist. So now, on top of the players being big, these magical maelstroms from hook resets, which have already been taking names as it is, are going to take even more. Look at the size of that thing as it just goes across. And Borg, just another Demolitionist perfect form. And opting to pick up the aerials there, just purely for the dash range. It does basically nothing else for Zentaro. A little bit of range on his passive strike. And using these cooldowns to the utmost effectiveness on this character that is sometimes limited by their cooldowns. No longer is Borg limited, as everything is just falling Magic 8 Ball.
You know what I noticed? As Borg has another opportunity to get not only 2 KOs, but also a goal, as he is on a 10 KO streak. My goodness, Borg! He is here to stay. He is no longer a man backpacking through Europe, and that is for sure. What I've noticed is that Borg has been getting these goal barriers more consistently, and I was wondering why that was, and then I realized that it was happening in the second set, specifically because Frightfully Fresh got that super surge. And Borg was starting to just run away and get these really fast goal barriers. He was completely crossing up Bertram where that wasn't happening in the first set. And I think it's because of the haste improvement from Super Surge on the Mako's ability. That really has started turning Borg around. That has been making sure that he's been getting these cross-ups on the goal barriers. And I think that's a really big difference, as well as the prime time from hook resets, meaning that he's going to be able to shut down Fiery at every opportunity, completely shut down the size from these other teammates. And you can see it right there. Borg is just everywhere. Borg is literally unstoppable right now.
Yeah, I mean, Last Call using the power of effectively buff the brawler comp, right? If you look at Zentaro, what does he lack? He's a little small, he has long cooldowns, and he's in every character is generally slow in general. Oh, wow. But Fiery's saying, you know what? You can ensnare drum me all you want. I'm going to smack it past it anyway and get a nice goal here to save the game and the set, or the series, I believe. Because Last Call is still up 1-0 in this series.
This is series point for Last Call, as they're looking to seal this one away with a couple of nice plays from this Zentaro, with a couple of nice assists from this era, and a great backline in this Mako goalie from Frightfully Fresh. They've got one more goal to go, but the fact that they've been, like you said, everything has been falling. The avalanche has started, and these shot placements from Borg are just too good.
Yeah, and if you look at Borg, right, look how slow he actually walks. But now he's got Mako buff. Now he's got Era buff. Like, the only thing Borg is lacking is just pure speed. And with Era Mako, he gets that in spades. As the ensnare drum actually takes Fiery, and now it's double open barriers with series point on the line.
Series point. Bertram's got to hold this one down. Be able to send out that Death's Touch and maybe save this one for the time being. Fiery back online. This is not completely over. Bertram finally has to burn that core flip, but the stagger bar is not looking too great. Has to start walking out. Borg is going to try and catch him at the door. Is not going to be able to find him. Bertram has another pendulum swing. Cooldowns galore. It's going to be another opportunity. Fiery's in the goal box, and that's going to be Fiery sending this one to 0.5 as Last Call cannot close this one out. They've got one more shot to do it in this set, but PP Legends wants to hang on.
Bertram, holy crap, man! This guy not only opts to save core flip as the core is walking slowly into the goal, and it has to use it because he whiffs a strike, but then waits out an ability and 2 strikes to win the strike war and keep it out of play to make that goal happen. If this set is won by the side of PPL, it is on the back of Bertram's insane goalie plays right now.
Oh, but he can't save that one. The goal barrier falls, and it's Borg and a completely full energy bar. Hook resets, collapsing on this net. Borg finally does not land that EI dash right where he wants it, and the land
I cursed him.
It was inside of him, and that's gonna be a misplay, an own goal for PP Legends to go home to. That is the most unfortunate way it could have ended, but it was so good for the rest of it. PP Legends showing that they can very much contend. That 0-3 score does not tell the story of that match, considering how long some of those points went. Last
Bertram.
call, able to take it, but my goodness, PP Legends.
Bertram, this is an on-stream apology right now. I caster cursed the many words out of you, and I am so sorry. But what a game, honestly. Getting that was a treat. I went into this kind of expecting last call to kind of beat up PPL a bit, but even though this was a 3-0, like you said, this game was intense. It was down to the wire. It felt some of those just singular volleys felt like a set 5.5 scenario. Right, that one volley lasting probably upwards of 3.5 minutes before finally being put in by a single X Maximus punch. This game was everything and anything we could have asked for, and unfortunately, Zentaro just kind of ran away with it. Being Zentaro with perfect form, doing 45,000 damage and getting 7 goals is Borg. But Borg, very well known for the Zentaro, and allowing it through here just meant that once that Buff the Brawler comp came online from Hook Resets and Firefly Flesh and Borg, they were able to just kind of snowball out of control with the Demolitionist cooldowns and the perfect form cooldowns. Borg was able to just basically mash his face on the keyboard. Obviously, Borg is not the player to do that kind of thing, but you know, any Zentaro with Demolitionist perfect form can kind of just take their palm and smack their keyboard over and over and over, and probably never run out of cooldowns at the end of the day.
That was a delightful game, and I'm glad we got to see Borg at full form. I'm glad we got to see Frightfully Fresh take that crazy 0.5 goal with a crazy situation. Fiery and Average Alex doing incredible work back. But I believe that is going to do it for us. We are going to go to a break before we head to the last stage, the first part of the last stage of this tournament. After these eliminations were had, we will go to a break. Don't go anywhere. Thank you so much for tuning in.
Season's greetings. Again. I'm Ratman Rob, video editor for the competitive Omega Strikers Discord and dear friend of the big hamster himself, Dubu. Don't believe me? Here's footage of us rolling past the new Era, Vice, and Rune skins. Dubu asked me to keep you all entertained while our staff finished up their snowball fight. Oh, that was close. Let's see how much more unfair Fudgy Waffles Omeparty questions can get. Will the Sundubu Strikers be able to end the game with positive scores? Only one way to find out.
It's 2 a.m. You guys said you can only do this at 2 a.m., so we're doing it at 2 a.m. And then you're gonna. I said a word wrong. Seriously, this is 500 for that.
Alright.
If we can. They're gonna wake emoji 200. It's just gonna be the emojis and immediately gonna unlock it again. Nothing gonna be said. What are the emojis? What is the awakening?
Lightning.
Guys, it's 200 one. It only gets harder from here.
That's Soup. Woman Lightning.
Yeah. Who is Soup?
Yeah, who's Soup?
Who is Lightning?
Yeah. I'm gonna need guys 10 more seconds, but
I appreciate it. I'm not getting any smarter.
I'm not getting any smarter either.
Yeah, me neither.
I'm IQ capped.
Alright, the answer is Super Surge.
Holy hell.
Yeah, no, I don't want to do this category anymore. Awake emoji for 100. I tried to.
I think you got this one. I think you guys got this one. I think you guys got this one.
I think we got this one, maybe.
Josh.
Oh.
What is Deadeye?
Yeah.
That's
Yeah,
me
there we
with
go.
skull
What is
Skull looking. What is skull looking?
Skull eye.
It's you now. Take your pick.
Take your poison.
Wake emoji 300.
I know we can get
History.
there. 10 more seconds.
I don't know if we can get there.
Yeah, what is Fish 23?
Oh,
It's
3Z.
insane.
I'm not gonna win anyway. So what is prize fighter?
I want you to tell me your thought process here.
So like you hook someone in the middle, you get your first stack, and then you get.
So did
2
you
more.
see the last two? Unfortunately, that's incorrect, 3Z.
I'm unlucky.
Any other guessers?
Like what?
Oh, Ian.
What is cast to last?
Yes.
Wow.
Cast
Last is crazy.
Yo,
Cast
it's not
to
third.
Yeah, that
last.
is not last.
Yeah,
No,
if you're,
I'm
hey,
gonna
you know what I say? You know what I say, 3Z? If you ain't first, you're last. That's what I've always said.
Okay.
So
Why don't you put a second place thing then?
Give me a wake mode.
Next one.
400. We're gonna burn this category away. Whoa!
oh, you guys got this one,
No! Shut up!
Mountain cat for dancing.
guys. I know you guys got this
I
one.
mean, these are just insane, is what they are.
Volcano
Hold on,
cat
how-
for dancing.
And
Yeah,
people
I'll
who
use that
tested
same
it
technique
got all
that
of
I
them.
used to
That's all
solve
I'm gonna
cast to
say.
last.
They got all of them. So
Yeah,
you guys
well,
just suck.
Yes. Hey.
All right,
that
the
means-
answer is peak performance. Peak per for dance.
Oh no!
Oh,
You.
my
Hey,
bad.
that's awful. That is no good.
Yeah, that's a good one.
Yeah,
Which
I don't know.
channel
I
is
don't
gonna
know
be
who
eating you
you.
alive? At least I can
Yeah,
like.
you-
No, they're
Yeah,
not.
I-
They're
I
gonna
don't
keep calling you
think allies.
stupid. Someone's gonna get it and they're gonna be really happy if they got it, and they're gonna be like,
Yeah,
"Well, I'm
and
smarter than
they-
ASL players."
Alright, 500. Take us there.
Take
Ian,
take-
will take us there anyways.
All right.
Pregnant man,
me.
tree, question mark, shoe. Nice man.
Yeah. Nice, man. I'm definitely
mean-
not worried about running out of time.
Oh, we're out
I
of
think I have
time.
Bigger concerns like figuring it
Answer
out.
is momentum boots.
But
Oh,
why-
mom.
Why? Okay, you want to explain that one, Fuzzy?
All right, where are we going next?
Nice. That's my bad.
That's
Alright,
it.
take us to Herstory 100. Everyone shut
Yeah.
up now.
All right,
Her story.
yeah,
Her
everyone's
story
asking
100.
about history. I want to know
Yeah.
about her story.
That's what I'm wondering.
The first NASL team ever to take a team, take a
No one
game,
buzz.
take a game off of the
Buzz.
undefeated
We-
bounty
we-
hunters.
I'm protesting this
Take a
Yeah,
question.
game.
We protest this.
The first
Yeah.
NSL West team ever, guys, ever. Bounty hunters, an undefeated team. You know, had Gumi. Oh, Josh buzzed in last second.
I think it was bounty hunters who played so bad that they took the game off themselves.
Yeah.
That's unfortunately is not correct. Ian is buzzing in.
Hey, what
too.
is the stupidest idiot of all time and the rest of his team?
All right, the answer is Goatee Sports.
Who the heck are those guys?
Yeah. Oh, I think they're the NASA Season 3 champions, probably.
Oh, yay!
I'm gonna cry. I'm gonna cry. You guys, I'm gonna cry. I'm gonna cry. I'm gonna cry.
200.
Cry for me.
Straight to
Can't be the victim
100.
now.
This team is still battling Dubu Strikers to this day, according to Start.gg. 3Z.
Man, he buzzed so fast.
Who is West Esport?
Correct.
Esports.
Correct. Can win. Can win.
Proud of you.
You get to pick for like the second time this game. Where are we going? 3Z?
Yeah.
Okay, history for 300.
Alright. The first and last team to beat Trio Abusers
I mean-
/S.A.D.B.O.I.S in bracket in a primetime
There's just
Tuesday.
no way that he did it again, right?
Resident Sleeper.
Yeah.
What is Goatee Sports?
Correct.
And
Correct.
also, I'll see you later, boss man.
Holy
See you, boy.
And where to next, Ian?
Oh,
History
it's my turn.
400.
Sorry, History 400. If it's Goatee Sports again,
The
I'm
fourth
leaving.
highest voted All-Pro goalie from NASL Season 2.
Hmm.
Ian.
What is Obscure Breads?
Unfortunately, that is incorrect.
Fortunately, that is incorrect.
Give you guys
I don't even know.
5 more seconds.
Guys, we can think of 5, maybe even 10 NASL Season 2 goalies, I think.
All right, the answer is Lilybun.
Oh, epic.
All right.
All
Where are
good?
we going next?
All I'm
good?
saying is I give it my best.
All good?
History
I had-
500. History 500.
History 500.
Yep.
Mystery 500. These guys are really good.
Yeah.
Ian.
What are S.A.D.B.O.I.S?
Not quite the answer we're looking for.
I guess they're not that good. Sorry.
Anyway, Gramella.
Who is Goats Esports?
Oh, thermometer face.
Yeah, Ian's just gone. Ian left.
Down
for
to
200.
quotes. Quotes for 200. It's gonna be a quote. That's like
Gonna be a quote.
Holy Sheezy McGlizzard Glizzy.
No,
They're
he's so
easy.
good. Wait, he has lower ping than me. Cheater.
No, there's they're easy.
Oh, that's crazy.
Who is Kai Noob?
Correct.
Holy, she's McGillis
Let's dive into that
That's
question.
He's my
yeah.
friend.
We'll bring him on next
Oh.
time.
Our quotes for 300 or whoever. I mean,
It's
Quotes,
they're
yeah,
easy.
I don't
They're
know
easy
who
gets
it
the
is.
ping.
Easy.
Yeah, I
That's
mean,
easy.
quotes for
Yeah.
400, like.
For 400.
Ooh.
No quotes for
Yeah,
400.
just quotes for-
Spicy.
Quotes for 400.
Whoa, chills. They're easy.
Who is Cakes 000?
chills.
Correct.
Whoa. Chills.
And Threezy making an insane comeback right now. Threezy.
Easy 3 or 5.
500.
500.
All right. Wait, I did that? Ian.
Who is Janelle?
That's correct.
Wait,
Yay.
I
Okay.
did that?
Well done. Alright, Ian, take us.
All
to
right.
Promised Land.
I'm thinking Legogo for 400.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
Instant triple buzzer, but Threezy gets it.
Oh,
Number
yeah.
1.
Who is Mari Cameraman?
Oh yeah.
Correct. Oh yeah.
Mari Lizard Man.
All right, so everyone ended with positive points here for our final Jeopardy question. So if everyone
I think
can
this is a Fudgy Waffles first.
quickly
Everyone's positive.
send over how much you're gonna bet. All right, for
Everyone's
our
gonna
final Omepardy question, our final Omepardy. Let's be clear,
Don't call
Omepardy
it that.
question.
You're so
I
gross.
think it's just gonna be
You
like
just
Bjorkson
pest
or
me.
something.
It's gonna be the question is, what is the name of the new hit Omega Strikers podcast coming to a YouTube video Discord somewhere
no way.
near you?
There's no-
You.
Yeah,
on,
all right.
On 3.
On
Let's
3.
go get
1,
King. Say
2,
it on
3. It's
I mean, what is it, just
it's,
Ham
I,
City
is it,
sandwich
I think it's a
style?
Westy Wednesday
Westy
sandwich
Wednesday Sandwich
style.
style. Yeah.
Well, yeah, we might change. That could be
Yeah.
a thing. Whatever pops up, you know.
Okay, so what's
Ian
the
will-
real question?
Yeah, we don't even know what the answer
That
to the
would-
question was.
No, that's
Yeah,
it.
We answered that
That's the
question.
answer. We're done.
What do you mean?
Is that the final?
Omepardy. Yeah, that was the final Omepardy.
Wait,
We
we
all-
need another final
Omepardy.
question. Back to you in the studio.
Well, you heard it here first, folks. Check out Breezy Breezy Stream this Wednesday for a first look at whatever their podcast ends up being called. As for me, I'll be heading out for the rest of the broadcast. But fear not, the Dubu Cup will be right back. Happy holidays, and hope to see you all again next week.
Hello there, everybody, and welcome into Top 8 of the Dubu Cup. My name is K-Bot, now joined by Saya, who's been behind the scenes all day today. Saya, how has things been going from your perspective so far?
I mean, as well as a tournament can go. Honestly, this format, although it is pretty brutal, the single elimination portion is always tough whenever a single elim. We are finally here in the double elimination portion. We have gotten through in quite a decent runtime, given that it was best of 3, and we have 2 very, very solid teams with us today. It is Last Call, who we just saw, versus Core Overflow, who we have not seen in a while, but this is a new Core Overflow.
We're at the point now, as you mentioned, where These teams aren't going to be any slouches at the top 8 if they've made it this far, and these two teams certainly not going to be those slouches either. You mentioned, though, this Core Overflow roster is slightly new. It's some iteration of some of those rosters that we've seen in the past with Leo, Leon, and Slop returning, but that midfielder slot actually has Joker joining them, coming from a Finesse roster. And we just saw, of course, last call, no surprises that the Kazan and the Luna are the bans here away from Slop and Borg. But we're probably going to see pretty similar things across the board, especially from this last call roster, although Joker's going to be going over to this Now character, Saya, which is a character we have seen him pilot with a great deal of proficiency.
Yeah, it is going to be very, very interesting how these pan out, but again, this is the team comp that we've seen from last call just a little bit ago on their previous matchup, and although this is a very different team, Borg may not be able to run as free as he did previously, but it's also a pretty similar start. No Demolitionist for that infinite cooldowns on Borg. However, it is still a size start, and we'll see a lot of similarities in how the players strike around each other.
Everybody picking up a little bit of that extra size, but the other thing I'm looking out for here are some of those buff awakenings, right? Anything that has to deal with haste that comes out, given by the fact that we've got 2 Makos on either side, we've got a Now and an Era in the midfielder slots. All of these characters want to buff up their brawlers, want to get things moving even faster across the board. So looking for things like those Chrono Boost and Cast Last and future carousels will be critically important, and depending on when those awakenings end up showing up, could do a great deal in terms of actually establishing the direction that this game goes. But for now, both Fresh and Slop holding it down. First barrier is going to fall as I say that, just as overtime gets crossed over in this first set. Fresh does have that energy burst, while Leo will pick up the second barrier. Now, waits for this orb. The possession will be maintained by last call. Borg will strike away one barrier. Now it's Fresh, right back up to Hook. Here's the Oni's Blade from Borg, looking for the second barrier, but Spot will send it away regardless. We'll dive in to find the barrier nonetheless. Go back and forth between both goalies for a moment. Sentry Drone gets used by the Joker to try to interrupt things for just a moment. Hook can't quite get it right down to Borg. Looks for it again. Joker now on the pass. There's a beautiful ensnare. Use out of Fresh to prevent that from going the other way. Now power play opportunity as the Joker gets caught on the wrong side of the Maelstrom. Borg pushing up the pitch. Can't quite find it yet. And the passing play doesn't come out. Now Leo's turn. Finds a KO. Be looking on the prowl in just a moment. But all these... still looking for some of these passing plays. Energy Burst finally forced out of Fresh. And it will deny the play. Now, here's another pass, but it's up to the corner. Fresh is ready for it. On that top side, the Maelstrom's going to catch the Joker away yet again. Another power play opportunity. It'll bounce off the split barrier. Slop will be forced to use that Energy Burst just in the nick of time. And now Borg is finally going to collect it and put it in. It feels like it's so hard for them to get these passing plays going with how much area of influence these characters have on the pitch and the fact that they've got a barrier separating them in most cases.
Yeah, the additional size really putting in work, making the defense so much more powerful on both sides, so much harder to hit around people. But at the end, it is Borg, ever reliable, getting the strike war on the primary from Slop and setting it right through. And that's one of the weaknesses of Mako. Again, if it's a cross, you really have to rely on that slow primary. But as I say that, Leon almost gets 2 barriers, is looking for the second right now. And this Juliet has been like a shark in the water.
Looking for it again, but was drained in Stagger and will have to back on away. Fresh will come back in off the respawn. Still on Stagger is Leon. Borg and Hook not leaving him alone on this Juliet as he continues to get bullied around, although the Joker tries to come up with something here. Maelstrom will interrupt that angle for that 4-flip. And now Leo strikes into the barrier. Just gets it right behind Fresh. Here comes the Oni's Blade. Joker strikes it away, and it gets out ahead of everyone else. Leon credited with the goal.
And that's just Leon once again capitalizing Joker there as well. the downside of that Zentaro special. If it sends it backwards, that's so much momentum for the opposing team. But Fresh, that dribble, ill-advised against a player like Joker, who will win those strikers, who will get those barriers, and Core Overflow are looking dominant at the moment.
That's the other thing too, this now, with those drones, you have no idea what the possible hitboxes are going to come out. Whether it be the sentry drones, or those triangles that she puts down on the map, or the proximity drones, that secondary, which is intended to be used as that buff, but also can be used just in an attempt to hit the core. Leo Leon will collect with the Flying Phoenix to send it in, and now Core Overflow on set point here.
That point has arrived, and if there's one team that can convert, it is Core Overflow to speed, but the speed boost from the Joker, not quite enough there, as Hook resets and Borg are the ones setting up a play. Slop's stagger bar is draining by the second, no meter available. If Borg wants a KO, now is the time, but Fresh is on the other side on the back foot as Leo Leon tries to get the barrier.
Good healing coming in from Joker will keep Slop alive, and a little bit of extra insurance as well. Come in, Leo Leon now already is used the Fiery Flurry and can't quite collect on that gold barrier. Borg, though, slice and dice, finds the second, now trying to keep this one in the corner. Here comes the drum and bass from Fresh, trying to get it up to Hook, but not fast enough as the Joker is able to interrupt things for a moment. And the Joker's a player, for those of you that might not be familiar, typically going for more of the scoring play style. Now stepping back into this midfield role, which is not surprising for the characters that he plays. The Octavia, the Now that can come out here for this player. So certainly has the ability to do that and has been playing incredibly well for Core Overflow in what we've seen so far, but also not a stranger towards that goal box. Wants to get in there, wants to help, put the team on his back and start putting some of those goals back as well. Now going to go to the opposite way. You see, finally finds the net once more. Borg's able to put it back, and we're on a 5th goal once again, Saya. Let's count them up. That's number 1 in this match so far.
Number 1 of many to come in a matchup like this. And even though the core control was largely dominated, still is largely dominated by Core Overflow, it is still Last Call finding the opportunities to push past, to put damage on, to pressure Core Overflow. And Borg trapped for a moment, but the bouncing core will free the Zentaro. And yet again, it is Borg and Hook resets. Despite the Joker always being there, they are finding opportunities.
Still finding opportunities and staying alive, at least for now. Beautiful clear from Fresh. Razor thin margin to send it parallel to the goal barrier. Slop will find the strike away. Now Core flips it to get away from Borg once more. You do not want that core drifting close to Borg, especially while he's on the Zentaro with a couple of cooldowns. Proximity drone from Joker trying to go out. You see Leo Leon get trapped, has to use an evade to get out. Trapped in the ensnare drum, but he'll find the barrier nonetheless. We're in overtime. Open goal barriers both sides, and Borg will flip it into the net to put Last Call ahead here. And again, all going to come down to these Haste Awakenings, Saya. We'll see whether or not Last Call can roll him in this first carousel.
Haste Awakenings, but also the Zentaro, that is inevitable. So many powerful Awakenings, but I think Core Overflow can breathe a sigh of relief as not many are on this particular carousel. But Chrono Boost for the era, as you mentioned, the Haste Awakenings coming through. Hook resets now will just be so much more powerful. But on the other side, you can't forget Team Player. That new Awakening, the core speed, is absolutely overwhelming on those passing plays. Opens up so many new avenues for Slop. And I think those 2 Awakenings will really define the next few sets.
And to that end, we saw once or twice in the last set, right, where that extra core speed, once it got into overtime, sometimes happened to slip right past Fresh, right? And so now, Slop with the ability of that team player to just send it towards one of the teammates here for Core Overflow, hopefully in an attempt to get it out and away from the forward duo of Last Call, who is able to execute so well on a lot of these points. When they can find their openings, they will absolutely convert, as Borg does yet again with the help of Hook resets. Beautiful goal there and beautiful collapse to come through on that point.
Yep, it is brilliant here, as once again it's a speed difference. When Borg gets that speed on the usually sluggish Zentaro without abilities, of course, it just makes a world of difference when this guy can reposition around the map like that. And Hook Resets, of course, will be looking to make that happen as well. Borg trapped for a moment, but Flip is not burned importantly. And that is another barrier opportunity, but Flip gets baited out. Core Overflow are pushing the advantage now.
Looking for the KO and looking for the core, but couldn't find it there was Borg. And barrier's going to stay online, at least for now, but you mentioned the speed, and that's something I want to take a look at here, because we're talking, of course, about the Flutterfly speed and the drum and bass speed coming out of the Mako. But even still, now there's a chrono boost added to that, and Borg got flight or fight in the last carousel, which means just a little bit extra in terms of that speed, which sometimes is everything that makes the difference when trying to convert. Bewitching Beam keeps it forward. Borg's able to strike it into the barrier, and now it's an open goal gate here for last call. Sentry Drone interrupts things, but still 2 energy bursts online for both Hook and Fresh. One will get committed, but still can't get it around Leo Leon as it finds an awkward angle off of the night market wall. Now into the corner, Borg repositions and strikes it towards the north corner.
What a good movement by Borg, dipping back to get the core to win the strike war top corner. And last call, again, despite Core Overflow having a lot of that midfield control, despite them holding the core for quite a long time, it is last call that gets the barriers, that gets the goals, that converts, and this team has that fresh flip to work with to get it out of the corner to prevent the Leo Leon barrier take. And once again, it is last call who are looking good.
Looking good so far. One barrier goes down. Borg keeps it alive with a passive, and now we'll find the second barrier as well. Hook tries to set it down to the bottom side. It'll get interrupted by those walls for just a moment. Can be so pesky now and again. Looking for this back the other way. My goodness. Leo Leon just gets completely obliterated off of the map. Power play opportunity. Borg looking for the dribble. Will dash out of the ensnare drum. Hook resets looking for the shot. Can't find it. Now connection to Borg. Wins the strike war, but Slop is still back. Has the energy burst as well. Joker has it as well. Looks like it'll finally get cleared away to the other side. Joker now in position, maybe looking for an offensive play with this energy burst. There it is. We'll use it, but it gets sent away by Borg there, as plenty was covered. Leo Leon, even still, finds the strike into the barrier. So close here. Now tries to punch it back, but it goes off of the corner, and Fresh is able to react in time. Leo, maybe once more, but Borg in possession. Slop forced to use the energy burst. Fresh is ready. Doesn't have to burn his quite yet. Hook will find the pass. Now Borg in the corner will find the core flip and put it into the bottom corner again. 3 goals to nil. Last call, once again, finding their opportunities to execute in so many of these cases. And there are opportunities for Core Overflow. They're just not able to find those conversions.
And here it is. Perfect form. The best in slot for Zentaro. And Borg has been performing already. After this perfect form, he will have no shortage of cooldowns to make plays with. On the other side, the Monumentalist is picked up, but that still means a Castellast or a Monumentalist, of course, going to the Era. And Castellast Chrono Boost, I think, last call, have just... the floodgates are opened. They are in control.
Appears to be the case. Weird thing seeing Primetime drop out of that draft, but even still... there's not actually much of a reason for that. Hook resets, wants to pick up that Castellast, wants to provide that extra speed as we've talked about this entire time on this haste. See the Monumentalist here picked up by the Joker. Again, looking to try to ensure that all of those drones are able to have that extra size, have that little bit of an increased area of effect again on this now. And Joker able to find KO there. Now goal gates open. Fresh tries to play it safe, but Joker's able to find the punish nonetheless on this now. Something you got to watch out for. And hey, even the highest level goalies fall for it every once in a while.
Yeah. Fresh caught off guard in that moment, but Joker just approaching slowly that slow drifting projectile into the creation. But hits another point. It's another story here as Borg has flip available, sends it through everyone. The flamethrower has to be burned from Leo Leon to defend that. But compare the cooldowns, right? Juliet has to get the cooldowns back the honest way, while Borg can just get them back by hitting people.
And that's one thing that the Zentaro loves to do, is continue hitting people. You see Slop low on stagger, has to try to play this incredibly carefully. Borg will be able to find the KO with the passive strike. Leo Leon comes back to collect the core. Bewitching Beam almost picks up the gold barrier, but the Joker's able to send it away. Stalling out for a moment of time. Now we start to see the damage come out onto Borg, who is now the one that's staggered. We'll use that Siphoning Wand healing, actually, to get quite back up a decent ways out of that Oni's Blade, and we'll live to see the next couple of seconds. Lifeline comes out of Joker to reposition, looks for the shot off of the bank wall. Still won't be able to find it. Sentry drone forward, interrupted by hook resets. Cannot quite find this last barrier, but finally does as Joker walks up to find the strike. Proximity drone out once again. Leo Leon trying to just answer Borg. Can't play as offensively, perhaps, as he'd want to on the Juliet. Here's the Fiery Flurry. Almost collects, but hook resets there in time. Now Borg, once again on the rush. Finds a way to get it to hook. Resets! But off for the rebound of the goal barrier. It goes back the other way. Can't quite react in time. Too powerful overall. Slop credited with the goal, and Core Overflow up 2-0.
And you'll take those any day of the week. The angle a little too sharp to the top side. Fresh unable to catch it. That's rough for last call before Overflow. They have to take this chance and run with it. Try to find some scaling here because Borg has already scaled to full. Joker now trying to pass to Leo Leon, but again, it is Borg. So many cooldown Slop getting it out of there somehow. But Core Overflow have a mountain to climb still despite this 2-0 lead.
We'll see whether they can do it here. But Leo Leon committing so much and now able to find the KO at the very bare minimum in addition to a couple of barriers. Doesn't win the strike war. His hook resets will hold on. Now it's the Joker's turn. We'll hit it with that proximity drone. It'll send it in right along with it. Again, looks for those opportunities here. Formerly in that scoring role is no slouch to sending those cores in. And now it's Core Overflow's turn to get priority on this carousel. Leo Leon, probably not the exact carousel you want to see with 2 sparks online, having already previously taken a spark, and you have to pick between that and Knife's Edge here.
Yeah, Knife's Edge just going to be taken. But the other picks are what are interesting to me. The Hmong Titans available, and the Era takes it, giving the size to Borg. Earlier casters have discussed how important that is, especially when you have characters that benefit from size on the team. And Mako and Zentaro are 2 characters that definitely benefit a lot from that size.
Having your goalie and having even more size here for Borg on this Zentaro, because the Zentaro might scale, but in addition, the sword scales with a little bit of extra size. Those hitboxes will be slightly larger, but now Leo Leon looks for the conversion here. Can't quite find it, just bounces off the corner there. Almost had both barriers. Now it's Borg's turn. It'll get struck away from him once. Now pass off the hook, resets, looking for this opportunity, but Slop's able to send it away. We'll hold the line there. The proximity drone comes out of the Joker, who has an energy burst. Leo Leon gets possession of the core, tries to send it towards that goal barrier. Can't find it there. Borg sets up a classic play with the Zentaro, but it still doesn't find the goal barrier. Slop's stagger bar was looking a little bit low until the Joker decided to use that lifeline ability from the now. Healing Slop right back up, but even still, goal barriers fall. Here's the drum and bass. A little bit of extra speed for the forwards of Core Overflow. You see the energy burst come out as Leo Leon attempts to make a play once more. Now the core gets just out in front of him. Overtime once more. Extra core speed. Gets the bank off the corner here. And now Leo Leon, potential opportunity. Didn't look like he had the Flying Phoenix, but just has the strike. And is able to send it back. Fresh just might not have seen that. At that point, things were moving so fast to try to take care of business there. Now, what is that? 4 goals in a row for Core Overflow. Starting to come on a little bit of a roll. This is the momentum they need to start climbing that mountain.
And Leo Leon doesn't really have the name brand outside of the high-low community like players such as Joker, Vaughn, Bells, etc. really have, right? But anyone who is familiar with competitive Mega Strikers will tell you that Leo Leon is one of the best in the game, has been one of the best in the game all the way since Beta was on one of the Quest Esports rosters there, and once again is the one converting. This is the brawler that won Season 1 of the North American Strikers League for a reason, that has been consistently at the top for over a year for a reason.
Puts yet another one away here for Core Overflow. And while we talk about the conversion opportunities from Borg, finally we're starting to see Leo Leon respond in kind with just 1 or 2 extra opportunities. But now it'll be difficult as both Hook and Fresh have those energy bursts online. That ensnare drone tries to keep the core down to the bottom corner for just a moment. Now, energy bursts both used at the same time. Joker gets sent away, and the gold barriers will fall. Borg now in the slice and dice. Trying to look for something here. Pokes at it with the passive strike. Can't quite find it. Here's the energy burst from Leo Leon. Gets it away, but Fresh will collect it even still. Extra speed coming out once more. Oh, no! Slop just could not quite find the perfect pitch there. And it will be another goal over the last call, interrupting this streak for a moment.
Big goal coming out from last call, and so important as well, as you said, interrupting the streak, giving them a chance to just take the game in this set. And if they do, not allowing that additional scaling, that additional draft coming out. And Borg has flip available. If Fresh can push past, if hook resets can push past, get the core to Borg, that could be it. But the ensnare drums, Borg trapped for a moment, losing so much stagger, almost dead, but dodges away from the drone of Joker. Still stays alive. One more opportunity to get this flip.
Looking for it again. There's the energy burst. Slop is ready for it down in the bottom corner with the passive as well. Leo Leon will send it towards one barrier. Joker in position now, but energy burst will get traded, and it'll get sent away. Back over to the red side of the pitch. Joker will kill for time a little bit here, and Leo Leon picks one up with a fiery flurry. Power play opportunity, has the extra speed for the drum and bass, and now will punch it home! That extra speed coming in from that Mako from the back lines helps Leo Leon reposition and find the goal there.
Yeah, this Mako pick, there's a reason it's being picked on both sides. It kind of fills that Era goalie role as well. And if you have both Era and Mako, or now and Mako, or now and etc., it is just so much buffing for your team. And Knife's Edge 1-2 punch, although you give Super Surge away to the Zentaro of Borg, it is still a ridiculous KO power on the side of Leo Leon. So there will be many, many more kills to come in this one.
Many more to come. Prize Fighter and Spark of Focus dropping through, and a little bit of extra speed and power here for Fresh, whereas you see the big fish picked up for Slop. Even larger is this Mako goalie on both sides. Slop almost gets carried away by the Maelstrom from hook resets, but will live to tell the tale. And again, really looking out here for Leo Leon. Will he be able to convert with that newly picked up 1-2 punch? That was one of the last things that he was looking for in this one. But even still, gonna have to be more careful of Borg. Thanks to that Super Surge coming out. You see that we've talked about this repositioning coming through. Sometimes it's the extra speed, but in a lot of cases, it's the extra distance you can travel on a character like the Zentaro. Here's Joker. Tries to take the shot. Looks for it. Can't quite do it. And now Leo Leon will trade his own life to find the barrier. Power play opportunity the other way, but couldn't quite pick up the momentum here. His last call. Hook resets. Looks for the shot. Can't find it. It's back over to Fresh. Joker is there, coming in with an extra bit of speed. And now Fresh will find the flip, but Leo Leon finds the punish right after. Doesn't find the core in the interim. Hook now, trying to hold it down. It goes right into the Oni's blade and goes back. Leo Leon credited with the goal. Core overflow. Now ahead for one of the first times in this game.
Yeah, and Leo Leon, despite getting KO'd, getting the barrier is so crucial, especially because Joker and Slop can defend a barrier quite well. This Core Overflow team's defense has been the shining point. Sometimes the best offense is just holding on until your brawler can respawn, and this duo can. That massive monumentalist drone, the secondary from now, buying so much space. Slop is absolutely massive. It is so hard to take these barriers, even in the striker advantage.
Borg now will collect, looks for something. We'll get one barrier before this power play is over. Looks for a second here. Actually is able to find it there. Winning a strike war versus Slop. Will go elusive for a moment. Has very low energy. Now tries to use the perfect pitch, keep it forward, but the Flutterfly speed comes out here. His last call is looking to try to score this one and equalize the game. At a goal apiece in this fifth and final set. Looking again. Here's the Maelstrom up to the top corner. Slop has to set it down. Hook's ready for it, and he'll get it right back up to Borg, who commits with the flip. This game one is going to come down to the wire here, Saya. We've only got a potential 3 more goals to go.
Yep, and well, it really could go either way here. Both teams performing, having the builds of their dreams. That Juliet 1-2 punch knife's edge on Night Market. The Zentaro with perfect form and super surge. It all comes down to how they can perform in these points. Hook resets is so low. Leo Leon in position. Core overflow pushing ahead.
You really can't ask for much more if you're anyone on the pitch right now. Here comes the drum and bass, already committed. Fresh now, uses the energy burst, tries to send it up the top corner, get it all away from this Juliet at all costs. Hook now, on a little bit of extra speed from the Flutterfly, able to take care of business, win a couple strike wars. Here's the ensnare drum, keeps Leo Leon away for just a moment. That'll buy enough space in order to keep the core out. Oni's blade, Borg nearly gets KO'd. Had to be careful there for a moment. Now here comes the energy burst out of Leo Leon up to the top corner. Fresh is ready for it, but the second one is there from Joker. It's game point now for Core Overflow.
Not quite serious point. It is a best of 3 after all, but still so critical to get this first game in a series that is this close, and Core Overflow are just running away with it. Leo Leon in position, Joker getting that first barrier like that. Borg has to rush in, but that is an important cooldown burned. Has to spend some to get some back, and will just outplay Slop for the second barrier.
Finds it here. Fresh tries to keep it forward here with the drum and bass. Let go of the button, doesn't have the extra speed. Now Slop gives it back the other way to the team. Lifeline forward. Joker will heal up Leo Leon so that the KO doesn't come through. Borg now looks for it. Will be able to stun Slop, but Slop was ready with that energy burst. Looking for it again. Borg sent away. Energy burst. Here comes the ensnare. Once again out of Fresh, keeping things locked down for a moment longer. Buying just an ounce of breathing room. But now it's open goal barriers on both sides. Down to the bottom corners with this Night Market speed boost. Can't find it. Fresh once more is there. Coming forward. We're in overtime now. Core goes even faster. Almost bounces off the wall. Borg almost collects on the other side, but it's just a bit too early. Right back over to Fresh here. Bounces off the corner. Leo Leon, another opportunity. It'll put it home. That's game one over to Core Overflow. How hard fought was it, though? Even on Core Overflow's map pick, last call brings them to this S.A.D.B.O.I.S.
Oh, man. What a final point as well. So hard fought by both teams. So many chances, so many good defenses. But in the end, Leo Leon controlling the core just enough to create that last chance. Last call now on their winner's side lives. Have to head into a game 2 that is looking a lot scarier.
We want to talk about scary things. How about the stats page on this one? Borg, 75,000 damage. Hook resets, got the most KOs of the team, and actually, Core Overflow had more team KOs than did last call, but so much output potential here on this Zentaro. And we'll see what ends up happening as this one continues. But now, Saya, we're heading over to last call's map pick. The bands on the map page were Auten and Atlas. Last call pick Taiko Temple here. Tell me a little bit more about this one and what the nuance is here. What are we looking to do, and why do you think last call picked it?
Taiko Temple, it's a map with a bunch of bumpers that speed the core up, and the most important bumper, of course, is in the center. It's a bit of an IME's app-esque position, but instead of the core bouncing it off it like terrain, it bounces off it at Mach speed, and Octavia is left up. Interesting choice, but it does mean that Last Call is prepared for it. They're playing a composition that is designed to have the damage to KO the Octavia. And KOing on this map is a little interesting. The center and the drums on the outside send at such a high knockback that if you hit someone into the center, there is a good chance that they just get KO'd off the map.
Interesting bans across the board there. You saw the Era get banned away from Hook resets, getting Borg the opportunity to pick which striker he wanted, and he opts in for the Zentaro on 1-2 punch. The other starting awakening, that chrono boost, critical for the Octavia, and the reason why you see the Joker pick it up here.
And newly changed Kazan is a character that Borg has been incredibly familiar with, has loved playing it, has played it in the qualifier for the North American Strikers League and found great success with this very last call roster. But on the other side, Leo Leon as well, and of course Slop on that signature Luna. Everyone is on comfort on this game except for Fresh, of course, new character, but this Mako has already been quite good for last call.
And you figure that a little bit of extra speed with the chrono boost will help out these members. And now Borg put it out some fancy business with the crooked leverage. Able to juke out Slop there once, and that's one of the things about this Luna now. Maybe even something that Borg was looking forward to doing on this Kazan, juking out Slop's Luna.
Yeah, Luna, not the most defensively sound character. Really will have to pump out the damage on a map like this because it is so easy to get overwhelmed as a goalie like that on this map against characters such as the Kazan, the Vice, the Mako. But Slop finds some offense of his own, and Slop historically has been the most successful eject Luna goalie by far. It is not particularly close, but right now stuck in a hard 1v2 situation, and when all the cooldowns are down, even the best in the game can't really do much.
Didn't have that Octavia online either. Joker was taken off of the pitch, and so once again the conversion comes through from last call, and that's something that I continuously look out for in this team. Their ability to just have the right series of abilities coming forward to find goal barriers, find the goals themselves. Hook resets, able to keep it forward for Borg, or helping out however he can on the offensive position to collapse on these goals is something that you continuously watch and you see last call do. And it is something to take note of. If you're watching your own games, hey, watch how Hook resets his positioning. Now on this Vice as the arrow was banned away, still able to pump out a little bit of extra damage, using that Thunderstruck to send things away. And there goes Joker again, the weakness of the Octavia, that low stagger bar, meaning that with the Vice and the Kazan combination, along with that Mako on the back lines, means that we might not see the light of day so much here from the Joker. We'll see what the picks are for this first carousel, because right now it's all last call.
Yeah, and a lot of these characters in this particular game would like to scale, but with last call winning, they have the earlier picks, they have the denials on lock, and extra special most likely be going to be taken away from the Luna here. It's also a great pick on the Mako, but team player, as we mentioned earlier, that core speed could just be the ticket. Core overflow could make good use of that, just like they did in the last game.
All about that speed. It's one of those things that everyone looks for in these carousels. See what comes through here now, and see Joker continually getting bullied around. Doesn't quite have the damage to dodge out a lot of these things, and now Borg will continue pumping that damage into this Octavia. Doesn't have the speed, doesn't have the energy, doesn't have the healing to get away from it, and it'll be more power play opportunities. We'll see whether or not Core Overflow is able to find something in response here, whether it's more damage coming out of Slop's Luna or Leo Leon able to be more successful, or just altogether holding things down. Looking to do that there, and has done it in the open goal gate so far. Hook will dribble for a moment, and now Borg uses the pop-up for that top side. Traps Joker's Octavia for a moment. I have to keep looking at this, because this Octavia is something that we have seen make or break games in a lot of cases. Right now, it's not quite there for the Joker. Still only level 2, has had minimal impact. Going into the flow state now, playing in this midfield role, but it's going to run out almost instantly, even with that chrono boost online. Cannot quite find the success here that you'd want to see. Slop will send it around Borg once, and now maybe a Joker trying to get back in here, but 3 hits down, and now the pop-up is the finisher. Borg on a 6 KO streak as we come out of the first set. Slop will use the energy burst here, and he gets sent back around to the other side of the map. Fresh, going to use the ensnare drum, has to try to keep it away. Slop trying to come in on the punish, but still able to come through, and the Joker comes back off the respawn in the flow state in order to find the goal. Finally won for Core Overflow.
That is the best goalie save sequence that I've seen in quite a while from Fresh. And unfortunately, Joker there to follow up at the very end, but you know, that clip was ridiculous. And unfortunately, again, while I'm talking about how great it is a striker advantage for Core Overflow. They're looking to push this advantage to the limit, especially with that Luna goalie. S.A.D.B.O.I.S, of course, pilots it so well, unable to get the score that time, but the pressure just continues. The Core trapped on the side of last call. A barrier will be taken on the other side, and maybe it turns around now.
We'll see if it can. Joker still looking in position on this top side. Flow State's going to rat out. Here's the beat drop. Leon trying to use the top spin to send it back. Can't quite, but we'll find a KO. Now Crooked Leverage pulls it back and sends it down to that bottom corner. Fresh does not have the ability to react in time, thanks to the quickness of this Kazan in some of those situations. The second you see that Crooked Leverage come through, and another one on the board here for Core Overflow.
One on the board as they look to take this series to continue their winners bracket run today. But S.A.D.B.O.I.S taking so much damage. Joker already KO'd and elusivating away. Borg no meter but does not care, forcing the meter away from S.A.D.B.O.I.S, who has to dash to the other side to stay alive. But Borg is ready with the cooldown. S.A.D.B.O.I.S staggered, sent to the bottom side, and with no cooldowns left, the goal will sail into the bottom right corner.
Able to find it here and maybe stopping the momentum here in this second set for Core Overflow. So they're looking to come right on back in, and we haven't seen a ton of what can potentially happen on the future, given by the fact that there's still a lot of damage awakenings online, right? Things that can come through like specialized training, things that can come through, even Knife's Edge potentially could play a decent bit of a role for one of these Kazans, and the ability to have that first pick in the carousel, or that pick ahead of your mirror on the other side, is going to be critical. Then you figure as well, you want to deny things like cast last away from Joker. So many complex things go into these Awakenings carousels, and it all comes down to who's able to convert in these set opportunities. But right now it looks like Core Overflow, and there it is. I'm getting deja vu from that one. Joker pulls it right down to the bottom corner once more.
This is such an important series. Winning here, not just moving on in the winner's bracket, but guaranteeing your ticket to day 2. You still have to play one more today, but even if you lose that series, you are still, in day 3, the next day, next week, and Core Overflow, with that draft luck, with the dead eye on S.A.D.B.O.I.S, this could be their ticket to win the damage war against Borg.
Certainly going to be able to pick that one up. And now you see Hook Resets actually stealing away the aerials from the Joker later on in that draft. But even still, the prime time here gets picked up by Borg. Something you might not think of so much, but given by the fact that your primary is now reduced down a little bit of damage, but having the extra cast from that primary just as impactful here for this Kazan, especially in the way that Borg plays Kazan, literally just pumping out as much damage as possible. We'll see whether or not he's able to find a little bit more of that as this continues. Looking for the goal barrier here.
And there's a little bit of a joke that goes around, right? It's like, you know, prime time reduces damage, but 2 times 85% is a lot more than 100%. Of course, if you add the siphoning wand to that, it is a lot 90. More damage. 2 times 90. Wait, is it 90 now?
It's 90 now.
Whoa.
That was patch. Yeah.
Patches are crazy.
Patches are crazy. You'll have that. Patches are what adds things like the bounce house in to the game as Joker continues to get knocked around. We'll find the corner and stay alive for a moment, and Leon comes through with the deny on the energy burst. Able to just poke it through. Fresh on the defense there. Core Overflow still looking poised here in order to take this one. And even though you're seeing all this damage pumped into the Joker, it feels like still not netting results here for last call so far. Although as I say that, the maddening descent comes through from Borg, finds the goal and catches it right in the nick of time.
What a great catch And that is the offense that could overwhelm that Luna goalie, but look on the other side, the damage comes out. Joker following up, Leo Leon following up on Joker, who was there after the combo from S.A.D.B.O.I.S. That's a lot of damage to work with, and that core finds its way all the way to the bottom barrier. Core overflow have a good round start, and this game is just so snowbally round per round.
Looking again, Borg actually will find the crooked leverage to send Leo Leon away. Power play opportunity now for last call. Into this top corner. S.A.D.B.O.I.S tries to buy a little bit of space with the Crater. Thunderstruck will catch Joker off guard. Now Borg will collect one barrier. Looking again, with Leo Leon back online and back into this bottom corner. Although, hold on a second. Borg continues pumping out the damage. Now the primary connects, and Borg will send Leo Leon away once again. The Kazan mirror match right now. And the brawling war and the boxing war going to the favor. Borg at least so far. Overtime now, though. Borg will strike it into the barrier. Fresh, beautiful defense there with a charge of the perfect pitch. Barrier will fall nonetheless. Joker looks for the angle, a little bit interrupted by the center drum, but it'll still find Leo Leon's top spin. Still able to find those connections on those passing plays to get it forward to Leo, instead of just Borg trying to come up with some kind of a play to redirect that core in. Core overflow once again to set point.
It's looking a little bit scary now for last call. The damage is scaled on the other side. It isn't just Borg beating up Joker. It is Joker pressing that special button, dropping the beat on Borg. And look at that stagger bar. It is going lower by the second. No meter available. KOs on both Kazans as S.A.D.B.O.I.S gets one, but it is traded for Leo Leon. And now it is Hook Resets alone, sniping the pass from S.A.D.B.O.I.S to Joker, but Joker has flow state, gets the double barrier. Such a precise angle.
Beautifully done there. Now looking to keep it forward. Can't quite find it yet. Here comes the beat drop. Leo Leon on the top spin again. Here comes S.A.D.B.O.I.S. Looking for the boost, and he'll find it there. Well done, keeping it forward, and has a little bit extra in order to put it through. Core overflow now. Ahead in sets for the first time here as they look to close this one out in 2 games.
And the specialized training appears, but it will most likely just be denied away here. You don't want the Kazan getting that or the Vice, and with both of them in a row, it is just something the Luna will take away, and you won't be too sad with that on Luna. The special is so valuable with Deadeye as well, and S.A.D.B.O.I.S so good at confirming into that crater with the boost, so something that last call will have to be constantly aware of and will have to elusive in advance.
But Saya, you thought that the game was already snowbally. Now we've got the Snowball Awakening in the game. Prize Fighter picked up by Borg in that last one. And in addition, Hook Resets picks up the Among Titans once again, giving increased sizes on those hitboxes to Borg for a little bit of extra efficiency, and he'll be able to bounce around Leo Leon once more. 2 versus 2 for just a moment, but Hook Resets will come back online. It's a weird bounce off the corner into the 1-goal barrier. S.A.D.B.O.I.S tries to take this one, but Fresh will win the strike war. Send it away. Joker, full energy now, but no stagger to his name. Sent away for a moment. Crater comes out. Doesn't connect with the core. Now finally the Joker will get sent away. Another power play opportunity here. S.A.D.B.O.I.S, though, interrupts the play on the boost. Hits the drum. Borg looking for the triple to himself. Will win this barrier. Away from S.A.D.B.O.I.S. Joker now. Flow state. Right back online. Looking for something here forward. Hook Resets will get it around him once. Now Borg looks for it, but S.A.D.B.O.I.S will send Borg away with the whammy. Power play opportunity now for core overflow. Right back into this corner. Fresh can't dig it out. So it's open goal gates on both sides. Beautiful lightning there. Power cord comes out of Hook Resets, but it can't find the goal. S.A.D.B.O.I.S was still ready for it. Poke through. Leo Leon now looking for the pop-up. Still can't find it. Seeing these mid-court shots, and now Joker comes through with the flow state. Finally, this Octavia, right place, right time. Send it back.
And what a dash by S.A.D.B.O.I.S. There are 2 things that separate S.A.D.B.O.I.S from every other Luna goalie. One is the defense, of course, but the second is how far in advance they press the dash button. and S.A.D.B.O.I.S is just ahead of the play every single time, and that is the one thing to take note of if you're an aspiring Luna player, because this guy is never late to the party.
Certainly not the case. Here comes Joker once again, though, in the flow state. Couldn't quite have the core. Here comes the boost forward. Fresh will flip it in the corner. The S.A.D.B.O.I.S ready. Sends it back. Now loses the barrier nonetheless. Here comes the boost. Both goal barriers down once again as the conversions are continuing to happen. Feels like just, oh my goodness, okay. Leo credited with the goal there. Bounces around a couple moments in that top side of the map, hits a drum or two, and we'll find the back of the net. And now we're on match point for Core Overflow.
Match point has arrived. Joker, though, especially vulnerable at the moment, has to duck away from Borg, has to be so careful around all of these cooldowns. But while they're trying to spend cooldowns on Joker, Hook Resets is the one who has to be scared, and the flow state starts up again. So much damage put out by Joker. Leo Leon in position, and yet again, S.A.D.B.O.I.S is just running just so free. One berry goes down, but Borg alone in trying to create some offense.
Crater comes out, though. That Deadeye specialized training wipes Hook Resets off of the pitch. Here comes the top spin. Matting Descent almost connects, and the boost was there as well, but nothing hits the core. Joker will keep it up there. Hook Resets. Second it comes out. Able to get this one away. Now the mini Supernova comes out. Once again, just trying to keep it away from the Joker right now in the flow state. Leo Leon almost has an opportunity, and he'll finally send it in that top corner. The defense was attempted there from last call, but it's just not quite enough. Core Overflow will send last call down to the losers bracket in top 8.
Well played from both teams, but Core Overflow, coordination, and of course the flexibility created by a goalie like S.A.D.B.O.I.S, being able to pick that Luna, dish out the damage in this particular situation. And when the scaling came in, when that little bit of draft luck came in, they converted on that and took it all the way to the series win.
And that's the other thing, right? The thing that I'm looking at most out of everything is S.A.D.B.O.I.S coming in to this one, having so much more forward presence, which is exactly what you want out of your Luna goalie, right, Saya? For the most part, especially when you're running that eject button, that ability to send that boost forward, the ability to have that whammy, and the Crater as well come in. You saw that as it scaled up. You saw the ability for that Luna to continue pumping out that damage. On the other side, yeah, you get sort of there with your Mako. Of course, you get that German base, you get a little bit of extra speed, but that Mako cannot be as far forward as the rest of the team. And really, that's a lot of cases what felt like the difference. S.A.D.B.O.I.S happened to be in the right place at the right time, either helped keep up that play or was able to make the conversion himself.
Yep, and now we're headed into an interesting series. We saw Core Overflow. We're going to see them again versus S.A.D.B.O.I.S Strikers, who are 12-0. They have not dropped a single best of 1. They have not dropped a single best of 3. They have dropped a game or two in the best of 3 phase, but they're effectively undefeated right now. The S.A.D.B.O.I.S Strikers in the Dubu Cup. Maybe the tournament was made for them.
Well, we'll see whether or not that's the case. But certainly, the S.A.D.B.O.I.S Strikers are one of the teams coming into this event that have something to prove, right? It seems like at the beginning of every season of the North American Strikers League, the S.A.D.B.O.I.S Strikers make it in, and everyone doubts them, right? But this is a weird event where now they've got an opportunity to prove themselves before we get into that main season. We've got an opportunity now for the S.A.D.B.O.I.S Strikers to come out, prove themselves that they can stand up to the teams that everyone thinks are the top 3 right now, which in a moment could be their, compadres in the winner side of the bracket remaining in Core Overflow, their current opponents. And on the other side of the bracket, of course, the S.A.D.B.O.I.S are there, who currently await the winner of Demon's Raw versus Plingplog, where Demon's Raw is up 1-0. So this is the opportunity now for the S.A.D.B.O.I.S Strikers to prove that they stand a chance. Other teams looking to prove themselves, of course, Bun Bun Bonanza, we saw and heard from one of their players earlier today when they did qualify for top 8, already went down 2-0 versus the S.A.D.B.O.I.S. We'll see whether or not the Sundubu Strikers can keep things really close here versus Core Overflow, because that's really what we want to see out of this team. And I think a lot of people, Saya, think this team can do it. It's just maybe a matter of how they're feeling on the day. But certainly this weekend, they're proving that they've stepped up a little bit, and they're certainly feeling like Sundubu Strikers.
Yep. And what a fitting tournament to do it in. The past two major tournaments, the Sundubu Strikers have fallen a bit short of expectations. In John Fortnite Super Surge Sunday, that tournament they went 3-2, I believe. They finished 7th out of 32 teams, which of course is not a bad placement by any means, but for the Sundubu Strikers, just a little bit short of expectations. And of course in the Africa TV Omega Strikers Invitational, they didn't even make it out of the Swiss stage. They fell to teams that they should have beaten according to how they were perceived, and unfortunately it just fell quite far from expectations in that one. But here they are in the winners semis. They were the top dogs in the latter phase, and they're looking to fight a surging Core Overflow here. It will be the biggest challenge they've had yet, because their bracket so far has been favorable. But if they can overcome this, they are already in the winners final. That is a guaranteed top 3 placement in the biggest open tournament in Omega Strikers.
And I think they'll take that, especially when they're considered not to be one, arguably, of those best 3 teams. Although you say maybe not the most challenging lineup so far, and sure, it's probably the case that Core Overflow is going to be stronger than the teams they played so far. But I was just taking a look at their ladder results from yesterday. They got a game on Last Call. They got a game on PPL. They got a game on Oregon Trail. So even still, right, they've been able to pick up a lot of wins over some of these teams that are maybe slightly under their level, but certainly ones that they had to work a little bit for, right? And maybe not everyone on those other teams was firing on all cylinders, but even still, right? It's not like they haven't been battle tested to get to this point at all. And indeed, we were talking about it a little bit. They've only lost one game so far, and it was to Team Arc in the match they played just before this. That Arc, I think, is Twee, Sphinx, and Dropletto right now. So, another one of those teams that feels like they'd be right there in terms of, their ability to be maybe contesting for some of those, 4th to 7th, best teams in North America role. So interesting to see, of course, nonetheless. But now it's a matter of whether or not they can lock in when the pressure is on and when the lights are on, as the stakes are so high right now.
Yep. The only other game they have lost is that one. They are undefeated except for that singular game against Team Arc. And again, yeah, as you said, they have been performing definitely to expectations here. They have not dropped anything against teams that they are close to, that they should beat, that they are competitive with. But Core Overflow, this is a team that is projected as firmly in the top 4 of North America, if not top 3. And the Sundubu Strikers will have to really pull out all the stops for this one, as the first game is a Core Overflow pick. It will be on Night Market.
Well, we'll be getting into that, of course, in just a bit. You imagine seeing something similar to what we saw in that last game. But other thing here as well, kind of worth noting, looking at Core Overflow's standing so far in this tournament, they went down one game to the Fools in their best of 3, though were able to pull it out in the end. Otherwise, their losses so far are to Demons Raw. Okay, I think you get a pass there. And Bun Bun Bonanza, which is another one of these teams that's challenging and had a lot to prove this weekend, was coming in hungry to this specific event. So doesn't seem implausible for them to have dropped a couple of games. And certainly, maybe you would think to slightly better opponents than what the Sundubu Strikers have played so far. Not to discredit, of course, their current standing, and dropping all but, or winning, I should say, all but one game thus far is certainly an achievement nonetheless. But again, we're starting to get to the point in the tournament where it's another caliber of teams you're going up to face, right? And they're going to put you to the limit, especially in terms of those striker selects, right, Saya? When we look at a map like Night Market, something that we saw and we've consistently seen is like a double brawler playstyle, and we'll have to see which team is more comfortable picking that up. I imagine is going to be Core Overflow. We'll see whether or not S.A.D.B.O.I.S strikers can try to match that on Night Market here.
Yeah, we'll definitely have to see, as we will get started very shortly. We're just waiting on the last few bans, the last few readies up. It'll definitely be interesting to see what comps the S.A.D.B.O.I.S strikers pull out. We haven't seen them at all on stream. Breezy has been streaming, of course, but we have not been here really.
It'll be interesting to see what they've got cooking up. Only time will tell in terms of what's actually going to come out. And only time will tell in terms of what they're actually going to ban. Obviously, you've got a couple of decent targets in the enemy team. Slot, mostly known for being that Luna goalie one trick, right? Across the board. But regardless, you know, if you see that chrono boost or you see something else, you have to have that consideration of whether or not you want to ban that Octavia or let it come out and then try to pump the damage into it. That Last Call tried to do, but ultimately couldn't find the conversions in their last match. As you said, Saya, we're getting through the last couple of bans, so let's go through how the rest of the picks have gone out so far. We saw Core Overflow banning away Aten City, the S.A.D.B.O.I.S strikers banning away Demon Days. So the Core Overflow picked Night Market on game 1, and the S.A.D.B.O.I.S strikers elected to go for Atlas's Lab on game 2, which is interesting to see Atlas's Lab come out there, especially after they banned away Demon Days. Both of these kind of damage-heavy brawler stages, but must be some kind of comfort there coming through for them.
Yeah, and of course, a lot of those picks and bans are unsurprising. Aten City, of course, is one of those like maps that is taboo. You don't want to go to Aten City, not that one, but.
I was just going to say, especially if you're trying to play Luna goalie. That's,
that barrier.
Just keep that away.
But the Game 3 map is Taiko Temple, a map that has been seeing a lot of play in these past few days. Unsurprisingly, it is quite interesting, and a lot of the comps that a lot of practice on it from a lot of these top teams recently, so they're all very comfortable to go on it. But we might not even see that because the first two maps, Night Market, Atlas Lab, the classics. Oni Village is no longer with us in this particular pool, but the torch will be carried by the tried and tested Night Market Atlas Lab, as we're just waiting on a few readies to get into this potentially final series of the day, right?
Yeah, I think this is going to be it. Assuming that Demons Run Plinkplonk doesn't go to game 3 and this one doesn't end up being like 2 10-minute games or something. We'll probably be skipping out on that other match. Other matches, of course, in the top 8 that are worth looking at. We'll see, of course, what comes through on the other winners semifinal. But as we take a look here for the loser side of the bracket, it's Team Arc versus Last Call. Ironically, both the teams that were contesting for who got to play Forgot with Forgot for the weekend, at least as a substitute. And then Bun Bun Bonanza will await the loser of Demons Raw versus Plinkplonk. So hopefully we'll be seeing them wrap up in just a bit, though the series seems to be taking maybe a little bit longer than expected. So we'll, of course, see what the deal is there. But it looks like our players are ready, and we'll be loading into this first game in just a moment. Again, we'll be seeing Night Market, the Core Overflow pick first. Likely comfortable with double brawler or this kind of more forward scoring play style, depending on the awakenings that do indeed end up coming up, which we will get to know in just a bit.
Winner semis, this is teams that are already guaranteed that top 6 placement and are fighting for a much better guarantee here. They're trying to move on to the winners finals instead of dropping.
Getting word, Starter Awakenings here, perfect form, timeless creator. We are aware of that ahead of time, and as a result, the Zentaro is banned away, and the X is taken away from 3Z Breezy as well, something that he's been quite known for and quite vocal for recently. He won't get to play here.
Very, very understandable. Perfect form, an awakening that is extremely powerful on those characters. But Juliet coming out, no surprises either. But what is surprising is that Finny from Obscure Breads. Breads not really known for a pick like this, showing it off in this tournament with the Now as well. And this Now, a very, very, very good pick against the Kazan and the Luna coming out from the other side. And had it been the Era, I would have feared for the S.A.D.B.O.I.S strikers.
But alas, it is not. And that Now, of course, can pick up a lot of those extra speed boosts for the teammates here. Let's just see already off rip. Breezy is going to collect the proximity drone from Grimella. But otherwise, you're also seeing, this character that can do a decent bit of brawling, especially once you pick up a couple of those awakening, creation awakenings, I should say. Though as I say that, of course, Grimella picked up perfect form rather than the Timeless Creator. My goodness. A little bit of an unfortunate luck there. Unfortunate bounce for Core Overflow early as they lose both barriers right in the middle. Breezy tries to collect with Fiery Flurry. Can't quite win the Strike War. Grimella's still got the Energy Burst here, though. Gonna be looking for it now. Gets right in front of 3Z. Now Slop dives in on the boost. Here comes the Crater. Grimella, no energy. Forced to face tank it. And now Obscure Bread's actually sent away, I think, by Joker's Sentry Drone, preventing the goal from being saved. And the first goal of the game is going to go to Core Overflow.
Yeah, a really, really good angle on the Sentry. Joker angling it upward, sending Obscure Breads away from the potential core there, generating that goal. And now Slop pushing forward. This is the power of that Luna on a map like this when your teammates can keep the core under control.
Looking for it now. One barrier apiece still remaining, though as I say that, gets found here from Core Overflow. Slop dives into the boost once more, but Breezy able to pick up one versus the Joker. Power play opportunity here. Crooked Leverage comes up just a bit shy from Leo Leon. And 3Z chases after the core. Triple take. Tries to keep it forward, but 3Z has to retreat. And oh no! Slips right past Obscure Breads. And it's 2 goals going to Core Overflow.
The S.A.D.B.O.I.S strikers not looking too good here. And they have to be scared of the upcoming drafts because both teams scaling incredibly hard. Losing this set could spell doom for them here, but they'll not let it go too easily though, as Breezy with the KO on the Juliet, and now Grimella sending it forward as well. It's Obscure Bread's pressure, the Finny stepping up so far to put down those creations.
Finds both barriers there. Breezy, triple take comes out. Not able to keep the core forward. Looks for another KO there. With a dash punch combination, couldn't. Fire Flurry comes out just a bit too late. Slop gets it past 3Z. Now Grimella looks for the pass again in the corner. 3Z doesn't have the Flying Phoenix despite Slop expecting it to come out. It does not. Waits for a moment and punches it to the bottom corner.
What a fake out by 3Z. Slop really thought. I thought 3Z was going to hit it to the top side.
He didn't have the cooldown.
He didn't.
And he didn't have the dash.
He didn't even strike it to the top side. Waited it out until it was outside his strike box, and his only option was to hit it down. Committed to picking that side of the 50-50 so hard, and it all paid off.
All about those small little mind games, those small little mix-ups you can pull out here. Once you get to this high of a level, anytime you can try to get one up in that kind of an advantage state, all the better, and patience is so key as you're doing that. Grimella almost gets sent off the map with a top spin. Now has to tank so much damage. Now uses the energy burst just to get away from the Crater. Breezy finds the KO though against Leo Leon. Joker will core flip it to get it away. Grimella low on stagger, knocked around for a moment. Breezy looking to collect. Slop sends it away. Now dash, looks forward. Can't find it. Breads in the corner. Slop able to save it, but 3Z's still there. Able to punch it home. It's another goal 5 here in a first set.
Such a tough situation. Slop gets it with the thinnest of margins, but it catches the bottom lip of the goal, bounces perfectly back to the forward of the S.A.D.B.O.I.S strikers, and unfortunately the hero play goes unrewarded here, but Joker That secondary was immaculate, prevented the bottom barrier from going down. And the core overflow, despite losing 2 points in a row, show no sign of stopping.
Barriers open up now. Threezy looking for it. Finds one. Looking for the second here. Carmella tries to keep it forward, but it's right on over to the Joker. Here comes the boost in from Slop, but he'll have to blink back in a moment. Leo Leon tries to get it up here to Joker, and the big finish doesn't quite get the core away from the forwards of Core Overflow. They'll send the 5th goal back, and we'll take first in this set. Leo Leon will get the pick of the litter in this carousel, and one of those things on line, 1-2 punch coming through, though a couple of other options here. We'll see what he decides to go for.
Yeah, a lot of good options for absolutely everybody here. And it's an interesting draft dynamic for some picks because Primetime and Prizefighter are available as potential options, but it is actually the Dubu Strikers now that has the Monumentalist pickup here. So, although it is still Chrono Boost or Primetime available for Joker, so it is still a draft that has plenty of everything for absolutely every member of both teams here. But once again, it's another reminder of that team player on Obscure Breads, that core speed. No matter any disadvantage, core speed can create goals out of nothing. That is the one constant of this game where, despite it being a sports game, you sometimes get outscaled like it's League of Legends.
The other thing I'm looking for, though, we'll see whether or not it plays any role. Slop picking up the prize fighter in that last Awakenings carousel could mean a little bit of extra power and looking for a couple of extra KOs, but 2 barriers fall at the same time here on Dubu Striker's side. Joker looking to keep it forward. Here comes Slop looking for the wide angle. Doesn't even need to be involved with the play, though, as Leo Leon will send it into the goal. Well done there. And again, it feels like so many of the options when Core Overflow decides to go are covered, because you either have that boost coming in from Slop on one side, mostly trying to target the goalie, or you've got Joker going somewhere in particular, having that extra speed boost, or Leo Leon diving on top of it, has an extra range with that crooked leverage or something of the sort. It feels like it's so tough to get it past this team once they decide that it's goal scoring time.
Yeah, and this Fini is so fragile on a map like this. Has to win the strike wars, has the position perfectly because it's so easy to hit around this character. Luna has that dash as a last resort, but Fini needs to be displacing that secondary, but when it's used on offense, it can't be used on defense. Obscure Breads has to work so hard on the defense here, but the offense, of course, on the other side is rewarded in that aspect because those cards, the secondary, the triple take, everything can be thrown out. But once again, that defensive vulnerability can definitely be exploited by Joker, who is just dead. Okay.
Taking care of business there. Threezy breezy. Liking the Pummeler's knockback. Lifeline comes out of Grimella, almost able to score the goal there, but it finds the corner, and now it's right back up there with Threezy breezy who collects the Flying Phoenix. Able to find the conversion there once more, and still keeping this series incredibly close so far, as these two teams have been going back and forth, goal for goal so far.
Yeah, and a lot of this has to do with how Joker is being able to press this advantage and create situations where the core is controlled enough for Sloth to dash in. Because that means Obscure Breads is feeling a little cramped, feeling a little bit uncomfortable in terms of walking up. In a situation like this, Breads is at that peak of the Fini goal, being able to step up, being able to drop that secondary. But when the Joker can control the core in their face, keep it up for Leo Leon and Slop, the Fini has to use the big finish defensively, and that's such a liability.
Striking it down, looking there. Not able to find it. Leo Leon will finish off Grimella to make a power play opportunity here for Core Overflow. Joker, beautiful pass up, using that proximity drone in order to set it up to Leo Leon. Now they're looking to try to keep it forward here, but Threezy is able to drop back in plenty of time, and the second Grimella comes back up, able to have an influence on the core. Overtime now. Both goalies holding on to one barrier. Threezy now, Flying Phoenix, able to find one, has energy burst in the goal box here. Slop will send it away. Now it goes right back the other way almost in an instant. Angles coming through here for Obscure Breads, as the Fini will get one goal on the board.
That's the team player. That's the team player we were talking about. The angle on it is so generous that if it's in the general direction of a teammate, you'll get that speed and overtime against a Luna who has such a small strike box. Sometimes when you catch that Luna with no cooldowns, it can just mean the goal, but Joker, what a combo. Primary into flip, gets the KO onto 3Z. The Juliet gets dash punch, it felt like, and now the Dubu Strikers are on the back foot.
Gone in an instant, but even still, barriers haven't fallen yet. One will fall. Leo tries to keep it forward here. Well, handed back over to Slop. Grimella, beautiful pass over to 3Z. Kills some time, buys some space here. It feels like it's Dubu once more on the offensive. Grimella, though, doesn't have an elusive. Slop looks for the KO, can't find it there. We'll find it nonetheless with the energy burst. It's another power play for Core Overflow. 3Z wins the strike war, though, after the crooked leverage comes out. Buys an ounce of space for a moment, but Obscure Breads is still there to send it away with the misdirection. Grimella back online. We're in overtime now. We're back onto both goalies, holding onto one of their own barriers. Slop, beautiful boost, finds one. 3Z just a little bit too far forward. Now Slop's going to be able to strike it away, and it's right back up to Joker. Coming in on the boost. We'll be able to hit it with the boost once. Obscure Breads will strike it away, and Slop still has the strike to send it home. We're on our 10th goal in this first game.
Really coming down to the wire, and it comes down to the individual outplays at the end when the timer ticks down, when the core is moving fast. But right now, it is 3Z Breezy already staggered not long for this world burns. The last elusive and falls. And once again, it is another striker advantage for Core Overflow. But on the other side, the barriers are taken. The barriers defended by Grimella.
Oh, how about that little dribble from Grimella to kill for enough time? He'll get punished for it all the same with no other healing abilities. 3Z looks for another KO. Doesn't have the knockback to send Leo Leon away that time. And even still, even with the disadvantage, Dubu Strikers hold on to both their barriers. Now 3Z looking to get it around Joker. Grimella back down. Can't find it. Triple take. Slight backfire there. Slop was able to hit it with the whammy. Now 3Z patient in the corner. Fiery Flurry comes out, gets the KO. It'll find the goal as well, equalizing our game at 1 set apiece.
1 set each, and with the first pick going to the Finny, this is potentially the game swinging back around. Deadeye can be denied from the Luna, but even still, the Luna still getting something. Glass cannon available, missile propulsion available. Slop not too angry about that. And the Knife's Edge, though, up for the Juliet of 3Z Breezy. Specialized training has to be denied away, so it'll be Specialized Knife's Edge, and now the Kazan is not left with too much. All in all, the
Glass cannon, I guess.
The Dubu Strikers kind of happy with this one. Kind of really happy with this one.
Yeah, I think if you're Slop, you're happy with that one, and if you're the Dubu Strikers, you're happy with that one. I don't think Leo and the Joker are very happy. You'll take quick strikes when you can get them, right? But and mostly useful probably for the extra energy denial away beyond all else. But even still, seeing a decent power spike come in here for the Dubu Strikers, who already found a KO, both goal barriers, and now it's just a matter of trying to win a strike war to get the core in the net. It'll slip by those. The Joker is able to find an opening. Crazy, back up forward, able to find it there with the Knife's Edge speed. Doesn't even need to use the energy burst in order to make that goal happen. It's one goal at a point that felt all the Dubu Strikers.
And letting Knife's Edge go to 3Z Breezy is so scary on Night Market of all maps. The map where, other than Aimi Zap, it is the map where people have the most proximity to a wall. 3Z Breezy just has so much speed to work with, even in the goal box of Slop. As solid as the missile propulsion is, maybe it was time to bite the bullet and go for deny on that Juliet best in slot.
Breezy finds yet another KO. Here's the Fiery Flurry out again. Crater tries to buy a little bit of space, trying to get this Juliet away. Successful in doing so for a moment. Boost already committed out of Slop once again. Trying to do everything in the power to get the Juliet out of the goal box. Just cannot quite find it. Joker drops back. Beautiful defense. Hits the corner once here. Grimella tries to keep it forward. 3Z is in the position to send it back, and once again is still holding on to an energy burst here. So Dubu Strikers up 2-0.
The Dubu Strikers surging ahead, and look at the meter. They have 2 flips and a third on the way, but they're both burned by an amazing crater by S.A.D.B.O.I.S, but 3Z Breezy punishes on the other end, gets both barriers in an instant. Grimella speeds them all up, and this defense is so difficult for Core Overflow.
So, Leon finds a KO. Grimella tries to slip it past with another energy burst committed, but is now the target of so much damage. S.A.D.B.O.I.S even gets involved on the boost. But they can't put the core towards that barrier. 3Z back online now. And actually, Grimella just going to take it himself. Gets it past S.A.D.B.O.I.S, and that's the 3rd goal to give them the set. S.A.D.B.O.I.S Strikers turning this one around off of that last carousel that played in their hands so well. And now 3Z is able to pick up the Demolitionist here for the Juliet. Are you kidding me?
Consolation prize, the extra special, guaranteed to fall to S.A.D.B.O.I.S or to Twin Drive. Goes to Twin Drive instead, wants more control over the game. But the issue here is, with that Demolitionist, with the Knife's Edge speed, with the Knife's Edge power, the core will always be on the side of Core Overflow. And S.A.D.B.O.I.S is not going to find many opportunities to create those offensive plays because they will be permanently on the defense here. It is just not looking good for Core Overflow in this round.
And what? If you get a little bit of extra healing every once in a while if you have the Joker, you get a little bit of extra stagger if you're Leon, but you're not getting damaged because your stagger bars are getting down. You're getting damaged because you're walking on the edge of the map where there's a Knife's Edge Juliet on the other side. Able to find yet another KO. And now resets the cooldowns. With 1 barrier falling. Leon able to win the strike war to get it away. Everything committed down to the bottom side means that the top barrier will be free for the taking for Core Overflow. 3Z, once again, in position, steals the orb, now has that energy burst, but the Joker will use it to get it away. Obscure Bread's able to send it, find an opening. Now it's back down to the bottom side. S.A.D.B.O.I.S tries to get it away once more. Punch comes up just a bit shy. Crooked Leverage trying to pull this one back. Looking again. Finds that barrier. S.A.D.B.O.I.S Strikers looking for a couple in a row. And 3Z with the double KO. Finds it with the Flying Phoenix into the energy burst. Just have to find a way to get this one around S.A.D.B.O.I.S. S.A.D.B.O.I.S still able to find the positions, but it's not enough. You can only hold on for so long. And that length is less than 12 seconds. 3Z finally able to put that one away. 4 goals in a row now for the S.A.D.B.O.I.S Strikers or something of the sort at least. Continuing to keep up the pressure here.
Oh, but this time they're getting damage on 3Z, but it just healed up immediately by Grimella, who, by the way, does so much healing with that. Now, this damage comp from Core Overflow can only damage so much, can only get so far. But wait a second, that knockback from the crater, from the combined efforts of the Maddening Descent and the special from the Luna, will get the KO, will create the striker advantage, and that drone will send it to the top corner. Core Overflow still not out of it just yet.
Small, perhaps, little misstep and a well-positioned crater makes the opening there in the midfield. And then you're left with 2 strikers that have a comparatively small area of effect, right? The Juliet and the Finny, without, potentially even without cooldowns in some instances, won't have very much that she can do. Triple takeout, trying to keep this one forward. Grimella looks to collect, trying to get this one right back up to 3Z. Crater buys some space, though. Secure Breads does have an energy burst. 3Z trying to look for the top corner. Breads forward so far here. Barrier falls. 3Z likely has some cooldowns. Now Fiery Flurry comes out, able to find a KO, open up this window of opportunity. 2 energy bursts here. Grimella will use it and will slip it right past Leo and S.A.D.B.O.I.S. It's game point for the S.A.D.B.O.I.S Strikers.
Didn't want to drop another game. They drop 1 game. They want to keep it that way here. The S.A.D.B.O.I.S Strikers, despite looking shaky at the start, scaled so well off the drafts, are playing their win conditions perfectly, and once again it is Grimella and 3Z approaching, getting 1 barrier so quickly, and they're just 1 barrier, 1 shot away from taking the lead in the series.
Looking forward once more, although Joker and Leo trying to keep in position. You see 3Z running away, has been the target of so much damage. And now will finally get sent away by Leo Leon. Power play opportunity here potentially, but Grimella not a stranger to trying to play this one forward. It'll slip past him though, and Slop will find the punish onto the barrier on the other side. Now it's over to Joker. Big finish will be able to keep the core on the red side of the pitch as 3Z comes back online. Crooked leverage, pulls it back from Leo Leon, looks for the KO on Grimella, but can't find it there. Lifeline for the Joker. Able to reposition on this now. 3Z now, punch, finds the barrier, resets the cooldowns, almost comes up with it from the Flying Phoenix. Big finish. Sweet Slop comes in with the energy burst. Doesn't have the follow-up, and now it's right back up to 3Z Breezy after Obscure Breads. Able to send it home. Well done there. And game one going over to this soon-to-be Strikers team.
Did you see that at the end? 3Z Breezy trapped the core in the special and then redirected it right afterwards, downwards, mixed up Slop. Oh my, what a way to end this game. What a statement as the soon-to-be Strikers take the lead.
11 KOs on 3Z Breezy's Juliet with the Pummeler's Nice Edge combination on Night Market. Certainly what you'll want to see. I kind of wish there was like a distance traveled stat too. You know, to see just how much they were actually moving around. Because they were moving around quite a bit. When you get enough speed boost coming in from your now off those proximity drones and the like. And Grimella certainly able to help out with that damage, nearly just to the amount of 3Z, but it wasn't a damage game. It was a KO game off the side of the map, and able to find those executions so well. And to your point, the damage composition for Core Overflow, A, didn't fully seem to come online, and B, was kind of protected by Grimella on that now, having that little bit of extra healing to keep everyone just safe enough, kind of canceling out Joker's now on the other side, of course, but when you only have two of those damage-heavy characters, you're not going to see a lot of that actually translate into potential KOs or real threatening pressure, especially when you don't have those awakenings to follow it up.
Yeah, and that now pick at the very end, it was an arrow hover into a now pick, really made it so 3Z Breezy had an easy time in this night market game. You saw so many, I guess, occurrences of 3Z Breezy being brought to no stagger at all, being healed up to full by Grimella. And on Atlas's lab, that might become an even bigger factor as the center will also be doing some damage.
See what happens here on Atlas's lab, which was the Sundubu Strikers pick, by the way. We'll see what they end up coming in with, and looking like they're going to be banning away Slops Luna. Core Overflow will remain with the X banned away from 3Z Breezy. And once more, Obscure Breads locking in this Finny.
I mean, it is a map to do it. They're running back the same exact composition, but on the other side, you see something a little bit different. The Juliet and the Mako locked in. And if this is a change that couldn't do it, this is a change that could definitely make the difference here, as the additional size, the buffs the Joker as well. We'll let them play their game more and more. We're looking at the Awakening start here, though. It's a team player monumentalist start, and the members of the game not named now are all taking that team player for good reason. That core speed is absolutely ridiculous.
At core speed, when you're able to find those passing plays, when you're able to find the conversions and catch your opponents off guard, all the better. Early KO here means we're going to see some early level 2s from some of the members of Core Overflow. And now looking to get it forward here. Obscure Bread still has the speed to get up to the top corner thanks to that momentum boots pickup. Now 3Z looking for the dribble in the corner. Doesn't quite have the ability. Now we'll look for the heal with the lifeline. But Slop in position, able to pick up the core and prevent 3Z from getting it. Not afraid to play too far forward here on this Mako, but now goal gates open both sides. Triple take is out. Gets it away from the Joker for a moment, but he'll try to keep it forward. Here's the energy burst. Grimella ready for it. We'll find the denial. Overtime. Fiery Flurry out. Grimella still able to play on the defensive side and now commits that energy burst for it as well. Leo Leon's turn, looking for the dribble. You see the drum and bass come out of Slop, trying to provide a little bit of extra speed. Now it hits off the corner on the bottom side. Course traveling so fast now. Overtime and team player start. Feels like we're on Oni Village now. But in fact, you can't even play Oni Village in this tournament. Little unfortunate for your Core Speed fans, but this will have to do. Leo Leon now. Top of the gold box. Can't find it. Fiery Flurry is out looking for a KO there, but not able to find the conversion. And now Slop sends it right back down to Grimella, but Grimella was ready for it. Proximity drone sent away. Well done to find that goal. Again, all about that unpredictability factor.
Absolutely perfectly timed by Grimella there. Such a good play made, but on the other side, Joker wants to do the same right back. Gets a barrier, but Joker has to burn the special, has the lifeline to heal here, and Breezy gets up in Slop's face, gets the punch in to equalize the barriers here. But it's still the first set. The only thing that is fully scaled is the core speed, but Breezy, with the flips available for the Dubu strikers, they need to push the striker advantage.
You see the energy burst come out of Slop just to try to buy some time, but now you'll get into position there. Grimilla will use that energy burst to find the barrier. Passing potentially coming out here. Looking for those passing plays on the team player. Breezy's going to drop back for the gold box orb on the blue side of the pitch, and the pressure will dissipate. Joker back up to heal, but now has to be a decent bit careful. We use the lifeline on Slop just to try to get it away, but Grimella once again finds yet another angle in the midfield role. Puts it, again, threads this needle, and that wasn't even a very fast goal, but still able to find some of these things. Catching Slop off guard here or there, and Dubu strikers up 2 goals again here.
Yep, and Breezy, wait a second, Joker just vanishes. But unfortunately, a bit of a MOBA moment. Breezy tries to dribble off the center. Does not get a chance to get this barrier. Slop is defending. Stalls for so much time. It finally goes down, but the second one stays strong. And the core overflow might have a chance here.
So you say that. The opportunity arises as Leo Leon's able to find a KO. Has an energy burst here. Doesn't quite time it. And Obscure Breads is able to get it away. Lifeline comes in here now. Leo Leon gets healed back up. Still knocked away, though. Still bullied by the members of the Dubu strikers, but Core Overflow able to find the barrier all the same. Leo Leon now, potential opportunity. Grimella tries to interrupt. Oh, redirect it just up to the top corner. Potential opportunity here now for the Dubu strikers, but Breezy doesn't quite have a lot of speed and continues to get knocked around. Overtime now, once more. Grimella trying to look for Breezy. Now he'll just take it himself. Breezy backing away, picking up the goal orb once more. Defensive play coming in for the Dubu strikers. Breezy will keep it in this corner, away from the Joker. Leo Leon takes the shot right between Obscure Breads and Breezy. Core Overflow will find their first on the board in game 2.
What a team player passing play there. As this is still the first set. Both teams are holding so well. And right now, that one mistake at the start of a round might just cost the Dubu strikers. Cooldowns are burned. Breezy was low, but now it's Leo Leon whose health bar is dropping. But a great shot takes both barriers, and now it's Core Overflow's chance to equalize.
Barriers able to find both of them. Slop's energy burst comes out just a bit too late. Breezy on the dribble, just a bit too early on the Flying Phoenix. Couldn't find the conversion yet. Grimella looks for the pass. Not quite able to get it there. Misdirection comes out here. Tries to get this one forward. Now Leo Leon knocks Breezy away. Still not in the goal box. Exactly where you want to see that Juliet. Trying to convert on some of these. Leaves a lot of strike wars and plenty of time to react, especially while this core isn't in overtime and while these midfielders don't have that team player. Be all about looking for more of those connections. Will they be able to find that? See that come out. Oh, no. Breezy sent away by the gravity well, but it doesn't matter. Slop falls for the same little trick of that drone going out. Grimella punishes, and Dubu strikers will take the first set in this second game.
What a shot by Grimella, tossing out that primary, and they're rewarded with the draft here. And, well, Grimella picking up the hot shot. And now it's a little bit scary here for the side of Core Overflow. Hotshot picked up and the cast to last, importantly, also picked up. And of course, there's so much good stuff in this draft that even being last pick, 3Z Breezy still gets the prize fighter here. Still something for that Juliet. So overall, it's Core Overflow definitely not out of the woods.
Not out of the woods just yet, but had to find some creative ways to get some of the things they wanted to. Joker picks up the flight or flight here. You see Leo Leon and the heavy impact, of course, very useful on this Juliet. And the aerials picked up for Slop. In theory, hoping to provide that little bit of extra haste to the teammates at bare minimum, but even still, it's not quite enough. 3Z Breezy already on 3 prize fighter stacks now. Already just within the first goal alone.
That prize fighter went from an awakening to the power of multiple awakenings now, as 3Z Breezy is a super powered Juliet, can deal so much damage, can knock back people from so far away. The KO already found despite this ensnaring drums from Slop, and now that cooldown is gone for the Mako goalie. Obscure Brez needs to find it, but Joker is defending in the other side of the field, preventing the plays from being made, stalling out so well, but the barrier will be taken by 3Z Breezy follow-up, and that dash strike will get the goal.
Able to put it in once more. We've been talking so much about kind of momentum is what this game has felt like, and it's felt all the Dubu Strikers after a couple of drafts. That last Awakenings draft, incredibly important for them now, and certainly with that prize fighter pickup, things will continue snowballing out of control. 3Z Breezy has the extra power that he wants on this Juliet. Looking for one there. Gonna take Leo Leon down to no stagger as he gets hit by the big finish of Obscure Breads. Sent away by the energy burst as well. Leo Leon will retreat. Breezy now looks for the shot here. Gramella, quick thinking, tries to keep this forward with the so many hitboxes at the Now's disposal. But even still, Core Overflow finds both barriers, and Leo Leon will be able to find the punish there. Flying Phoenix once more between Gramella and Obscure Brents, threads that needle. Is able to put it home. Core Overflow's not out of this one yet.
They are still trying to come back here. They are still finding a way back into this set, especially if Joker and Leo can find the passing plays. But it's so difficult with this core speed, with the hot shot, with the team player. It's so difficult to play the game, and Obscure Breads on the other side is just chilling as Slop and Joker are desperately defending against 3Z. And of course, with that team player, with the hot shot, the core will come back to the right side of the field in an instant, and the passing comes through yet again.
Looking for it. Barriers open. 3Z not quite in the position you might want to see. Here's that ensnare drum, actually perfectly lined up to find that barrier. Brads and Gramella both have dropped back into the goal box. Now, hot shot moment. 3Z almost able to collect. The Slop was ready. A little bit just there in the nick of time. Tries to find the punch after the energy burst comes out. Gravity Well comes up, almost sends Leo Leon away. And now low on stagger as a result, but will still be able to find the Flying Phoenix. It's another goal 5, Saya. These two are in it for the long haul.
No, the roster of Core Overflow are some of the most veteran players in the game, and they have been in situations much worse than these before, have won from being more behind than this. But the Dubu Strikers also a team that has been together since basically day one of beta in some aspects, and this duo of 3Z Breezy and Gramella is still continuing to push forward.
Gramella has that energy burst, looking for 3Z on a wide angle, couldn't find him. Slop sends it back up to this top corner, exactly where that proximity drone was, and now the barrier gets hit as a result. 3Z finds yet another KO, power play opportunity, but the Joker will send it around Gramella. Pass down. Back up to the corner, looking for the pass maybe one more time. Actually, no, keep it in the corner and punch it home, 3Z. Be the second set to the Dubu Strikers. They're just one away to guaranteeing themselves a top 3 finish in the Dubu Cup.
This is no joke of an opponent to do it over. This Core Overflow roster has brought them to 0.5 so many times in this series alone, but soon-to-be strikers have overcome. And with that big fish pickup, with the additional size, this Juliet will be so scary to defend against for Slop. Breezy looking to go on a rampage here, and extra special drops to the Fini. You'll never be mad about that. Leo Leon left with the scraps as we head into this potential final set.
And what's the other thing we've been talking about this entire time, Saya? Speed, in some form or fashion. What does Grimella pick up? But Super Surge, having the extra efficiency on that haste. Not the extra duration, but a little bit of an extra boost on that proximity drone. Although, as I say that, both goal barriers down right now for Core Overflow. Looking for the shot here, but 3Z finds another KO. It's a 6 KO streak. And it'll add a prize fighter stack, as it did reset between the sets. Looking now once more. Joker now able to find it there, and Obscure Breads stuck in the animation of spawning the big finish. Will get punished for it.
What a well-placed primary. It's almost automatic for Joker. Tossing the core there, forcing Obscure Breads into a hard situation, converting. And a bit of a lead for Core Overflow in this one. They will definitely need to convert. It's do or die at the moment. Breezy trying to find his way into the play, but a good elusive from Leo Leon will stop it. And Core Overflow just seem revitalized.
We'll see whether or not they can keep carrying on this momentum. Because again, once this Dubu Strikers team gets rolling, it's going to be difficult to prevent them from continuing to roll. Unless you can take another couple of points away. This Core Overflow still has a decent ways to go in order to stay into this one. 3Z passed back to Grimella, gets caught in orbit around the gravity well. No to get back up there. Perfect pitch, doesn't quite connect. Leo Leon will slip it past. 3Z down to Grimella potentially here. Leo Leon interrupts the play for a moment. Still has the energy burst as 3Z. Fiery Flurry comes out here at the midfield line. Now looks for the dash punch. Can't quite collect the core. Pass it down to Grimella. But Leo Leon's back to close the gap. 3Z wins the strike war. Looking for the shot at the top. Simbaslop was there. Now Joker able to collect the core on the other side of the pitch and put it home. 2 goals to nil in this set now for Core Overflow.
Overflow, Joker especially with that freedom to run around the map is beating Obscure Breads in those 1v1 situations, catching the Fini off guard, exploiting the weaknesses of the character. Slop has meter available. Core Overflow has the capability to hold here. 3Z stuck in the cage for a moment as Joker gets to play his game. Leo Leon gets to play the corner over and over again, but it's defended away by the Dubu Strikers. But yet again, it finds its way back into the corner. Slop passing it forward. Still not enough as the Dubu Strikers push it away.
Looking for it again here. There's the second barrier. Slop's ready. Does have the energy burst here. Will commit it already. And actually will bounce around the map and will find the goal barrier on the other side. Open gates. Both teams. Joker flips and takes the shot. We'll find it. Core Overflow responds with a 3-0 set. And now we'll see whether or not they're able to convert on this Awakenings carousel. Be a matter of probably getting some more of these Creation Awakenings onto this now. But none make an appearance. Instead, your only option there potentially is Chrono Boost here. Meanwhile, someone's got to deny the Knife's Edge away potentially here from 3Z.
Yeah, I don't think they'll make the same mistake twice. Knife's Edge taken away by the Mako most definitely here, and 3Z Breezy. Although, still in quite a good spot here, as the remaining Awakenings are not too good for the 2 Juliet. Chooses Spark of Strength, which I am not quite sure about. A lot of sparks were already up in previous drafts, and 3Z Breezy has no other sparks specialized. Would be a little bit scarier.
It's some extra power. It's a little bit of extra power. He's already running pummelers and will theoretically get some more prize fighter stacks in just a moment. So maybe that's the logic. Perhaps not the strongest in the book, but can get the job done all the same. Looking forward now. This Core Overflow this time as Leo Leon was able to pick up the specialized training, likely looking for maybe that little bit of extra damage, a little bit extra knockback from the Fiery Flurry. when the opportunity arises. But even still, it's going to be so hard to find some of those KOs. Breezy finds one there on the Flying Phoenix. Dash punch tried into Joker, though. Finds the second goal barrier with a little lifeline play, and now once again flips it into the net. Joker has been putting on a show within these last couple of points here. Seems like he's decided that Core Overflow is not going to lose this one.
Joker has scaled enough speed as well this late into the game, of course, with that Manu start. Looking a little bit like a pseudo Octavia, can channel that kind of core control for a few moments. And against the Finny goalie, a few moments is all that you need in that open net situation to get the goal for a player like Joker with that level of core control with the dribbling plays. But Joker is gone. The KO comes through for Breezy. Breezy, the prize fighter, is built up. And the S.A.D.B.O.I.S strikers are not looking to go to another set here.
Good timing by Breads. Keeps possession of the core with a pass directly vertically down to himself off the triple take. Now, though, Threezy looks for the drop kick, but instead gets KO'd himself by Leo Leon. Power play opportunity the other way, and he loses a prize fighter stack. Potential moment of change here for Core Overflow. Looking for it. There's Slop getting involved with the ensnare drums. But it won't help convert the goal barrier just yet. Breads walks forward, finds the flip away. But even still, a little bit of extra speed comes out of the drum and bass from Slop on the back lines. Here's Grimella, finds the flip. Slop able to get it in time. Secure Breads able to hold on even still. Reaction time from both these goalies holds. Breezy still able to find the stuff. Now Joker once again flips for the barrier, able to find it there. And the gravity well comes out once more. Threezy there on the angle, able to send it home. The S.A.D.B.O.I.S strikers are just 2 goals away.
2 goals away from that guaranteed top 3 finish, from being in winner's side top 6, from being in the winner's finals of all things of the biggest open tournament. And they're just so close, but this opponent will not let it go too easily. Breezy tries to get some damage down, but just ends up sending the core the other way. Core Overflow loses one barrier, but they're looking to save the other. The passing plays do not come through Breezy, who is getting damaged so much right now, has to run away, has to use the meter because this stagger bar is looking scarily low.
Joker almost sent away. Now both nows are going to burn all their healing to get everyone back up, despite the fact that that gravity well did explode. And Breads walks all the way forward here, keeping the pressure alive for the S.A.D.B.O.I.S strikers. Threezy finds the barrier, now looks for the strike. Drone base, though, comes out of Slop on this channel to send it away. How big finish. Fortunately, doesn't quite go the way of Obscure Breads, and was not expecting the shot coming through. Leo Leon now. And Core Overflow attempting to take yet another set, attempting to force another set 5.
Looking a little bit scary now for the S.A.D.B.O.I.S strikers. One barrier going down. Joker and Leo Leon, this is their comfort zone. They are on the come up. They are erasing stacks of prize fighter from Breezy faster than we can speak. Leo Leon with the dash punch in. The game is all evened up.
Tie ball game in game 2. Core Overflow has continued to fight back, and more worthy of set MVP than the Joker. Found multiple goals with energy burst there to convert. Now pick of the litter here. What's he gonna take? Couple of options here. Goes for the Timeless Creator, looking for the veteran slot for this now, forcing the denial of that Demolitionist away from Threezy. He's waiting for a moment before locking in. Egoist is online for Breads, which could mean he gets even more involved on the front lines here for the S.A.D.B.O.I.S strikers.
Yeah, note the 1-2 punch from Leo Leon and the build different from Breezy. Although it's double-sized Juliet, that KO power, heavy impact, and 1-2 punch from Leo Leon is just so much more damage, especially with that specialized training as well. Basically mandatory to elusive from the members of the S.A.D.B.O.I.S strikers. The barriers are down. It's such a hard situation. The big finish sends it backwards, and Core Overflow have gained the lead.
Whew. Whew. Deep breaths. Deep breaths. That was a panicked and anxious defense for the S.A.D.B.O.I.S strikers. That's all right. You can give one away. But it's all core overflow now. They're picking up the momentum. They're picking up the speed. They'll find both barriers yet again rather quickly thanks to the extra speed for the drum and bass and the extra speed from the proximity drones. It's enough to find yet another KO. It's enough for Joker to find the top corner. Game point for core overflow. They're looking to send us to a game 3.
Against a team like this of members who have been here since the beginning, have been successful for so long. You cannot let even a single set go. The momentum that's been building is now overwhelming. Leo Leon's KO power is so much more, especially with the KOs on the other side. But as I say that, the Dubu Strikers are surging back. 2 barriers taken, an opportunity for them. Flips available, but can they convert?
Doesn't seem like it quite yet. Drum and bass already used out of slop. Now Energy Burst will be able to find that one and deny it away from Gramella, who was looking for the shot. Gramella lives with a sliver of stagger. Now the lifeline comes out of the Joker, looking to send us back the other way. 3Z doesn't quite have the power to send the Joker off. 1 gold barrier is what Brents is holding on to right now. Still able to send it away with misdirection. In the first hit of it, Gramella, though, with enough speed, looking up to the top corner. Slap now has it. Breads will collect out of the Flying Phoenix. Now sends it away. Tries to take it away, but it's right back over to Leo Leon. Goal gates open on both sides. Overtime now. Core Overflow 1 goal away from sending us to a game 3. And now the KO comes through. Out of the perfect pitch from Slop. Breezy still at 0 prize fighter stacks. Can't quite find it there, but Leo Leon will with the 1-2 punch core speed. It'll punch it into the net. Core Overflow will send us to a game 3 now.
What a game from Core Overflow. They were down so far in Awakenings, in sets, but they picked up the momentum. They won a set. They started scaling, and they just overcame Dubu Strikers for Dubu Strikers' 2nd game loss in this entire tournament. Oh, man.
Now, again, can you find the mental reset here if you're the Dubu Strikers? All right, that was 1 game. That's all right. We'll see whether or not they can pull it through this game 3. Because, again, winner here of this next game on Taiko Temple will put themselves on the podium of the Dubu Cup. Certainly something that both these teams want to claim. Core Overflow, roster changes, still want to maintain their spot and probably a 3rd place team altogether in the minds of many. And depending on the day, can even challenge for those top 2 spots. The Dubu Strikers, often left out of that conversation, want to prove that they've still got it, that they've got the team synergy, and that they're the team to beat this weekend, because that's what's most important. But even still, I mean, to your point, the ability for Core Overflow to be able to turn that around, I think one of the key points was Joker, right? On that now, which is a character we said to watch out for him on, and he delivered towards the later stages of that game, especially when you got the extra speed coming in, which is exactly the place where he's most comfortable. He's coming from playing that Octavia and now has a little bit of extra speed on this now, able to find a lot of these conversions. And Joker, 6 goals, 1 assist, right up there with Leo Leon, tying with that exact scoreline in terms of goals and assists. So look, he's taking the shots even still from that midfield position. You know he's going to be able to find some of those opportunities and continue challenging things, and challenging, as you keep talking about, Saya, this Finny goalie on the other side, who sometimes just doesn't have the toolkit to hold it down.
Yeah, and if it is picked on Taiko Temple, it will be tested unlike the previous 2 maps, because that is a map where the barriers are even more vulnerable. The core speed is even more extreme. And although I can see them picking it, I can see them choosing to do so, it is just so scary against a roster like Core Overflow, who can work around it, can get the shots around the Finny, the offense is just overwhelming from them when they get the plays together.
Game 3 now. Winner gets a podium spot. Taiko Temple is the map. We'll see what ends up coming through in a matter of time. Starter Awakenings, I'll double check for a moment for us. It's a prize fighter fight or flight start out of these 2 teams, and we'll see what ends up coming through. It looks like actually the Mako is getting banned away. I would not have seen that one coming.
This is a map where the Mako is kind of scary, especially with the teammates being buffed up. This is a map where I think a lot of people are playing comp where they toss a lot of core control in the mix with the Mako, and it just becomes a lot scarier. But now this is getting a little interesting. Both goalies playing that signature damage goalie. Luna being brought in again for Slop, and now of course on both sides for the healing. This is an all-out brawl with the prize fighter.
All-out brawl coming through. Want to give you all a quick update. The other winner semifinal match is the classic Demons Raw versus S.A.D.B.O.I.S matchup. S.A.D.B.O.I.S took game 1 3-2 on Auten City, and we're now going to Night Market, where it looks like the S.A.D.B.O.I.S are up 2-0 there as well. So even though the S.A.D.B.O.I.S might not be super practiced, looking like they are certainly coming through with it versus Demons Raw. But on to the matter at hand here, where almost everyone takes the flight or flight, except for Slop, picking up that prize fighter on Taiko Temple here. Again, winner, podium finish guaranteed. See who's able to pull it out in this game.
Grimella, the one taking a lot of damage now, self-healing, but still, it's a lot scarier. Breezy trying to dash in, trying to do a little bit of a dash punch impression with the long strike, but it is still defended away by Slop. And it is so easy for the core to slip right by on a map like this with the bumpers.
Quick leverage. Comes down, looking for it, but actually Joker once again steps up, takes the shot, finds the angle. So comfortable doing that out of the energy burst. Is able to once again find the punish. Well done. And that'll put Core Overflow up with first blood here in game 3.
And once again, this layered pressure, Joker from the bottom side, the primary setup, the drone creation, standing there is so hard for the Dubu Strikers to deal with. And of course, while all of that is happening, the meter is being built up by Core Overflow. But as I say that, Breezy hitting 2 with the open primary. Slop on the other side flips for the barrier. All barriers down, and now it's all up to Breezy. Can the 1v1 happen? Can Joker be taken out?
Looking for it again. Can't find the core with the mounting descent. Grimella able to find a little bit of a drill play. Now it bounces off a couple of drums. Purebreds looking to try to keep this one forward, and now Leon off the passive strike is able to slip it right past Breads, unsuspecting of that passive use. Well done by Leon. Again, finding that opportunity and taking it.
Really great shots, and Leon also working on that meter here. We'll have to use a lot of it though. Breezy is getting so many good manning descents on multiple targets. Slop dashing away, has no meter available, has to avoid all of the cooldowns. Leon though on the other side converting so well onto the barrier.
Denied there, but Grimella's got another flip for the barrier. Now Lifeline warps forward, tries to get involved here. Tries to get this core up to Breezy. There's the top spin, but it's Obscure Bread's triple take that'll put the goal away. Slop, once again, not expecting that one. And the Finny on the range goalie on the other side of that bass drum sitting in the middle. It's going to be the thing that catches him off guard. Early still in this first set. But what kinds of things are these players looking for? Obviously, we've got nows on both sides, but Breezy going to be looking for more damage here in a moment. I mean, everyone's really going to be looking for more damage. Probably going to be a matter of whether or not we see that perfect form come online for Leo.
Yeah, it's a little bit of an interesting dynamic. The Kazan can put out a lot of damage, but there is a now on both sides. So if these damage characters cannot scale, it is going to be a little bit of a rough ride for them, as though I just have to watch the now pressing the special button, pressing the secondary, and the health bar is going all the way back up to the unstaggered state. But as I say that, Breezy in position with the drums, bouncing it all the way around, trying to find a goal here, but Slop smartly clears it through the center.
The farther clear once again. Breezy tries to interrupt the play, but Joker still's got the core control. Slop dives in, has the crater out. Obscure Bread's knocked away. He'll have to be backed away and pick up the goal. Just let the goal barrier fall. The goal won't be made quite yet. Breads now just in the nick of time. Has the energy burst. to keep it away and keep it out. Slop dives in again on the boost. Triple take, sends it up the top side. Grimella waits patiently. It's off the bass drum, though. Leo Leon still in position and finds the rush in to find the KO versus Grimella. Breezy now, though, trying to do a little bit of dribbling, but it got out ahead of him. And right on over to Slop. Opportunity here, and now Slop will stick around for just an extra second to kick it in with the stubby legs of the Luna. 3-1 is the scoreline of the first set here, as it will be taken, and Slop will get his pick of the litter here on this carousel up first.
Has a Super Surge available, could opt for any other deny in the book, but goes for the Glass Cannon, wants a little bit more speed to move around and leaves the Super Surge up for the Centauro. No denial here from the Fini. And suddenly Core Overflow in full control of the damage race. Built Different is a pitiful consolation prize for 3Z Breezy at the very end of things. Core Overflow might have just spiraled out of control here.
Could be the case. I mean, consider too, right? If Slop stays alive for long enough, has the prize fighter as well, maybe that'll start racking up a little bit of extra power and could start sending more of these KOs, more of that knockback number, ignoring potentially any healing that comes out of Grimella. Slop will dive back in. Skull Barrier is open first for the soon-to-be Strikers, though. All that's left is to try to maintain possession. 3Z will try to grab it here on the top Sid. Maddening Descent, knocks Slop away. Crooked leverage, but Slop's still there. And 3Z can't find the close strike. Now, beautiful angle from Grimella to send it to the bottom corner. Right past everyone, and again, just not expecting that kind of a play. Coming in from this now, who can make a hitbox in an instant.
Now it's getting a little bit scary here as Grimella has flipped. That could convert into another point here if they can get a barrier, but it is all stuffed away by Leo Leon with the Oni's blade, buying so much time for Slop, buying so much space. Do you see that whammy just absolutely stopping any sort of clear out of there from Obscure Breads, and Slop will just only lose one barrier as Joker drops back.
Now Leo Leon starting to come forward. Breads looking for it. Oh, 3Z able to find the little pullback with a crooked leverage. Interrupting that energy burst and the empowered strike from Leo. Pass down. Slice and dice. Looks to try to get it forward, but the Joker will collect instead. Breads is back to make the goal line save. The whammy comes forward to try to keep the pressure online. Here comes the boost off of the drum. Can't quite find the angle still. Joker up to Leo. This one will connect with the goal line. Finally, the goal goes in. So much pressure was mounting, and it's so consistent and draining if you're playing in the goal box on the behalf of the soon-to-be Strikers.
The soon-to-be Strikers are not playing bad by any means. They are pushing forward so well, but the issue is the longer the points go, the more favored it is for Core Overflow, and if they get the barriers like that, doesn't matter how long it goes, they will just score. So the win condition for the soon-to-be Strikers is overwhelming Slop as soon as possible, but that is such a risky game to play when they have a Super Surge Centauro.
We'll be looking once more. Here's the energy burst. 3Z finds the angle to get both barriers. Reds will hold on to the barriers for the soon-to-be Strikers. 3Z, though, still knocked away. Now here comes the boost from Slop to connect with 3Z and take him off of the pitch. That's a prize fighter stack. Over to Slop. Triple take out. Well, we'll die out here for just a moment. The healing comes through. Now Leo Leon dashes in, able to find one barrier, looking for the second. Patience, tried to keep this one in the corner. Now Slop's there, looking for the strike in the pass. Leo Leon tries to pull some fancy footwork here, but the defense is still made. Joker up to the top corner, looking for his own sentry drone. But no, not that time. Slop will win the strike war and get it away from 3Z Breezy. Looking once more, trying to send it away. Leo Leon and the Joker just don't have the speed at this stage of the game in order to make a collapse on the goal happen quite quickly. And now beautiful crooked leverage comes in from 3Z, finds the mix-up there, and will equalize set 2.
That is the situation that the soon-to-be Strikers need. They need opportunities like those, but those are not easy to come by. Core Overflow will not let that happen too often here. And with Joker's Flip approaching, S.A.D.B.O.I.S strikers need to take these barriers immediately, or else it will start looking hopeless as the damage starts to stack up.
Damage stacking up again, but this time Core Overflow takes both barriers, bounces off the drum. Grimella finds the angle, and now Core is sitting right there. Leo Leon hits it off of the goal gate there just to try to keep it away from the S.A.D.B.O.I.S strikers, but here comes Grimella trying to come on back in. Misdirection forward here as Obscure Breads tries to get involved as well. The Oni's blade from Leo Leon will stall things out for a moment. S.A.D.B.O.I.S tries to get involved on the boost. Can't find it there. All a matter of these Awakenings carousels, all a matter of what comes up next. Some is in your control, some is out of your control. But both these teams need the extra power spike, and it slips right through. As Obscure Breads was just a bit too far away. Despite that being such a weak strike, it still goes in, and it's 1 set away now for Core Overflow.
Oh man, what a shot at the very end. What a clutch play, getting it past Obscure Breads, who has been holding as long as possible. Of course, perfect form, not allowed to fall to the Zentaro, and Twin Drive will probably be taken away from the Luna, and Specialized will be taken away from the Kazan. All of these last 3 picks, not exactly what they want, but they're fine with those as we head to a potential final set here.
Going to be all about whether or not the S.A.D.B.O.I.S strikers can try to come on back from this. 3Z now has the double-sized Kazan. Obscure Breads does have the Twin Drive, and hey, maybe that extra size will help find some of these KOs. This one's able to fall there. Power play opportunity. Haven't seen a KO in a while come out. Grimella tries to keep this forward to 3Z, trying to keep this one in the corner, but the Kazan just does not quite have the cooldowns at that moment. In order to put it back. Leo over to Grimella, keeps it forward again. Still can't find this gold barrier. Slop working both sides of it. Finally, it gets poked in. Back over to Breads, but Slop finds the dial on the boost. Will take the gold barrier. Rushing forward is Leo Leon, trying to interrupt the play, trying to make sure that Grimella doesn't feel comfortable at all. Energy Burst comes through. Triple take will save it from Obscure Breads. And now Grimella will strike it to the bottom corner there. So many things could have happened to that little interaction where 3Z looked like he was striking one way, Grimella striking the other way. But it finds the goal all the same. And that little bit of a mix-up against Slop. And S.A.D.B.O.I.S strikers once again have to try to find a way to pick up some of this momentum. And now it looks like they're going to continue converting. Topspin finds the second barrier. Mounting Descent comes up just a little bit too shy. Still trying to stay alive here are the S.A.D.B.O.I.S strikers. Crooked Leverage tries to pull it back, but the core flip comes out from Slop in order to prevent that from going in. Now Leo Leon forward, passive strike, now stuffs the energy burst out of Obscure Breads. It'll find the second barrier himself. KO comes through as Leo Leon continues working himself up the top side to take care of Grimella. Topspin almost gets Joker, but not that time. The power play just will not have the same amount of forward pressure the Core Overflow was looking for. Grimella back online, now with the extra speed from the nice edge. Out of that edge, looks for the pass to 3Z. Slop, he has to commit a boost in order to save it. Here's the Oni's blade on the other side of the pitch, though. Now Grimella back down to 3Z, takes the shot up the top corner. Despite the fact the bottom might have been open, couldn't find it there. Crooked Leverage tries to pull it back, but Slop's still back in time with the eject button. Holding for now is Slop, but just as I say that, the opening comes through at that bottom corner. It's another set point finally for the S.A.D.B.O.I.S strikers as they try to get a set on the board.
What a clutch strike at the very end. What a good setup, and I would be remiss to ignore how Grimella played that, the top side. But as I say that, as 3 Core Overflow rushes forward, they get 1 barrier immediately. Slop has to get in there yet again and again, and he does so. But right now it stalls out. Grimella is controlling the midfield, preventing any sort of passing play. Leo Leon cannot get the core because of Grimella, and the core is being pushed forward over and over again. But health bars are finite. Grimella is getting staggered. The barriers are being taken though. 3Z is looking to score as soon as possible, and Obscure Breads is still holding, gets the core past absolutely everybody. And now it is 3Z with flip available to the top side. That's a set for the S.A.D.B.O.I.S strikers.
Set is finally taken here for the S.A.D.B.O.I.S strikers. This team that is a little bit more momentum based is still looking to claw back in this game 3. They had the momentum. They had the win at their backs in that game one. They're looking to recapture that energy and are looking to do it off of this carousel. But not much in terms of damage is online for 3Z Breezy. We'll have to settle for the quick strikes here as this first pick.
And extra special, the healing, quite good forward side of the soon-to-be Strikers. Of course, an almost mandatory deny against the Luna, but the missile propulsion as well. That might be a bit of a factor to keep note of. But again, we mentioned it over and over again, the team player on Obscure Breads, especially with how well Grimella is playing this midfield. The passing plays might come alive for the soon-to-be Strikers.
Have to be looking for them here, and now that forward pressure keeps the core forward. Misdirection will take it away from Leo Leon, and Grimella still there. All of everything coming out from this now that continues to hit the core forward, continues to keep presence. Grimella has shown excellent skill expression on the now in this entire match so far. And you have to imagine is one of the reasons why the soon-to-be Strikers are coming out on top here. But now, barriers taken up on the opposite side of the pitch. Core Overflow looking to strike immediately right back. Joker now. Send it around both corners. Leo Leon dashes up to the top side. Doesn't find the core. Slop has to try to dig it out of this corner against this giant Kazan. We'll find one barrier's 3Z. Now tries to pull it in with the crooked leverage. Can't find the second barrier just yet. Now, top side. Misdirection. Connects with Joker for a moment. Tries to pull it away. Looks for the pass to Leo Leon. Boost comes in. Everyone's joining the party in the blue goal box. And Leo Leon will punch it through.
That's Leo Leon when you need him. He gets in there with the rush, with the slice, and getting the goals there when it matters most, equalizing in this critical set as soon-to-be Strikers are trying to make the comeback. The flip's available, but it's completely stuffed out by the soon-to-be Strikers. Look at the meter on 3Z Grimella and Obscure Breads. The flips are available, being pushed forward. The barrier is looking to be taken, but Slop will get it out of there for a moment. But Grimella just continues dropping back and forth. Flip available still, but 3Z Breezy staggered. But the coordination is not there from Core Overflow. 3Z lives.
3Z gonna live. Now, energy burst out. Finds one barrier. Grimella still there. Will stuff it back in the corner. And he'll find it. Now it hits the bottom corner and goes in off of the post. Soon-to-be Strikers looking to send us to a third set 5.
The soon-to-be Strikers, they will not miss this opportunity. They want that podium placement at the very least. They want to go first. They do not want to go to losers bracket now. It is not their time yet. And they're continuing to press forward. 3Z Breezy, though, has a mountain to overcome here. The Core Overflow defenses are standing strong despite Obscure Breads continuing to push it in the midfield. And 3Z is just taking so much damage.
Oni's Blade out from Leo Leon, able to stuff it past, find both barriers. Now 3Z trying to pursue on the other side of the pitch. No, comes up just shy. Slop's able to set it back. Top spin, comes out, finds one, hits the corner. Still there in position, but it slips past Grimella. Buys some space here for Core Overflow. Never mind. Grimella will collect again. Continues to work up this side with the knife's edge speed. Pick that I didn't think he'd utilize much of, but certainly still using it here with the extra speed. Oni's Blade down to the bottom side. Here comes the core flip, though, for Leo Leon. Misdirection is going to be what saves it from Obscure Breads. Still holding the line as the goals are open on both sides. Obscure Breads tries to get it right back up to the top corner, but Slop is there with the energy burst. Here we go again. This time, though, it is match point for Core Overflow.
0.5, all things equal. Slop doesn't have any additional stacks on the prize fighter. This is as even as it gets here as Leo Leon presses forward, but Obscure Breads finds a strike somehow, some way, saves both barriers. Oh no, but the big finish is not what you want there. The barriers are now evened up. The damage, the healing, everything is there as Joker has the flip available, gets a little bit of healing back, presses forward yet again. And now the soon-to-be Strikers are on the attack. No, Slop reverses the situation out of nowhere.
No! The drone comes up just shy. Leo Leon's able to find the punish. And Core Overflow will send themselves to winners finals. What a hard-fought series from both of those two teams. So close. It was so close. It was in your hands, soon-to-be Strikers. They almost had it. They had the momentum. coming for them. But at the end of the day, you cannot take down this team of veterans that easily. They will continue to persevere. They will continue to hold the line, and they will not be surprised with what you throw at them next, even on the newest map in the game. Just fantastic play here, Syed. I think this sets us up incredibly well for what we're about to see next weekend.
Yeah, what a good game of Omega Strikers. What a good game. Everyone performing so fantastically well in that one. And it was so close that we thought it was a S.A.D.B.O.I.S comeback until it wasn't. Until the very end.
Until the bitter end. And so the S.A.D.B.O.I.S Strikers will be sent down to that losers bracket. And we'll see what ends up coming for the rest of them. In the other winner semifinal, S.A.D.B.O.I.S took it 2-0 over Demons Raw. I think both those games went pretty far along, including it looking like Demons Raw might have had the ability to bring it back in one of those games. But at the end of the day, didn't quite happen there. And on the lower side of the bracket, we see Team Arc beating Last Call to make it in, and Bun Bun Bonanza will round out the top 6. So Core Overflow versus S.A.D.B.O.I.S on the winner's side, Demons Raw versus Team Arc on the loser's side, and on the other side of the bracket, it'll be the S.A.D.B.O.I.S Strikers versus Bun Bun Bonanza. Those are 6 teams that are absolutely fantastic, and I cannot wait to watch next Saturday, Saya. This one's going to be something for the Omega Strikers historians.
Team Arc, by the way, one of the 2 teams that people were like, oh yeah, they just went 6-1 in ladder and SAT, but they've proved themselves. They're here in the top 6. General Twee is back with a vengeance. With Sphinx, you know, a player that has also been shaded quite a lot. This Team Arc roster has made it all the way here, and even if they fall against Demons Raw, they have still absolutely performed.
They 100% have, especially with that last pickup, 2-0 over Core Overflow in the lower side of the bracket that we didn't get to, or sorry, not over Core Overflow, over Last Call that we didn't get to watch. And hey, they've proven their worth to make it into this top 6. You had to beat somebody to get here at the end of the day, right? You don't just waltz into top 6 expecting that you're able to, make it here. That doesn't happen, right? So hats off to everyone involved. And again, I'm sure we'll be hearing from more of them over the course of the next week and leading into the top 6 taking place next weekend. What a day of Omega Strikers. Thanks everyone for coming out for this thing. Like 100, how many teams was it final? 124 or so?
123, something like that. 123,
something like that. Signed up and registered. You all have certainly wanted to come enjoy some Omega Strikers this weekend and celebrate the year we've had up to this point. So thank you all for doing that so much. And there are so many people to thank for putting on this event. Of course, we are not done yet because we'll be right back here next weekend. And I think there's other regional Omega Strikers action that you can watch, including a European tournament and a Japanese tournament that you can watch as well, which will be a lot of fun in terms of the competitive Omega Strikers action that we have to come. But even still in North America, things are looking fantastic. I cannot wait to see what the result of these 6 teams will be next weekend, especially as we keep building these top 3 narratives, right? Core Overflow has had the possibility of upsetting S.A.D.B.O.I.S a couple of times, and in fact, it certainly has shown potential in order to do that, and has had the opportunity as well to find upsets over Demons Raw. So we'll see what happens as we load into things as we get prepared for next week, which will be certainly a lot of fun, because the party is not over yet, even though we might be done with matches for the day. Stick around, folks. I believe we'll be getting an interview with the Joker coming out of Core Overflow's win there against the S.A.D.B.O.I.S Strikers. So that should be a lot of fun. Always fun to hear what the Joker has to say, and cannot wait to hear his perspective in terms of how he's been liking the midfielding role so far. Because at least on this now character side, he hasn't looked too terribly bad. So that'll be certainly fun to take a look there.
Yeah, and speaking of the interview, it appears our interviewer and interviewee are ready. So, we'll be heading right to that.
Thank you so much, Saya. Great casting as always. Same to you, K-Bot. And I'm here with the one, the only, the GOAT of Omega Strikers, in my personal opinion. I mean, chat, you can argue with me all you want. It's Joker. Joker, oh my goodness, what a match that was. I mean, I had Brickbat in the chat, in the VC earlier saying, if you told me this was NASL Finals, I would believe you. How are you feeling? You got the second top seed for next Saturday's top 6 competition. What are the vibes feeling like in the team right now?
First of all, shout out to you, Surplus. Appreciate those kind words, man. Second of all, my God, like, that was some high-level play from both teams. Like, both teams played out of their minds. Shout out to my teammates. I feel really good about my team going into next week. I think we're against S.A.D.B.O.I.S, and we beat them last time, but we know how good they are. Like, we always have to respect those guys. And we're ready to just take them on again. And yeah, Dubu Strikers played insane today. Like, I think this is the best I've seen them play, like, for sure. Like, these guys were so on form. This entire tournament, the Dubu Cup, is in their name. So yeah, shout outs to them. That was a good series versus you guys.
Absolutely. If you're a Westie, you are beaming from ear to ear despite the performances. S.A.D.B.O.I.S did 2-0 Demons Raw, but all 4 of the teams coming in today's action will be moving on to Saturday. No big deal. The other teams that will not be joining us, unfortunately, though, are Last Call and Plink Plonk, Bun Bun Bonanza, and Team Arc, as mentioned earlier, will join the top 6 action from the losers bracket. And Joker, earlier on in this set, there were a few people saying, hey, S.A.D.B.O.I.S Strikers, they look like the truth right now. I'm feeling like a S.A.D.B.O.I.S Striker. I could sense a S.A.D.B.O.I.S sweep coming on. And the NASL analyst ratings from the preseason for Season 3 were brought into question a little bit. But, I mean, going into Game 2, how'd you guys take care of business?
I mean, in my head, like, I respect that team a lot, S.A.D.B.O.I.S Strikers. I think they have one of the best goalies in the league, and their forward pairing has been together for a long time, so they have really good synergy. So, like, me personally, I didn't really understand why they were rated so low. I think the way 3Z rated it, maybe 4th, that's where I would have them currently. But yeah, like, when we were down 0-2 in the second game, in sets, like, I was just telling my team, like, yo, like, we're winning this, like, because we know we're, like, good enough to, like, beat these guys for sure. Like, there's no way we should be losing this, right? So we just turned up. My bad that I look like this, by the way, because I'm kind of sick. So also the flu game kicked in.
This was your flu game. This is your MJ flu game. Oh my goodness.
Flu game. I'm pretty sick right now. I'm coughing up a storm in, like, me and my team's VC. Pretty funny, but yeah, like, I had to go flu game on him as well and just go crazy. That second game was one of my probably best games that I performed from third set onwards. When we reverse swept, like, I think I played pretty crazy, and shout out to my teammates as well. They went, like, beast mode.
Absolutely. Slop was doing great saves. And I mean, this is your Michael Jordan flu game. Leo Leon definitely was Scottie Pippen there. Bro was going crazy.
He was MJ, man. That guy was
MJ.
He has the MJ clutch factor. Like, he's clutch. He comes through in the clutch situation. So shout out to him for that.
Absolutely. If aliens have the beam pointed at Earth and somebody needs to take a goal, I'm taking Leo Leon. I'm taking
Zay Forever and Leo Leon. Those are my two guys.
I'm taking Zay Forever and Leo Leon. Oh, shout out Zay Forever, of course, as well. My goodness. It's just a huge shocking game. You love to see it. You were on Finesse earlier on this year. Now you're moving into to the Core Overflow team. You did talk a little bit about how you guys were meshing. Does that feel really, really good to mesh with these folks, or it did just feel natural from the start?
I mean, I think with me and Leo, it felt kind of natural because he's also, like, I used to play forward, right, and I switched to midfield now, so, like, playing with another really good forward, like, I understand kind of where he wants the ball and, like, how he wants to play, so I'm able to, like, put the ball in spots for him like that and, like, just know what he wants to do. With me and Slop, it took a bit of time because, like, midfield goalie synergy is, like, really important. It takes time to develop that. Like, you look at the best midfield goalie pairings, like Vaughn and Caleb, or You Already Lose, and Kainub and Gumi, and, like, those guys have been playing together for, like, a while now, and, like, you see how good they play. So that like, is really important to, like, give time to, like, build that, like, dynamic between midfield and goalie. And I think slowly, like, me and Slop have got it now for sure. A bit of hiccups, but, like, that's like with anything, right? When you're getting good at it. So yeah, I think we got it.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And I do want to ask one quick question as well before we start wrapping things up here. Slop, as some people do know, some people don't. Slop is one of the coaches for UCLA, which includes Threezy, Breezy, and Grimella. Was there any, hard feelings, any like regrets when you guys were matching up against each other, or was it just business as usual?
I mean, it's always just business as usual, like, because, I mean, Threezy, Grimella, Reds, I love those guys. They're good friends of mine. But, like, if I'm against you in a tournament, I'm going to go at you, and it's the same thing, like, other way around. They're going to come at me. A bit of joking in the chat between Slop and them. He was, like, saying, go Bruins in the chat to them. So, yeah, like, always go Bruins, but if you're against us, it's go us. So...
Absolutely. I mean, I'm feeling like a core overflow right now. I'm taking the phrase, I'm swapping it on its head there. Joker, congratulations again, making it to top 6, making it to next Saturday's action. Do you have anybody to shout out? Anything else you'd like to say?
I said pretty much everything. Shout out to Dubu for that great series. Like, that was top level play from both teams. Shout out to my teammates. Shout out to Streak coaching us. And shout out to S.A.D.B.O.I.S. Can't wait to play you guys next week as well.
Absolutely. I'll have to echo that as well. And we will be back here next Saturday, same time, 3 p.m. Eastern, same place, twitch.tv/Odyssey Interactive. Before we head out for the night, I want to wish y'all, first off, happy holidays. Happy holidays, everybody. I do want to get that. I brought my finest Christmas sweater, and also Optic Texas is playing right now, so I got a rep, But another thing here, we do want to have some shout outs to the amazing, hardworking team members here that put all this together. This was a collaboration with the top 3 Omega Strikers TOs in the scene alongside Odyssey Interactive. So we're very, very happy to have everybody on board to make this tournament a success. I want to give a quick shout out to the consolation bracket winners as well. Second win, taking it over Sleep Deprived Gamers. And Connect the Dots getting third place. By the way, they'll get the first place team gets 6,000 OD points and all of the Sony emotes, of course. 3,600 going to second and 2,700 going to third place. Congratulations to them for redeeming themselves in the consolation bracket. And I'd like to shout out Seraphim for doing all of the work possible on their stream today and in the chats. Doing stuff day 1 with Coscord. Y'all are awesome. I do want to give a shout out here to Seraphim, Max LC, Yachie, Mexa Casual, Marissa. Y'all killed it this weekend. I'm so happy to be able to tune in for that. I'd also like to give a quick shout out to the casters there at Seraphim, Lego Mage 15, Psyche, and Cloak Oak, the Cloak Goat, by the way. Thank you guys so much for casting on that secondary stream today. I'd also like to give a quick shout out as well to the folks at Bestie and Slot and Coscord for putting all of this together. Saya, Achi, Brickbat, Yachie again, and Yume. Thank you guys so much for taking the hours. Clocking in, clocking out, doing your thing. You guys are awesome. I love you. And also want to give a quick shout out as well to our casters here, Nubsta, Gordo, Brickbat, Magic 8-Ball, and K-Bot. Y'all rocked it today. I'm very, very excited to have you on next week. It's going to be great. The broadcast team has been awesome. I also like to give a quick shout out as well to all of the stuff that you've seen today were created by Striker Central artists HB Cat, Dragon Claude, and Gut Confetti, aka El Wee Wee. Thank you guys so much for putting your talents to great use, making a great graphics package for us. Couldn't have had the great visuals that we have without you. And by the way, Dubu isn't falling. Don't worry, he'll be fine. At least that's what HB Cat said. So I think we'll be fine there. I saw some concern when the BRB screen came up. It's all good. No worries there. And also, of course, I want to thank everybody for signing up, making this the biggest Omega Strikers Open tournament to date. Over 120 teams registering and competing the past 2 days. We've gone from 123 teams all the way down to 6. And we're going to save the rest of the action for next weekend. Also, we want to give a very, very big thank you to Odyssey Interactive for making this game number 1. Y'all are the goats. And number 2, for letting us use your platform, your Twitch, your Twitter, and your Discord to make this tournament all happen. We literally could not have done it without y'all. And also, to all the fans, to all 200 of you watching right now, thank you. You tuned in when you didn't have to. There was some crazy football games on today. You didn't have to tune in. You did. And I'm proud of you for that. Thank you, community. You guys are awesome.
I love this community, man. I love it.
Community is so awesome, bro. I'm telling you.
Shout out to you too, Surplus. You can't shout yourself out, but hey, pat yourself on the back, man. Shout out to you too, brother.
Absolutely. Also, Bells in chat also saying the Joker more like the loser next week. Do you have any?
Oh, you kind of lagged there for me, but to respond to that, like, hey, We won last time, bro. We'll see if we can do it again, man. Just keep playing the game, bro, because you're kind of washed right now, man. Haven't been playing as much, so. Yeah.
There you go. I don't think there's any better way to end it off like that. Thank you again to everybody who's watched, organized, tuned in, and played in this weekend's Dubu Cup. We'll see you right back here, same time, same place, twitch.tv/Odyssey Interactive, 3 p.m. Eastern for the top 6. We'll see you later. Have a great night. Adios.